Yeah, hey. Yeah. Lord. Hey. Yeah, I'm dealing with a lot of problems, don't know if y'all can relate. Feeling like Rod Wave, I got a lot on my plate. And I can really use a stress reliever. Cause where I'm from, they catching bullets like the best receivers. The choppers singing like Justin Bieber. The most effective leaders have closed mouths and open ears. Like the now, I could flow for years. I really got my own sneaker, used to shop at Sears. Rap niggas lying through their teeth, though these are not veneers. Skipping through the airport, but soon we'll hop on Lears. I conquer fears, running up them M's and dry my mama tears. I love Jim Carrey, but don't fuck with yes men. I need honest ears when in the studio. Turn down the movie roll to finish the album. I pray the outcome is good. Clayton Bigsby, y'all done took a nigga out of the hood. Carrying water, chopping the wood. But you gon' always have motion if the product is good. Lord knows, it's crazy how I can just text Hove and run plays on the weekend. It's more than just XOs. When I dropped my first album, was nervous, my chest froze. Plans gon' be executed like niggas on death row. Bought a new fucking crib, but that shit is an escrow. Cut my credits go low as my self-esteem, but I grow. It's a yellow beam when I glow. I have mellow dreams when I smoke. To my fellow kings, keep the hope. I think Elohim that I woke up this morning, acting wild like a black amount. We smoked the opponent. I prayed and hoped for this moment, and if I post it, I own it. No cap for me. We get money like athletes, like the eighth man on the Wizards. That's more of a match for me. If we being completely honest, me and the mic got chemistry. Boy, I got this down to a science. I promise you, I ain't lying. Get love in every barrel. My niggas are very thorough. Wish a nigga were like Timmy, bro. Send him to fairy world. Never wore a Jerry curl like Mike Jack in the 80s. I might crash the Mercedes. My life flash from a baby. I reminisce on the daily. My penmanship, which they pay me. It's time to get the bacon. This shit is biscuits and gravy. Time to break fast. To keep it real, how long the fake last? New Year, same goal. Stay out the way and make cash. The competition, then we way past. I need more real love and less fake laughs. Just let it breathe. Let it breathe. Now put your hands in the sky. Yeah. Feel the vibe. Let it breathe. Now put your hands in the sky. If you feel the vibe. Just let it breathe.
I need more real love and less fake laughs. The way this mean mug like a face mask. She give me real love with that fake ass. It fit me like a glove, OJ hands. I'ma need a little love from your hating ass. Real love, Mary J plan. Need less yes men and more amens. I'ma need more real prayers and less praying hands. I'm smoking straight gas, no brake pads. You smoking Bubba Dub, nigga, straight trash. I get more camel toe than them Arabs. She deep throat the whole dick but couldn't take half. I take a nigga life before he take the stand. Take some drugs and take off, take some when I land. You standing on business, I'm a businessman. I'm the GOAT, nigga, you a sacrificial lamb. You a teddy bear, nigga, you a Teddy Graham. You sweet as jelly jam, honey glazed deli ham. Bubble gum candy yams, my gun never jam. I got a heavy hand, but hold it like a steady cam. Am I talking to the Martians when I pray, man? I need to know, is there a heaven or just Space Jam? And it's Saturday morning every day, man. Young Carter and Corday, man, all day, man. Why they playing? Elvis has left the building with the Graceland. And if it ain't a red flag, then it's a red flag. And if it ain't Moolah, baby, then I ain't the dad. I need my head scanned. Yeah, I need more hard drugs, less annoyed plugs. I need the astronaut pack with asteroid buds. Blunt like a rocket ship, yeah, we going up. Coffee in a styrofoam cup. Good morning, it's Saturday.
Oh no. Do we know who the Outdoor Boys are? Have we watched these people before?
Hey everyone, this is going to be my last video for a little while.
Oh no.
You know, I've been making YouTube videos for 11 years now. First with the Catfish and Carp YouTube channel, then with this, the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel. And believe it or not, I've made 1,110 videos. It's been a wild ride. The amount of time and energy that I've dedicated
Wait, this is an old vid? This is 5 hours ago.
to making YouTube videos is hard to communicate. So many late nights editing and packing and unpacking, camping with pneumonia, building log cabins while injured. But it's been a tremendous adventure, and it's allowed me to provide for my family while making wonderful memories with my wife and kids. But even good things can be taken too far, and I think I'm starting to reach that point. But I'm not just talking about the time and energy I spend making YouTube videos. I'm also talking about the attention it brings. In just the last 18 months, this YouTube channel has gained about 12 million subscribers. And because of people stealing my content and posting it on other platforms, my family and I have been viewed about 4 billion times, in addition to the 2.8 billion views on YouTube. The sheer volume of fans trying to contact me, trying to take pictures with me, or just trying to come up and talk to me in public could be a bit overwhelming at times. And my wife and I, we both have real concerns about what this will do to our family if I keep growing my YouTube channel at this pace. And the time to stop is before this problem gets so out of hand that my family and I can't live normal lives. Now, there's more than one reason for making this decision, and I still enjoy making videos and I still enjoy going on ventures, but it's time to start focusing on other things. And that's what I'm gonna be doing. For one thing, I've got 3 little boys who all wanna be YouTubers, including my oldest son, Tom, who's got his own channel, the Outdoor Tom YouTube channel. But I wanna spend more time helping him with his channel and preparing him to be an adult, which is gonna be in less than 6 years. But I've spent so much time focusing on me and my family and growing my business. It's time to step back and focus on helping other people for a change. And I'm excited to see where that takes me. But all that being said, I have a lot of half-finished videos, including the homestead projects and some travel adventures and even some extreme camping trips I've been planning for the last 6 months. But if I decide to finish those videos, or if I decide to film any other adventures after today, I'll post them at the end of the year, all in one big dump. But no matter what, this is going to be my last video for a while. Now, I know there's some of you out there who've gotten more than just entertainment from my videos. If you feel my videos have helped you in some way, then go out and find someone you can help. I'll see you guys later.
What do you think of the brain dead woman in Georgia who is kept alive on machines to keep on the pregnancy because of the state anti-abortion law? Based. Women finally being treated like the breeding machines they are. One step closer to my real life fantasy of living in the, is it The Handmaid's Tale? What's that show that everybody talks about that oppresses women? There is a world where I can actually see something like that kind of being like acceptable, but I feel like the feeling I think it would obviously have to be at the behest of the family. Like if you had a daughter or wife and she was pregnant, but she wasn't going to survive the pregnancy for some reason, but you know, like you have a conversation with her and everybody else and you're like, hey, like, what do you want to do? Like I could see that, but state mandated breeding machines? Don't say The Handmaid's Tale. Don't say The Handmaid's Tale is acceptable. Why is Dan saying he decided not to talk to you after having the dinner with you? You mean Dean? Are we not typing full sentences anymore in chat? That's cool. Okay. Good job. Do you own a 2011? You mean a 1911? What is a 2011? It was the last thing you said, and then you said it could be acceptable. The Handmaid's Tale or whatever? Obviously, I'm joking, right? A 2011 Supra. Oh. Okay, sorry. Hold on. No more DGG chat. These guys are typing like they're having a stroke. I'm having a stroke reading this.
Cool.
Dude, I'm never gonna win. I'm never gonna win.
Right. Okay. So why won't you debate Destiny?
Debate Destiny on what?
Destiny wants to debate you on your socio-political views.
Have I even said that? Maybe? Okay.
He challenged you publicly. Didn't you see it?
I think I just wanted to talk about the Z stuff, but...
Didn't he ask about like a
Both you and
conversation?
Parker.
I saw that.
Both you and Parker. Okay, so you saw it. So why don't you debate him?
So I have contentions with like certain facts that would make it very uncomfortable for me to go on a stream. But like
What are those
I
facts?
I see no point to engage in that conversation with Destiny.
It sounded funny, like
I
because both of you guys.
I don't think that's productive.
Hold on, both of you guys sat down and had dinner with him, but yeah, you don't want to have a debate with him.
and
It's so crazy that these guys are supposed to be like the debate bro archetypes, and they're scared. Once I finish, I should be, listen, 1 week. We should be done within a week with Factorio, I think, okay? I need to rebuild my space platform here, and then I need to rebuild my Aquilo base, and then after that, I think I just make my big ship, and then I fly to the Shattered Planet. We're done, right? I think that's basically all that's left in this game. And then we're hitting that politic and ground hard. I'm branding myself world's best debater. That's gonna be part of my new branding, okay? I'm tired of all these people using excuses and running away, all right?
I don't think that's productive.
Hold on, both of you guys sat down and had dinner with him, but yeah, you don't want to have a debate with him.
it's when we had the dinner that I like kind of
Like
separated.
realize
So,
that he's not good.
yeah.
It is. Dude. It is crazy how many overwhelmingly positive real life experiences I have with people who will like relabel these things. I had a friend that was at that dinner too. I'm curious what her accounting would be of this. Like, what this? It was a fine dinner. It was a lot of fun. We chatted. We talked about their upcoming or not their upbringing. Their come up, I guess, on their platforms. They both said they watched a lot of my stuff. It's so crazy.
So back
Both of
when
you guys
we were
looked
kind of
up to
newer
him,
in
and now
the
you don't want to
space-
debate him. That's kind of funny.
Nah.
Whoa. The fact that we sat down with a dinner of him didn't mean that we looked up for him. I looked up to him. The reason, like, I personally got dinner with him, and probably same with Parker, was because we were scoping the space out, and we wanted to better understand and acknowledge the characters of the creators in this space when they're not in front of a crowd. And I think that was an incredibly good
No, you're a
decision to
fan.
make.
Wait, I am so curious. So what, I revealed my character to be this horrible, evil person? I'm so curious. Wait, what are they going to say? What happened at this dinner? Wait, what?
You're a fan.
How are you going to assume my
Bruh.
intentions when I'm describing my
He
intentions
said
to
himself
you?
that you guys told him that you were fans.
That's actually not true. He
That's
never
not
said
true.
that.
Oh, so he's lying about you guys being fans.
He never said that.
He did say that.
No, he
I can
didn't.
pull up the clip if you want me to.
Absolutely.
I don't remember if I said that or not. I feel like I try not to say people were fans because it feels like you're being condescending. But I mean, like, they were fans. But I don't mean that in like a condescending way. But I mean, also because they're super young and everything too. So there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like they were like starstruck. Like, they weren't cringe or anything. But I mean, like, they watched my stuff when they were growing up. They seemed to enjoy it quite a bit, and then it inspired them to do content like this, which is, I mean, if that's not a fan, I don't know what it is. But there's nothing. It's not like a bad thing. But
Absolutely no, he didn't.
Oh, you want me to pull up the clip then?
Also, like in the past, I could acknowledge that like I've watched people. Right, that's not me saying that like I'm a fan or anything like that. That's like me saying
You
that
said
like I've
both of you
watched.
guys are fans and were inspired by him.
No, saying that
Oh,
like
like
we have
inspired
watched.
in debates?
Yeah, like saying that we've watched him in the past and that it's inspired us in terms of debates isn't saying that like we're a fan.
Oh yeah, like early
So you're gonna pretend that you weren't
early
fans
debate
because-
com
okay.
years back. Both
Yeah.
Hassan and Destiny
Yeah.
inspired me a shit ton to get into.
Yeah,
debates.
like I've watched all of the debates of the YouTubers like back in the day. I never got like super involved or engaged in these communities, but I definitely watched them.
Parker,
Right?
you were
that
on
was,
a panel with Destiny, actually.
that was in the past and a long time ago. Yeah.
I don't know why you pretend like you weren't cool with Destiny. You were definitely
Wait.
a fan.
No, I wasn't cool with it. We disagreed on a point, and I had no communication with him. What are you talking about?
I'm saying that you liked him.
I was
as a
I was
person.
on
You
I
liked
was
him
on
as
a, I was
creator.
on a panel on the Hippie Dippy podcast 2-3 years ago because I went on Jubilee, and it was a panel with a bunch of different people, a bunch of different creators. That's like the only time I engaged in like an online YouTube type of debate.
when we were on a panel with Parker, there are a ton of random people I've been like on panels with who were on like a Prime Kai thing or something. It's possible that I think that's what they said that was. It's possible.
type thing.
Yeah, you can say that, but you were definitely a fan. I mean, you like to pretend in front
See,
of your audience like you don't care about.
You're just assuming intent. Look at that once again. Like I described.
I mean, he said it himself.
I described to
Are
you.
you calling him a liar?
I described to you why I got dinner with a guy, and then you're like, oh no, you're just being dishonest. Yeah, dude, you just want to paint a narrative to be a dick. That's all. I'm being dead ass. Like I got dinner with Destiny because I wanted to better understand the characters of the other creators in this space. Not when they're
we're gonna
online,
believe
but
that.
also
Say it
in
enough
person.
times, we're gonna believe it.
Exactly, bro. You're coming up here with negative intentions. Disprove it.
I mean, he said himself that you guys.
Well, I'm so curious what he means by that. Like, what character verification did he do with me in person where he realized I had like bad character? I'm so curious. What is that?
Just fucking prove it, bud.
What?
Oh, you want the clip? You want the clip?
What clip is going to disprove what I just said?
What Destiny said about you guys.
Okay, fine. Play it.
I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
Disprove that I got dinner with Destiny to better understand the character of individuals.
No, I want to prove.
Space.
I'm proving that you guys were fans.
No. Disprove what I just said.
I'm gonna prove that you guys were fans.
Okay, so you're not going to disprove what I... So you accept what I just said?
No, I don't know.
Okay, so then why don't you accept it? Why don't you accept it?
Because you're denying that you're a fan.
Wait, I literally said that I was inspired by both Destiny and Hasan when I started getting into debates.
So you're a fan, right? So you're a fan, right?
No, the claim that I was inspired by both Destiny and Hasan when I first started getting into debates is not equivalent to the claim that I'm a fan of Destiny. Wait. Do you? I just want to clarify. Do you think the claim that I was inspired by both Destiny and Hasan when first getting into debates is equivalent to the claim that I'm therefore a fan of Destiny?
Yes, you were consuming their content.
So you do think that those two claims are equivalent?
Yeah, you were consuming his. That's what it entails. You were consuming
you're consuming our content. You're consuming our content. You like our content. Are you fans?
I'm not inspired by your content, am I?
Are you inspired by you? You can even be inspired by people you disagree with. You understand that, right?
Like, I've inspired Trump supporters to stop debating on TikTok Live. Are the Trump supporters that have started debating on TikTok Live that were inspired by the fact that there's some liberal that they hate doing it with a bigger audience? Are they fans of mine?
And also, like, positions and beliefs change over time. You learn more about people over time. Like that's just like the reality of things. Like over years, you learn different things about people, and then given that new information, that you change your mind.
Yeah, Tide. Honestly,
like I used to be like when I first started TikTok, I used to be a communist. I grew up in a conservative Christian household. I used to be a Trump supporter. I used to watch people on the internet like Charlie Kirk, like Ben Shapiro, right? Like Steven Crowder and all of those insane people that I disagree with now.
Okay, so you're just gonna. It's
wait,
okay.
Wait. I have a question.
Because you want to pretend for.
Why can't he just have had dinner with you and that's that? Why is it all of a sudden that he wanted to judge your character while he feigns niceties? Because his audience would probably destroy him if he said anything nice about me. Because his audience is super, super, super far left.
Wait. I got a question. Is Hasan a fan of Destiny?
He was.
Wait, why? Because they used to work together and were inspired by one another?
Yeah, he used to be a fan, but now he's not.
Oh, thank you for the concession.
And Hasan sit down with dinner with him last year?
Got it.
No, but you guys did.
Did Hasan sit down at dinner with Destiny to better understand and acknowledge his character before eventually separating himself from Destiny? He did more than just sit down at dinner, bud.
Yeah, they had a disagreement.
Great.
They had a disagreement.
Thank you so much for the concession.
Because Hasan is transparent about it, but you guys.
I appreciate you for being a fan of my content. I've obviously inspired you enough to join the Q and Rage bait.
Do you want to debate why you voted for Donald Trump, or?
I've already debated. We've already gone over it. I've already won.
Wait, name one point you won on.
He already won.
Already won on the case of the woman being pregnant. Like, you guys are just bad at what you do. You guys keep ducking debaters. Andrew Wilson has called you out.
Wait, now he's arguing a point that doesn't relate to the thing he won on. So what specific point about the case that we brought up did you win on, apparently?
Wait, then also, Ty, now you're being bad faith, because earlier you literally admitted verbally and conceded that I'm not running from Andrew Wilson. Now you're saying I am. Which one is it?
Oh, I mean...
look at that.
When did you have dinner? I think I asked if they wanted to get something to eat after the Jubilee show that we did. That we did. Wait, they weren't on my show. Why were they there? Oh, because I think they'd done one right before me. And I think I texted them. I don't remember who brought it up, either them or me, that we should get something to eat after, and they agreed.
Bad
I said
faith.
Parker. I said Park was.
No, you said you guys.
Okay, well, I'm saying.
Wait, does guys imply singular or plural?
So look, you just.
No, answer my question. Does guys imply singular?
Look, you're being
or plural?
pedantic. I'm obviously when I say you guys.
Semantics are important. I'm quoting Mr. Andrew Wilson. I thought you were a big fan. Come on, you know that semantics.
Wait,
are
when I
important
say I was
if you
a fan
watch
of
him.
Andrew Wilson.
Well, you consumed his
Bro,
content.
holy shit, these conversations.
Yeah, I'm not inspired by his content.
Yeah, you consume his content.
don't
Come
share
on,
the same
come on, buddy.
ideology.
Come on, buddy. So does guys imply singular or plural?
Plural.
Plural. So when you say you guys are running from Andrew Wilson talking to a group of 2 other people, what does that imply?
That implies that it would be both of you guys, but that's not what I was saying. I'm just saying, I'm speaking to you
I
because I know
literally
that
just
you.
quoted from you. I literally quoted you. I literally quoted you. That
Literally,
is not
literally
just what
quoted
said.
you.
That is
Literally
precisely
quoted. Literally,
exactly in
literally.
quotations what you said.
Still literally quoting.
Okay, it's all about what I
Literally
mean. It's not about what I said.
quoting.
Anyways, like I said, I don't know.
Fucking hell, dude. Oh my god. The rage bait. The rage bait. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
Go to the phones. Calling from a 406 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Doxing.
Hey, my name is Dakota. I'm calling from Georgia. Yes, sir. You guys mentioned Bozeman, Montana. I was actually a contractor when I lived there, so I have a little bit of insight into the housing market in that town.
Well, can you tell me? Before you give me, hold on for 1 second. Can you tell me the mayor of that town, Democrat or Republican?
To be honest, I don't know. I've been gone for almost 3 years now, or just over 2 years, so I can't. But Bozeman is a blue dot in a red state.
Okay. And what was the? It must have been very expensive because of all the environmental regulations.
Sorry, wait, hold on. Side beam.
Some of these ideas are really beautiful, you know, like from a moral standpoint, like the things that Jesus asked you to do, being selfless, being service-oriented, you know, caring about the poor and the needy, not just being about your own accumulation of your possessions, recognizing the emptiness in the accumulation of possessions.
Did you see the recent melee drama with from Technicals? You made a cameo for 2 seconds. Nope.
Like, these are beautiful ideas that I subscribe to today. So I think part of my interest is this, like, I want to rescue Jesus from the hands of the people who are using him for evil.
Yeah, because they're pretty out of line. I mean, Jesus says this, doesn't he? You know, there will be people who come to me saying, "Lord, Lord," and I'll say, "Depart from me, I never knew you." And there is an idea that the path is narrow, and it does just seem at times flatly contradictory, the attitudes that people have. And yet, I don't know if it's like a biblical literacy thing or what, but when you see like prosperity preachers, for example, flying around in private jets and things, and you think, I don't know how you can read the Gospels and not have this just jump off the page at you. Have you seen the clip of Donald Trump asked what his favorite Bible verse is? I think this is 2016
like, I'd
election
rather
cycle.
not get into this
So
specifics.
it's sort of very personal, and they're like, really, anything jump out? She's like, no, I think it's...
Just as a heads up, I don't know who this guy is though, so I'll be careful. Maybe he's not a preacher or whatever else. But if you do like religious stuff, but you avoid politics, don't do religion. You should leave and go do literally anything else. You are a blasphemer, okay? Religion is worthless if not able to be applied to your real life. There is no point whatsoever for you to be religious, encourage people to be religious, or for you to preach or do anything else if you're not willing to show people how to apply religious principles in their actual life. Just as a heads up. But
I think it's super.
now, maybe that might not be what this guy does, so I'm not necessarily judging him harshly, but if he is, then I am judging him harshly.
So it's sort of very personal, and they're like, really, anything jump out? She's like, no, I think it's too personal. And they say, are you more of a Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy? And he goes, I would say probably equal. Equal.
Yeah.
You know, and by the way, I think by the next time he's asked, you know, what your favorite Bible verse is, he's like, oh, it's 2 Corinthians 1:7.
Right,
like
right.
He's got the.
Well, this is interesting.
People are saying that's ret and like, okay, I don't know what that is, but
about that. Because I want to give, like, first of all, there are many Christians who are just like buying this idea that like he's actually that Trump's actually a Christian, right? That is happening. But I will give, there's a lot of Christians, I'll give them credit. They don't for a second. They don't for a second buy that he's a Christian. They know that he's using the Christians for his ends. But, and I know many people like this, but they believe that the things that he's a crude tool to basically accomplish things that are more consistent with the Christian worldview.
Yes.
And
you absolutely know who he is. Have we watched this on stream before? Good Mythical Morning with Rhett and Link. I feel like I've never seen this in my life. They did sketch comedy 20 years ago. Okay.
So it's a little more nuanced, and so I understand that that's what they think, but then I'm like,
have you gone over recent court memes? No, I don't know if there's any point in going over any of this stuff anymore. I hope there are sanctions for this case when this is over. They don't understand the rules of civil procedure, and they don't understand I guess anything having to do with I can't explain it. I'm not sure. They keep trying to cite these local rules for how they want to file things under seal, like local rule 5.4b1. If you read these the local rules, or if you know anything about civil procedure, you can't file stuff under seal and keep it from the defense. You just can't do that. I don't know why they keep trying to make this argument that they can. You can't do this. You're not allowed to do this. Defendant's opposition completely ignores the substantive basis for the motion. 1, good cause for sealing the identities is established since the declarations contain sensitive and private intimate details. But you yourself said that the details are there, you just don't have the names. So which part matters? I have to know who a witness is. I have to know who somebody who's purporting to support the plaintiff is. I have to know this. I have a right to know this. And 2, public disclosure of the identities of these witnesses would expose the witnesses to harassment, embarrassment, possible harm, and retaliation. If this is true, you've undermined your own motion by publicly releasing the screen name of at least one of the people involved, which allows people to identify who she is. And that's already happened. But their own filings are sloppy. So they've already undermined this. And also, if you want to publicly file something under seal, meaning to keep it from the public, fine, but you still have to make that available to us. None of the rules allow you to file something that the defense doesn't know who the person is. Well, there might be, I'm not going to say none of the rules, but there might be some really exceptional rule. I know with child sex cases, I think there are really special rules that can apply to accusers or victims to keep their stuff sealed. But outside of an extraordinary case like that, you just can't do that. They also keep bringing up just random stuff. Defendant has publicly threatened physical harm to individuals who have spoken out against him and in support of plaintiff. For Jessica and Queeman and Lav and Mr. Girl, these people aren't part of this case. These people are not involved in this complaint. I don't know why they keep bringing these names up. These people aren't mentioned as witnesses. These people aren't mentioned as parties to the complaint. They're not part of this. So I don't know why they keep blog posting in these motions. They try to bring up this, and again, they undermine themselves. They say that, I used her name, for instance, after they filed the protection order. So 1, no, this was hours before the protection order on my YouTube channel, number 1. Number 2, I edited out, because I went back and I edited out because there was an instance where I used her name, and I edited that out, or August did. Apparently it pops up a second time in the video. Why not just do a meet and confer with us and have us remove it? Why would you sit on this for 2 months if it's so important for you to keep the name protected? Why would you sit on this for 2 months, not communicate that at all with us? And then why would you link the video and the timestamp with the person's name in a public filing when you've already demonstrated that you know how to file under seal? Everything about this is just a joke. I can't, dude. I'm praying. Fuck, I might buy a Civ Pro book and just start reading because I want to write the fucking summary judgment. I hope there are sanctions for opposing counsel after this. I pray. It's just, it's unhinged how stupid and insane the filings are on this, but. Do the witnesses' names need to be published for you to be able to serve discovery requests to them, even though you might already know who they are? Technically, theoretically, I can try to find out in other ways. There's at least one witness person who's listening. I have no idea who the fuck this person is, but also nothing that on their declaration is relevant to this case at all either. So actually, none of the declarations are relevant to the case except for the one person whose screen name is called out. I don't want to say that. I don't even know what I should or shouldn't say publicly in terms of the name, although they haven't responded to any discovery requests related to this person or the evidence that they are purporting to have. But yeah, it's all super, super, super stupid and goofy, but
nuanced. And so the Christian worldview.
Yes.
And so it's a little more nuanced, and so I understand that that's what they think, but then I'm like, yeah, but okay, let's talk about the things that platform wants to establish that are still very inconsistent with the bulk of the things that Jesus talked about.
Then one wonders how much that is Christian nationalism as a whole, how much of it is really Christian, outside of just being nominally Christian in the way that Trump might be nominally Christian. I mean, the one thing that gives me pause for thought is like when he was nearly assassinated.
Is there a chance that they're just trying to keep this going as long as possible to hurt you financially as much as possible? That is, no, there is no chance of that. That is absolutely what they're doing. Yes, the only purpose right now is to basically just weaponize the civil court system as much as possible to try to cause as much damage to me, reputationally, financially, as much as possible. That's the only purpose of what's happening now. That's, yes, 100%.
He did sort of quite convincingly portray a feeling of
which is whatever. I mean, you have the legal right to do it, I guess. But but I'm hoping, as part of a summary judgment, that I hope that opposing counsel is punished for the behavior, because they've violated like several rules at this point in terms of how they're conducting themselves, and it seems to me that it's willful, but. I don't know what the standards are when it comes to like sanctioning people, or what the standards are when it comes to getting people in trouble for actually fucking around. So who knows?
Convincingly portray.
It's funny how their meet and confer was emailing Andrew like 2 hours before they file and not even making any effort to see if they could resolve it with him. Yeah, they did the meet and confer. They said that we met our obligations for meet and confer. They emailed my lawyer 90 minutes before filing, and they're like, well, it might have been 9 p.m. Florida time. It was 6 p.m. California time, so he actually still should have been awake. And I was like, bro, are you 90 minutes? What? Like, it's not my fault. It's not our fault that you're filing all this shit at the last fucking minute because you're either too busy or don't know what you're doing, or you're too lazy, or you're overworked, or whatever the fuck, or you're doing it pro bono, so you don't want to put any actual time towards it. Like, yeah, it's unhinged. It's crazy.
A feeling of sort of spiritual awakening after that. I mean, he put it in quite uncomfortable terms about like, well, if you look at that, if you look at how close it was, I saw the graphic of how it went just past my head. If you look at that and you're an atheist, you got to start rethinking it. And there is this forgetting of Corey Comparatore, who's the firefighter that the bullet eventually went into and killed.
I like how they get away with that. Nobody seems to question that. Like, God saved me. It's like, did God kill the firefighter? What the fuck?
Right.
But I did think if you were nearly assassinated, especially if you've already got this sort of egomania around you.
Is there an ETA for summary judgment? I don't know. Where am I so appropriate? But how long does discovery last? Like a month or two? So hopefully in 3 months, I guess, maybe? I don't know.
President of the United States type.
I'm pretty sure. I feel like I read this at one point. I thought I read somewhere that if you can't file stuff, arbitrary bullshit stuff, that's not a real term. You're not allowed to file stuff just so that a case can survive summary judgment. That's like an actual sanctionable or call-outable thing. I don't know if Jen or someone else in my chat, but you're not allowed to, like, if you think a case is going to lose on summary judgment, you can't just file some bullshit to go to trial. That's like a specific thing that's called out somewhere, but I don't know.
Fascinated, especially if you've already got this sort of egomania around you, President of the United States type thing. To have your head turn at the right moment and avoid assassination, I do wonder if maybe that did make him at the very least, like, seriously consider the possibility of divine watching.
Right.
But I don't know, even then, although I want to grant him that possible space for spiritual growth, I don't know if that develops into, like, it's easier for a rich man to...
What does sanction on opposing counsel mean? Like, do the lawyers lose their license? I know they lose their license, but they should have, like, some kind of punishment or reprimand against the opposing counsel, the lawyers, yeah. Because I think they're filing stuff and they're doing stuff that they're not supposed to. I don't even think, for instance, throwing on witnesses, like, after a complaint has been filed that aren't even part of the original complaint. Like, plaintiff stated that a supporter reached out to her and said that the supporter's sister had received the video that is the subject of the complaint like 4 months ago. That's what she claimed to the complaint. That person never materialized. Okay, without that person, the complaint is dismissed because the law wasn't active when she was alleging the original video was transmitted. So they threw that in there. So that makes it survive a motion to dismiss, right? Because now there's a dispute of fact. But now that we're in discovery, we've been through discovery for a bit, that person never materialized. Okay, so that person just wasn't real, I guess. You just put that in your complaint and you didn't have an affidavit or a declarant or anything. You didn't have nothing. So I don't know if that person's even real. And now we've thrown on another random person. But why? Where did this person come from? Like, you didn't get that from me. That wasn't part of my discovery. I didn't have that. So did you have this person all along and you just didn't file it with your original complaint? I'm pretty sure you were supposed to amend the complaint to have her part in there. I don't think you can just keep throwing people on. You're not allowed to do that. You can't just keep adding random witnesses and shit unless, I believe, if it comes up as part of discovery, I think you're allowed, there's a process by which you can file motions or whatever to do that. But yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, it's all wacky bullshit.
For a camel to pass through
I
the
don't
eye
know
of
if we're
a
gonna
needle
get there.
and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But and so yeah, it's like it's a crude tool, as
Right.
you put it. And if you just look at the way that one does wonder. I always thought of doing like skits where you sort of put Jesus in the modern day and see how he would actually react to like the sort of this strange juxtaposition of the Christian attitude you're supposed to have and what Jesus was actually all about. Because some of his teachings I do think are difficult and maybe inapplicable. I had this idea of him like walking through central London or something.
How often do you communicate with the law firm in this case? Probably every other day or something.
And somebody like comes up to him, says, "Sorry, have you got any change?"
Generally, if a motion is filed, they usually will forward it to me and they'll say like, hey, like, can you give me notes on this or whatever? Because I have to give them all the information that I have about a thing that they might file, and then they make official filings from there, basically.
And the disciples would go, "Sorry, mate, we haven't got any change." And he goes, "Yeah, brethren, when one is in need, if you do this to the least of these, you do it to me." So it's like, Matthew, grab the purse and give them some money. Anyway, as I was saying, and then another person comes up. "Have you got any change, mate?" And they're like, "Oh, we just get it." And he's like, "Because..."
Are you serious? Nobody would have gone up to Jesus and said, "Oi, you got any change, mate?" Are you serious? Did you just besmirch my God that way?
And then another person comes up. "Have you got any change, mate?" And they're like, "Oh, we just get it." And he's like, "Because one person is in need, because you've helped one, does that lessen the need to help another? No. Peter, grab your tunic. We're going to give it to him, And then people just keep sort of coming up, and at the end,
Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. Stop, Jen. I see you typing nonsense in my YouTube chat. Not nonsense. I'm so sorry. Proving it's difficult. Destiny has really, really good lawyers, though, and it seems she really doesn't. In federal court, summary judgment can file before discovery is. Okay. I'm killing this meme rumor right now, okay? Because people are doing this thing where it's like, oh, he's got good lawyers and she doesn't. That is true. I do have a really good law firm. However, her mistakes right now, or the mistakes from opposing counsel, are not because they're like bad lawyers in that like they just don't have the resources or whatever to go get. They're failing like basic civil procedure stuff. Like they're failing on the basics. And they're acting incredibly vindictive in terms of, at least in my opinion, in terms of how they're persecuting this case. They're being incredibly vindictive, incredibly unprofessional, and they're missing basic civ pro rules. That's not like, oh, it was just they just got outmaneuvered in some advanced strategy by like a crazy, powerful law firm. It was just, it's the honest to God answer is they just don't have a case, and they know that, and they're just flailing. But
and someone comes up, "You got any change?" And Jesus is like, "Sorry, mate, I haven't got any."
Jew Hunter said she got a really good law firm. Yeah, because everybody, when they first covered the case, I was completely doomed and destroyed and dead, and there was no way I'd ever survive. Then everybody said, oh my God, it's an amazing law firm, because they went on the website and they saw that they did like 50 different areas of law. And then they were like, oh my God, they even brought in another lawyer from out of district. Oh, he's gonna get destroyed. And then slowly the cope has changed to, oh, okay, well, he just got a good law firm, or oh, okay, well, he's intimidating all the witnesses somehow, or oh, so the cope is like changed like over and over and over and over and over again to where, not to bring up my Voldemorts, but I think Kelly was in one of her side discords that they keep saying they're not making, which is really funny because they keep making them and them talking about like, we've got to get rid of the spies or whatever, which is funny to read. Because I'm everywhere again. But now it's like, oh, I don't even care what happens as a result of the case. Like, at least his reputation got harmed. I actually don't care about the outcome at all. It doesn't even matter anymore. Ha 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 ha. And it's like, okay, good one, guys. Nice.
Change, because I do wonder how directly applicable some of these teachings are to the modern world. And so it's kind of easy to say, Christian nationalism isn't Christian. Jesus would never abide by Trump. But it's difficult to imagine what Jesus would say about the presidency of a transcontinental republic in general, anyway. Right? So I always find it very difficult to make those kinds of claims.
Well, and I think that's one of the reasons that I think this is, back to the idea of like, why is it so fascinating?
Mm-hmm.
Because when you really appreciate the context for what this person was operating in, and you think about that for every scripture, the idea that like, oh, this makes so much more sense, not as some prophecy for current times, but it was a rhetorical exercise for what they were.
You guys have been filing back and forth. Has the court said anything about the disagreements between you two? No, not yet. Although I think we're finally, hopefully, starting to come up on where a judge is going to have to respond to some stuff
we're dealing with. And to me, the Bible actually becomes more meaningful in one sense. Maybe not in like a ultimate.
Why was I linked to this?
Ultimate meaning way, but in the way that we actually find and build meaning as humans based on how we interact with our circumstances and how our values interact with our circumstances. Like that's what these biblical writers were doing all along. And suddenly it kind of comes alive to me. Like I always thought, I don't understand these biblical scholars who aren't Christians. Like it was fascinating. You study this for a living and you don't believe it? But now I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Not only because it was so personal to me and foundational to who I am, but because it really is this story of the human struggle to figure out what the hell is going on.
Yeah. Context is always key with any kind of art, and in a way the Gospels can be considered they're not art per se, but the sort of artistic elements, the beauty, the truth, the poetry, the meaning that jumps out. A lot of that has got to do with contextualizing a piece of art. Like so much of it has got to do with that. That's something I clocked when you know the book Ways of Seeing by John Berger, or is it Berger? I don't know how to say
I haven't read it.
But he's got this TV show as well that he did, and one of the things he does is he shows this picture. He said, just look at this picture and see what you think about it, and then turn the page. And you turn over the page, and it's the same picture, but it's got a caption now. It says, "This is the last painting Van Gogh made before he killed himself." It's like, how has that changed the way that you interact with this painting? And some people want to say it kind of shouldn't. No, the art should stand for itself, but it clearly does. Context plays a massive, massive part. And when you consider the first century Jewish context in which Jesus is working, so many of his claims are transformed. And this is something Christians always want to do when it comes to things like his claims to divinity and stuff. It's like, no, you have to understand, to a Jew at the time, this would have been a really significant thing to say. Claiming to be the Lord of the Sabbath would have been huge. Invoking the I am statement would have been absolutely massive. But I think we do need to do that sort of writ large. And maybe some of the good stuff needs to be contextualized.
Did your theory of mind into the nature of people further develop due to the absurdity of the court case? A little bit, but it's stuff that I'd mainly learned already over 2024, I think. Again, a lot of this is just from stuff that happened in 2022, 2023, so. I don't know if you can say, but what have your lawyers said about the other counsel's actions? Have they talked about it? I'd like to be a little careful about what I say about my conversations with my lawyers, because technically that's like privileged, meaning the opposing counsel can't touch it unless I bring it up publicly. But like I'll say, like in a very general sense, yeah, like I'm asking, I'm also checking with friends and stuff too, because like I said, despite what people think about me, I'm always like super nervous about like, am I way in over my, not in over my head, but like, am I way too confident in this particular area, or like, am I missing something really obvious? But the overwhelming majority of everybody that I've spoken to seems to be like, yeah, opposing counsel is being incredibly fucking like crazy on this. So, and that seems to be the case, but who knows? We'll see. Seeing the judge talk about the TRO was like provided me a great deal of relief because I was worried for that TRO hearing, where I was like, oh God, fuck. Maybe there is actually something I'm super misunderstanding about all of this, and that TRO is going to get granted, and I'm like just totally not understanding something. But seeing her rake them over the coals, I think was like, okay, all right, not super crazy.
As well as the bad stuff.
Yeah.
They're willing to jump on it. Like if you say, what about what the Bible said? What about when Paul's talking about women or slavery in the Old Testament? It's like, oh, it's context. Like that doesn't apply today. It's like totally different. You got to understand there's the cult of Artemis, and women were getting power that they shouldn't have, and they were bond servants. Okay, but with a lot of the rest of the stuff, it's just quite flatly like, the Bible gives us guidance how to live today. It's eternal truth. Like, what do you mean? You need to reinterpret it. What are you talking about? And I just kind of think we should look for a bit more consistency on that front, maybe. If you enjoyed that clip, you can watch the full conversation with Rhett McLaughlin by clicking the link that's on your screen. To support the show and get early ad-free access to episodes, subscribe to my Substack at alexoconnor.com. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Okay. Odds on you getting any of your costs back? I have no idea. We'll see. We'll see. That's impossible to predict. I think they would have to really, 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 really fuck up for that. Okay, what was the cope on this?
Yeah, you'd be surprised to learn that in...
Will you read their response, do you think? The last thing? It's just more of the same. It's just more of the same, like, slop. Lawyer slop. Comes now plaintiff Jane Doe and bind through undersigned counsel and files her reply to defendant Stephen Bunnell's opposition, a motion to file declarations under seal. Plaintiff's motion for leave to file declarations under seal seeks to have the unredacted declarations of 3 witnesses filed under seal in order to protect their identities. Pursuant to Local Rule 54B1, plaintiff attached the redacted versions of the 3 declarations to her simultaneously filed reply to the opposition for motion. The portions of declarations that are redacted are only those that would serve to identify the witnesses. The substantive content is not redacted. Defendant Bonnell opposes the motion on 3 purported grounds. 1, plaintiff's failure to meet and confer. They gave us 90 minutes, number 1. Number 2, plaintiff's refusal to identify the names of the declarants. They won't identify them to us. You're not allowed to do that. And 3, the rule upon which plaintiff relies is not applicable. For the reasons set forth below, defendant's arguments are unavailing. Furthermore, it bears noting that defendant fails to address the merits of the motion and the critical need to have the identity of these declarants protected. Okay. Meet and confer. Plaintiff did not fail to meet and confer. Plaintiff made efforts to meet and confer, but was unable to obtain defendant's position prior to the deadline for filing. Plaintiff then continued with her efforts to confer with defendant and resolve the issues raised, but plaintiff's efforts proved fruitless. So remember, it was 90 minutes. They gave my lawyer 90 minutes to respond to this motion on like a Friday night, okay, before they filed, I think. I don't know if it was a Friday night, but it was like, yeah, it was at night. I was like, okay. Plaintiff then continued, Plaintiff complied with both the letter and spirit of Local Rule 71A2. Moreover, it is apparent that defendant's opposition that he was completely unwilling to reach any reasonable resolution of the issue. The only reasonable resolution, I guess, is for them to have secret witnesses that come forth that are fully redacted that we never get to know who they are, I guess. Okay. Thus, defendant's first ground for denying leave to file under seal is without basis in law or fact. Okay. Plaintiff's refusal to identify the names. Defendant's second purported ground for denying the motion is also without merit. Plaintiff's refusal to identify the names of the declarants prior to the court's ruling on the motion is not a reason to deny the motion. Rather, it is merely a nonsensical demand by defendant. The precise purpose of the motion is to protect the identities of the declarants. Wrong! This is not true. I don't know why they can write this. The purpose of the motion to file under seal is to protect the identities of the declarants from the public. Filing under seal means that you protect it from the public, not from the defense. I don't know why they keep saying things in their motions that are wrong. This is just not true. These declarations contain highly sensitive, private, and confidential information regarding the non-consensual distribution of sexually explicit materials and related communications involving the witnesses, plaintiff, and other individuals. Not of the witnesses. The witnesses are not parties to the case insofar as they are, insofar as they're plaintiffs. These are just supposed to be in support of the complaint. I don't know why you would bring up anything related to anything of them in any of their declarations. It seems improper. It seems like you're exposing them to more unwanted harassment or risk or whatever than they even should be. It has nothing to do with the complaint. Defendant's insistence that he be prematurely provided with the names of the declarants prior to the court's ruling on the motion would defeat the very purpose of the motion. Again, the purpose of filing under seal is not to keep the names hidden from opposition. The purpose of filing under seal is to keep the names out of the public. I don't know why they keep saying this. I don't understand. They just don't it's just crazy. Local Rule 54B1 is the only applicable rule. If you read local rules of civil procedure for the state of Florida, nothing here has anything to do with keeping names hidden from the defense. In a case that is not otherwise sealed in its entirety, as permitted or required by federal law, file and serve electronically via CM-ECF a motion to file under seal that sets forth the factual and legal basis for departing from the policy. So you can have an entire case filed under seal if you file it initially like that, but this one is not like that. Without a technical look, the proposed sealed material shall not be filed unless the court grants the motion to file under seal. The motion to file under seal shall specify the proposed duration of the requested sealing. The motion to file, this is just how to file something under seal. That's all this rule is for. It has nothing to do with filing something under seal. Does not mean that you're hiding it. You don't hide it from the defense. That's not how this works. I don't know why they cite this. There's nothing in the rules of civil procedure that allow you to hide things from the defense. There's no local civil procedure rule for Florida. There is no federal civil procedure rule that I'm aware of. Somebody can point out to me. They haven't cited it. Local Rule 54B1 provides in relevant part, if prior to the issuance of a ruling on the motion to file under seal, the moving party elects or is required to publicly file a pleading, motion, memorandum, or other document that attaches or reveals the content of the proposed sealed material, then the moving party must redact from the public filing all content that is the subject of the motion to file under seal. Now for this, I don't know if you're supposed to redact the entire declaration or just the stuff that you want hidden. I feel like you're supposed to redact all of it, meaning I don't think that they were allowed to, because usually I believe when you file something under seal, the entire declaration, the entire thing is under seal. So I don't know if they were even allowed. I don't know the answer to this, and I don't have any law school friends who know the answer to this. I didn't ask my lawyer. I should have. I don't know if you're allowed to just redact a couple parts of it and file the rest. The way that I read this is you shouldn't file anything, or the whole thing should be redacted, because this is saying if prior to the issuance of a ruling on the motion to file under seal, so we don't have a ruling from the court yet, the moving party, the party filing the motion, elects or is required to publicly file a pleading motion, memorandum, or other document that attaches or reveals the content of the proposed sealed material. So the declaration that they're filing, they've redacted something that they want to file under seal, then the moving party must redact from the public filing all content that is the subject of the motion to file under seal. So I feel like the entire thing shouldn't have been filed publicly like that without the whole thing being redacted. That's how I read this. I could be reading it incorrectly, though. I don't know. I don't have any other examples to draw from here. And they don't cite any cases that I can see, so. Thus, the rule specifically allows the filer to publicly file a redacted version of the document, if feasible, and simultaneously submit a motion to file under seal the unredacted version. Okay, I don't know if that is the case, if this says that, because it says you have to redact all content that is the subject of the motion, but I don't know. This is like, I don't know. I'm not super confident in my reading there because I just don't know. But also, again, this has nothing to do with hiding it from us. This has nothing to do with hiding it from us. The only thing I can think of is if there is no enforcement mechanism, if you were to leak the names before a motion to seal is granted, after it's granted, then you'd be legally bound not to disclose. Well, no, I can't leak stuff that when they've said that they are proposing to file something under seal. If they make that known to us and they say that we're going to try to file a seal for this, and I leak the names beforehand, I would be in trouble for that. I'm pretty sure that they could file to get remedies from the court if I were to engage in that behavior. Defendant's reliance on local rule 54F1A is misplaced. This rule is not applicable to redacted filings accompanied by a sealing motion. The only applicable rule in this instance is 53B1, which does not require disclosure prior to the court's ruling on motion. Thus, defendant's third and last the critical need to protect the identities of the witnesses. Defendant's opposition completely ignores the substantive basis for the motion. 1. Good cause for sealing the identities is established since the declarations contain sensitive and private intimate details. Why? 1, those details aren't even relevant to the cases, so I don't know why you're even including those, which is bizarre, okay? Number 1. Number 2, public disclosure of the identities of these witnesses would expose the witnesses to harassment, embarrassment, possible harm, and retaliation. Then why did you include one of their screen names? Number 1. And number 2, we're not talking about public disclosure, we're talking about private disclosure. To me, I'm allowed to know who's accusing me or who's claiming to be a witness on things. As set forth in Exhibit 3 to the defendant's opposition, defendant has publicly threatened physical harm to individuals that have spoken out against him and in support of plaintiff for Jistigal and Queeman. I'd kill them if I'd show up at their fucking house and do it. I do want somebody to kill Jistigal, Lav, Mr. or Queeman. All those people can go die. None of these people are parties to this case. You can also cite a bunch of crazy shit I've said about Trump or the firefighter or whatever else. These people have nothing to do with this case. I don't know if we're just playing random quotations from stream to throw into our court motions, but they're not relevant parties here. Defendant regularly streams on his YouTube channel the details of his case, including confidential details from meet and converse held between counsel. I haven't revealed anything confidential, and I'm allowed to go over the public filings. This is a public case. You wanted to file this publicly, and now I can read the public filings. I have every right to do that. There's a reason why these are public filings. It's a public court case. I haven't revealed anything that I'm not supposed to under seal. I haven't revealed anything that has been redacted. After the reply motions were filed, he streamed about the filings, showing them on his screen. Yeah, they're public filings! Destiny, yeah, and it establishes a pattern of behavior? No, it doesn't. That's not character evidence that's allowed in court. You can't just show random things just because I might be willing to talk. I talk shit about a ton of people or make threats or whatever, say there's a bunch of people that should die. That doesn't mean that I would necessarily do that to somebody who's the subject of a court case. This is exactly why this type of character evidence isn't allowed in court. You can't just have, you can't just say like, oh, well, he said like these unhinged things to his siblings before, so I think that's why he would kill me if he had it. It's like, no, what the fuck? After the reply and the motion were filed, he streamed about the filings, showing them on his screen, reading excerpts aloud, and providing vitriolic and defamatory commentary. I'm allowed to talk about their public filings. I agree that they aren't right, but they're trying to do that. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, they're trying to, yeah. This video has been viewed 115,803 times to date. In it, defendant accuses plaintiff of extorting and blackmailing him, of insane lies, of a total lie. Defendant yes! I'm allowed to have an opinion about my court case. No shit. Defendant accuses witness Abby MC. Nice. Thanks for keeping her identity redacted, by the way. Thanks for keeping all of that private and under seal as you continue to publish witnesses' names that you say that I'm harassing and intimidating. I don't know why you would continue to publish their screen names publicly, but okay. Of lying and perjury. He refers to the undersigned counsel as disgusting fucks. Oh, that's them. Nice. I am. Yes. Include this in your next file. I look forward to being in your next court filing. That's right. I think you are. And repeatedly accuses the undersigned counsel of grabbing random people to perjure themselves. I do. Show me your next filing. I'm here. Thumbs up. Link me. Put a screenshot. Apparently, all of this commentary is approved by defendant's counsel. I pass everything that I publish by my lawyers first. I don't talk to my lawyers about every single thing I say on stream. The thing that I conferred with them the most on was on my the writing the mini fest or whatever the fuck I did to see what is okay or what's not okay. And then I've like asked them generally, like, I'm allowed to talk about my public filings on stream or whatever, right? It's not like I write down every single statement that I say and then I give it to my lawyers and it's like, can I call the opposing counsel disgusting fucks? And my lawyers are like, yes, call them disgusting fucks. But the opposition counsel here is desperate to attack my law firm as well. They're desperate to attack my representation as well. Furthermore, despite the protective order entered by this court to protect plaintiff Jane Doe's identity, defendant publicly disclosed plaintiff Jane Doe's legal name on his social media platform. So one, this was before the seal or whatever on identity was approved by the court. Two, once the court granted that motion, I removed her name from the video. 3, apparently I say her first name a second time in this video. I was unaware of that. But if the plaintiff's name is so concerning to you, why would you not email us and say, hey, your client said the person's name before that motion was granted. They said the person's name in this YouTube video. Can you edit that out, please? Because we want to be protective of our client's name. Why wouldn't you make us aware of that? Why would you hold on to this for 2 months and then publish it publicly in a filing instead of publishing it or instead of filing it under seal and not confer with us at all to remove it? Do you not care at all about the name being private? Is it all just for show? Like, it's just wild. The behavior is wild here. This video has been viewed over 130,000 times. In the same video, defendant posts plaintiff's private messages to him about her emotional distress and suicidal thoughts due to his non-essential sharing of the video and then mocks and ridicules her. She already made a public Substack about me. Yes, plaintiff already made a super public Substack about me. Other people have already filed videos about this, or not filed, I'm sorry, public videos about this. Of course I'm going to talk about it. You've already publicly called me out. No shit, I'm going to respond publicly. He then tells his 183,000 subscribers, lowballing me, please, that plaintiff's emotional distress is contrived solely for the purpose of extorting him. None of this has any, I'm sorry, but none of this has anything to do with you seeking any sort of protective order whatsoever. Again, I'm allowed to have opinions on my case. And even if your protective order is granted, I can still have all of these opinions about my case, and I can still say them publicly. Unless you're trying to seek a gag order, or you're trying to seek some incredibly extensive, I think you might be able to get a really extensive protective order that prohibits me from talking about it all publicly. Unless you're going after that, then fuck you. I can talk about it and say whatever the fuck I want. It is readily apparent that the 3 declarants, Abby MC and witnesses A and B, need the court to seal their identities in order to protect them from public intimidation, retaliation, and psychological harm relentlessly perpetrated by defendant. This doesn't make sense. If you think that I'm going to harass them, then you're not looking to file these under seal. You're looking to keep these hidden from me, which you're not allowed to do, number 1. And number 2, your motion to file to seal something doesn't keep it private from me. That's not even what this does. You're just not even. Further relief may be required to give defendants continued efforts. Further relief may be required given defendants continued efforts to dox and intimidate both the plaintiff and the witnesses in this matter. What? What, by serving subpoenas or by serving discovery requests? I have not published any information about any of these people publicly that are the subject matter of the complaint or that are witnesses or that are attached to the complaint. I don't even know what the fuck this means or refers to. What? But anyway. Yeah, it's all of this is like, this is literally lawyer slop is what we've got here. What is the correct response that a lawyer should do if they're worried about them being harassed? I mean, I guess it depends on the level of harassment you're worried about. Like, if you think somebody's going to show up and kill you, then you should like call the cops or something. In my personal opinion, maybe I'm a little sociopathic, I guess. I don't know. In my personal opinion, you want the plaintiff to harass you. That's like a dream scenario, because if your case actually gets to trial, then now you're looking at big secondary damages. So the statutory cap on damages the plaintiff can get from me, assuming it goes to trial, assuming she wins, and assuming she's given the max compensatory award, is $150,000. But for tort, the jury could levy secondary damages onto you. And if the jury is watching the trial, and if during the trial they say, hey, the defense literally tried to dox me publicly, he was harassing me publicly, he posted my information, he was contacting my friends and family, he was doing all these horrible things, a jury might look at that and go, you know what? This motherfucker, this guy was fucking around. And you know what? We're going to award plaintiff more in this case. We think plaintiff is entitled to more damages here because she suffered a great deal of emotional harm and everything else that was furthered as a result of this case. So in those cases, I would imagine it would benefit you when it comes to getting secondary damages awarded to you. But anyway, isn't that what they were trying to set up? They were claiming you were harassing them, but they were. I don't know I don't know. I still don't think the complaint will survive summary judgment, but who knows? We'll see.
In that part of the country, there's not a lot of environmental regulations. Yeah, I know. And there's plenty of space, and in fact, there's a lot being built, and I actually got priced out of the housing market, so that's why I left. So,
it's almost like supply and demand doesn't fix everything.
If you make more houses, they have to get cheaper. Read the court's local rules to show everyone why you think that they cannot keep the identities away from you, but only the public. Here's a link to the Southern District that they cite. Yeah, I went through some of them on stream, or I think I read the paragraph that they're citing. Nothing. I control F yesterday. I control F opposing. I controlled F available. I looked through all of this. I can't find anything in here. The only local rule that I found, but again, the joke in law school is that civil procedure is like the hardest class because there are so many different rules. And I've heard people say that like you don't even really learn Civ Pro until you actually start practicing civil procedure, and then you learn the rules as you do it because there's just so many. So I'm being honest, there could be something that I'm just completely missing. But when I went through, the only thing that I could find that was remotely relevant to anything, but I also feel like I want to be careful when I say this because I don't like the word common sense normally. But hold on, I'm looking at the email I sent last night. When I went through this, and I've not read all the fucking local rules for Super in Florida, okay? Assuming that's what these are all for. 16.16i. If new evidence or witnesses are discovered after the pretrial conference, the party desiring their use shall immediately furnish complete details thereof and the reason for late discovery to the court and to opposing counsel. Use may be allowed by the court in furtherance of the ends of justice. This is for like newly discovered evidence or witnesses. I don't know if that would apply to the new witness that they threw onto this, but I mean, I don't know if there's other more general rules, but I know as a matter of common sense, I hate to say that, but I know this is true. I'll give all my money away if it's not. In the United States of America, you have a right to confront your accuser, and the people have to make known to you like who they are and who witnesses are. Those can't be anonymous. But it's common sense, right? Like, imagine I say, I know that you murdered John. And it's like, how do you know that? Because witness A, B, C, and D all said that you did it. They said they saw you do it. And it's like, what? Well, who are they? I'm not going to tell you. You might go kill them too. Oh, well, fuck me, I guess. Like, I don't know. Do you think the Jane Doe thing will be a problem? What do you mean a problem? I mean, reputationally, obviously, it's already been a problem. But I mean, I don't anticipate, like I said, I don't anticipate this surviving the summary judgment. Still. Wait, hold on one sec. What? Yo, Destiny, Dynamics Inquiry. What posture to have when dealing with partners that dislike their body? E.g. chest size, do we overlook, manipulate them, it's get to dat, it feels they're jealous or self-confident. Did this guy just have a stroke? Why are you guys typing like this to me today? Stop! You guys are trying to give me schizophrenia. Stop.
It's red versus blue.
Yeah.
I mean, I think obviously they need more
Yeah,
supply, but the idea that it's necessarily the cost of building is a function of or can be diminished by getting rid of protections of regulations for people isn't necessarily the enough of a panacea to build an entire movement on.
Good one.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Ezra seemed to be dodging the point, and I've seen it firsthand where it's kind of capital that runs the show up there. Big money interests that come in and buy up all the land. So no people that have lived there their whole life can't afford to buy a home.
Yes, big money.
Big money, you say? Interesting. I find that hard to believe.
It's so epic how much he's fucking. It's so epic how much he's fucking owning Ezra Klein here. He's owning
I know so
him.
many people that there's like jobs in Montana working in the recreation stuff, like ski slopes and lodges and that sort of stuff. Often you have to live in like housing your boss provides.
On the resorts.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, this is largely, it seems to me, a story.
Yep, that's the best.
Thank you.
I know so many people that there's like jobs in Montana working in the recreation stuff, like ski slopes and lodges and that sort of stuff. Often you have to live in like housing your boss provides.
On the resorts.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
wait, is that bad? I've known people that have worked in ski resorts. I thought the reason why you normally live in that place is because usually they end up owning like a ton of the land that the ski resort is on. And so if you didn't live on the actual land that the owners have for the ski resort, you'd have to like drive in from far away, which can suck shit. Isn't that? Is that like a bad thing?
This is largely, it seems to me, a story of wealth inequality. And, I think largely, and there's no doubt, I'm sure, that there are regulations that make it difficult for people to build. And those are no doubt weaponized by people with lawyers and have the money to weaponize them. But getting rid of them is not going to, all you're doing is taking a tool off the table, not the will to stop those things if they want to. Right. And if it involves like local legislation or whatnot, like there is no, I think there is no sort of broad-based movement that can be built around pinpointing which regulations are inhibiting things. And, we've got a bunch of emails regarding my talk with Ezra. And I mean, clearly he's done some reporting on this. The real issue I had with his book was less about the specifics of what was inhibiting the high-speed rail in California or the building costs in San Francisco, but rather as a movement, as they refer to it, or as Derek Thompson said. Yeah, an agenda, but also one that they see as being an internecine.
This video lasts 48 minutes. What could they possibly talk about here for 48 minutes? Oh my God.
Fight amongst Democrats, as if one is to come out ahead, rather than this being sort of like a small bore set of fixes, and also as something that you can run as a political agenda. I mean, people are putting hundreds of millions of dollars behind supposedly the abundance agenda, and outside of some narrow housing fixes in blue states, it's unclear to me what it is exactly that what exactly is this political message. But
I think it's really gross. I really get the feeling that they're trying super hard here to say that abundance is being backed by big donors or something. Like, that is absolutely the connotation I think that's given here. This is really weird or gross, but whatever, dude.
I sent emails. Yeah. We got emails from people who worked on the high-speed train debacle in California. And the original sin, someone pointed me to this, where is it?
Wasn't moneyed interest behind killing that?
Well, certainly. But the big original sin was the idea of how ambitious it was. Yeah. It instead of going between just LA and San Francisco, it had to stop through close to a half a dozen other small cities. And apparently the first company that was brought in that did the high-speed rail in France said, you can't do it this way. And now it's possible that environmental groups somehow said, you've got to go through these secondary cities when you build this train. It's possible that low-income equity people said, you got to go through these, or it's more likely that moneyed interest in these cities said, the only way that we're going to sign off on this and give the political power for this to get built is if you go through these other cities. And that became almost impossible to do. You cannot get from here to there in 6 hours if you are stopping in these different places because of the physical limitations on the train. And you have to make that choice that we're going to go around these cities and this is going to be this, and then maybe.
How do you fight this type of ideology and donors controlling everything? It's always an excuse not to vote and blame faceless people. I mean, it's the same thing that I said before. I read something a long time ago with that concept of like a transcendental idea. You have to point that out to people when they're appealing to stuff like this and make it known what's actually happening, right? The this concept of like a transcendental idea is basically a concept that says that there is something that is basically larger than life, larger than existence, larger than everything, that is secretly in control of every single thing that's happening. And there is absolutely no way for you to ever confront that thing, because the thing itself is all encompassing and all controlling for everything. Meaning that even when you think you have evidence against the thing, you don't actually have evidence against the thing. The evidence against the thing actually becomes evidence for the thing itself every single time. So for instance, the Epstein stuff, Epstein files, right? Well, why is it that, like when Epstein died in prison, what happened? Well, he was definitely murdered. Okay, well, here's an FBI, or not an FBI, here's a prisons report that shows that all the prisons were fucked for a long time. Well, of course, the prisons report is going to say that. That's because the deep state controls the prisons report. Oh, okay. Well, here's the thing where the cops themselves testified. Of course, the cops themselves testified to that. They were threatened by the deep state. But what about the court that ruled on it? Well, the judge is part of the deep state. Okay. Why do we know anything about this at all, though? Like, if the deep state was this in control of literally everything, why didn't they just make his suicide look like a murder from an inmate? Well, because in this part, the deep state either failed intentionally or it failed because good people were fighting it. There's no way, you can never fight it. You have to make people aware of what's going on, and you have to say, listen, you got to have evidence for this. I'm sorry, like we can't do this anymore. You have to show evidence of the claim that you're making. You can't just keep doing this broad, vague appeal to the donor class or big money or whatever the fuck. We have to actually have a conversation where you are actually like showing evidence for a particular thing. Otherwise, there's just no way, because your argument is always going to be correct. Because if it's not big money and we say, well, look, it's not big money interest, the people support this. Of course the people support it because big money is telling them to support it. How is big money telling them to support it? There's no evidence of that. Well, because big money controls the schools or controls the research firms or controls the government or it's just, I don't know. We
will backfill this stuff. But the problem is because we have so little infrastructure like this in this country, that a project like this ends up getting larded up and becomes top heavy in terms of what its agenda is. And downstream from that is maybe as you are trying to hit these multiple cities, you run into more regulations. And
yes, that's a great, and it's I love that saying. Gather Old in a Kick Chat said, Pisco did this when he debated Stein recently. He kept saying too big to rig in response to Stein saying it was sus that Biden won last time. Wait. I can't tell if you're saying the opposite of what I think you're saying or not. Because Republicans were saying that the last election, because I remember saying this, I foolishly believed that with Trump winning the election, conservatives would finally admit, okay, well, our elections aren't rigged, right? Like, at least we can finally say that. But then conservatives were like, no, this just proves even more that the last election was rigged. When it's like, how could they rig the last election, but not this one? And then Republicans say, because this one was too big to rig. And it's like, but this election was smaller than the last one. How could this one be too big to rig, but the last one wasn't too big to rig? Wait, what?
more veto points, as it were. But the original point was the original sin was how ambitious of to have multiple stops on this rather than make it high speed from one location to another. And
right. And it's also, I think, look, I don't know the specifics of that case, but I think there's also just a difference in terms of what we even think the problem is. Like, I think the left-wing viewpoint is that housing is overly commodified, which empowers gouging, which is what we're seeing.
What does that mean? Do they ever actually say what they mean when they say that? Overly commodified. Do we get a definition of that? Like, are you saying that all houses should just be given to us by the government and there should be no buying and selling by citizens? Or what does that mean?
Seeing now, rent has never been higher. Yeah, there is a supply side problem too. But
that is contributed to by the people who own that, because they're not wanting to see a whole bunch of affordable public housing come up because it hurts their ability to gouge more, like you said.
In cities, there should be a vacancy tax. Yeah.
The question is ultimately becomes for that.
I want to say, can somebody find this? So I'm not like just making this up, because maybe I am. But I thought in Vancouver, I thought that they tried a vacancy tax because all the citizens in Vancouver were also like bought into this idea of, oh my God, like all these wealthy Chinese people are just fucking buying homes and sitting on them. I think they tried a vacancy tax. And by the end of it, I think the idea was the vacancy tax made like 42 units available or like 120 more units. It was like nothing. It didn't do anything. Again, it plays into this weird myth that people buy real estate and then they just sit on it and they do nothing with it because they make money somehow that way.
It's like, what inhibits on the supply side? What inhibits the government from doing it? And the story that Ezra has is that it is overly cumbersome regulation, that either environmental regulation or things like on the government side, you have to use union workers or you have to have equity. Now, they compare, and people also sent me this stuff. They compare San Francisco and Houston. Apparently, a lot of buildings back before Hurricane Harvey in houses in Houston were found to be built on floodplains. Now,
does that mean there weren't vacancies or that people just ate the tax? There just aren't that many vacancies. In super high demand housing markets, people rent that shit out and people buy that shit because people want the money for it.
They have tightened up those regulations since then, although those houses are still there. And they don't know whether are they in a 100-year flood zone or a 500-year flood zone. Apparently they're still figuring that out. But this, I would imagine in each situation, there are different things that contributed to whether it's, hurting housing in San Francisco. But if you go up.
Oh my God, I wasn't making this up. Thank you so much. In the experience of Vancouver, BC, if the experience of Vancouver, BC is any guide, the actual impact of a vacancy tax would be modest. Vancouver, one of the most expensive cities in North America, enacted an empty homes tax in 2017, charging 1% of the value of any home left unoccupied for the majority of the year. A vacant home worth $1.5 million, for example, would pay a $15,000 tax. As a result, the number of vacant homes fell from 1,085 to 922. A 15% decline. Returning 163 homes to the market was undoubtedly beneficial, but of limited impact in a city with nearly 310,000 housing units. Even if the tax returned all vacant units to the market, this would grow the city's available housing stock by just 0.35%. Further, it's likely that most of the homes will be unaffordable to the median buyer or renter of greater importance. But yeah, I don't know, it's just cringe. It did raise money though, I guess. $34 million raised by the program in 2017. But
upstream from that, you realize there's a structural problem that inhibits the supply side, government from providing these things. I mean, not just to mention like, the Faircloth Amendment. I mean, so to ignore that, I mean, I suppose it can be fine on a micro level, but the macro message, which ostensibly it supposedly was presented, nobody's putting $120 million plus at this stage behind local movements in San Francisco, in New York, to roll back legislation. They're putting it behind a broader movement and a messaging campaign that they want the Democrats to win on. And I don't think you can win that way as a political matter. And if you can't win that way as a political matter, then you end up with Donald Trump or the Republicans, who also are even far worse than the environmentalists and the equity people are.
And I am not convinced. I am not convinced that an emphasis on supply like this, which if it's being well funded, I trust what you're saying on that front. I mean, of course, developers are going to love this kind of thing when you make housing into a purely supply side problem and you say regulations are the issue, so you can continue.
Stop making enemies of every single participant in the market. It's so fucking cringe. Why would you hate developers? They literally build homes. Stop saying that every single participant in the housing market is evil. It's good. You want developers to be excited to build fucking homes for people in your market. That's good. That's a good thing. Christ.
So you can build more. Some of that is part of the problem. But zoning reform and things like that, like Zoran Mamdani's campaign includes that in his overall housing vision, but he also has a rent freeze. And the tenant protections, the decommodification that is essential to actually systemically change housing forever, so it's not just a method of speculation and passive income for a lot of people, that seems to be absent. And when you pair from the overarching analysis, or at the very least de-emphasized, and then when you pair it in with the money that's behind it and the marketing push, it's only natural to be skeptical because we've seen this story time and time again. And like that doesn't mean that I think like Ezra's what he had to say was offensive or anything like that. I just think it's really the wrong emphasis and the wrong time to be making this kind of case.
This is from Benjamin Schneider, who's got a Substack, and tells this story. 2008 high-speed rail plan approved by California voters required the train to travel from San Francisco to LA in no more than 2 hours and 40 minutes. The project, however, promised to serve the downtown of every major, not so major city in between, including Merced, Madera, Fresno, Bakersfield, San Joaquin Valley, high desert city of Palmdale. Those travel time promises, combined with that route map, meant that the California high-speed rail would have to reach speeds of 220 miles per hour. In 2008, only a couple trains in the world reached that speed. And it's still the fastest that any high-speed trains currently travel. And then you have California's mountainous, earthquake-prone topography. You've set yourself up for one of the most difficult engineering projects ever attempted.
Only a few trains in the world go that fast. Shouldn't that mean that our trains go that fast? Why can't the United States have those trains? We're the United States. Why can't we have the fastest train? We have spaceships again. We catch rockets. We catch rockets coming back from outer space. We can't make fast trains? What the fuck? Why not?
And this is in a country that was not used to building it. Now, I will also say, in 2008, the governor of California was a Republican. And then once California would not deviate from its initial route map, SNCF, French National Railroad firm, said, all right, well, we're out of here. This is going to be impossible. There are other ways to approach this, but it was clearly a function of like the incumbent interests in California. And
what? Do we just take that for granted? It was clearly, wait, did he justify that at all with any argument, or are we just assuming that? Okay.
Incumbent interests, broadly speaking, are, be they Democrat or Republican, very often highly influenced by big moneyed power. Now, I imagine there's some power that does.
Oh, okay. We're just going to make that. We're just going to assume that. Even though all these filings are public, even though open secrets exist and we can literally look up everything, we're just going to assume that big money interests are what kept the rail project from working. And also, I don't even know how that would work. Why would big money interests want to prevent the rail project from working? I feel like this would benefit big money interests the most. Imagine if you're a San Francisco firm and you can hire people out of fucking Bakersfield. Bro, you could pay these dudes half the fucking wage that you pay people in San Francisco. Or imagine, I don't know how ordinary this is, but everybody that I know that works for like a big, they don't call them FANG anymore. I don't know what they call them, balls or whatever the fuck. These big tech companies, like when these guys get paid to move, or when these guys have to move for their job, they get paid stipends and they get paid, some month's rent or whatever coverage to move. Imagine if you could move these fuckers to a place that's like 5 times cheaper because there's high-speed rail they can access. I feel like this would help big money interests, no? Well, like, who is stopping? Who are the big money interests that are like, no high-speed rail? Like, in their mind, I feel like I feel like this is just a great example of why it's so bad to have these bad guys, because in their mind, big money interests are literally like evil people, bad guys who are just like, no public transport. I know that they would like that, and I say no because it would make them mad. No big transport, no public transport, no. Like, why? Why would they do that?
Republican, very often, highly influenced by big money power. Now, I imagine there's some power that the environmentalists have as well, but I just don't think it competes.
Well, I mean, you don't think it competes? That's why we're like moving so far forward with climate legislation. I mean, let's be real here. We know that like even solar, wind, etc. Since once you set up a solar panel or when you set up a wind farm, you can't. It's not like oil and gallons. It's not this like fixed. I'm not looking for the right. I can't find the right word right now. But it's not this like commodity that you have to constantly get more of. Once you set up the infrastructure, there's less profit that now. But well, I mean, you don't think it competes? That's why we're like moving so far forward with climate legislation. I mean, let's be real here. We know that like even solar, wind, etc. Since once you set up a solar panel or when you set up a wind farm, you can't. It's not like oil and gallons. It's not this like fixed. I'm not looking for the right. I can't find the right word right now. But it's not this like commodity that you have to constantly get more of. Once you set up the infrastructure, there's less profit that you can make from it.
Oil markets are something could be wrong, but oil markets are like one of the most competitive markets in the world. Bro, if you want to get involved in like oil and energy, you're competing with fucking OPEC, who can at any point in time like increase the supply of oil and flood the market to try to destroy your fucking business. Also, what do you mean there's no profit in energy? If you have a wind farm or a solar farm, you still sell that energy to customers on the grid, and you still have to maintain the networks and everything. Not to mention the fact that the profit margins theoretically gone out could be even higher because you're competing with natural gas and shit. And theoretically, if this energy is cheaper, you've got an even higher profit margin. I don't know bro, kill me. I don't know.
That's part of the problem. That's part of the reason that we haven't greened our economy is because of that profit incentive. And the one thing I didn't love that he did throughout the interview that I thought was disingenuous was the conflation of degrowthers with left-wing visions for environmentalism and for a more sustainable economy. It felt to me like another way to do neoliberalism, or like old tricks by the Democrats, where he also brought up, he'd say the degrowthers are sounding like Donald Trump. That's what he said at one point with the 2 dolls and the 5 pencils. Like you have to make a sacrifice. He was trying to imply that this was like a horseshoe theory thing, and the center where he's at is the more reasonable approach. And I found that strawmanning of the left-wing arguments about housing and environmentalism to be a bit telling. Because it's difficult for him to attack, or the abundance people to attack the reality, which is what I just said. Like a left-wing campaign right now in New York City also incorporates zoning reform, which is what they say they're in favor of. But all the other stuff, they're either de-emphasizing it or saying it's not the primary problem.
Well, also, they attacked Sunrise Movement for something about some moratorium on solar, when the Sunrise Movement was also very publicly calling for Joe Biden to declare a climate emergency so they could get through some of that red tape.
Right. Somebody sent me that article, too. That was a student Sunrise group in Amherst, Mass. That spoke in front of a town hall meeting. It's possible that this student Sunrise group was the deciding factor in Amherst. It's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, why else would you bring it up if it wasn't the determining factor?
I have an alternate book.
And apparently, too, it wasn't quite so straightforward in terms of there were other locations to put this.
Popular knapsack.
There's a book on why we're actually not solving the climate crisis, and I do appreciate that that's one of the sort of things that Ezra says he's motivated by abundance to do, but put this up, Russ. It's The Price is Wrong. We've had Brett Christophers on to talk about private equity, but he also has this great book about why capitalism won't save the planet. And the problem is what Emma pointed to, which is that like the whole point is to get energy cheap by using electricity, like solar and wind and stuff like that. But the problem is if you're relying on capitalism, they don't like when energy is cheap because there's no profit in it. So that's why we've...
What? Things being cheap or expensive have nothing to do with the profit on a particular thing. There are things that can be really expensive and there's not a lot of profit there, and there are things that can be really cheap and there is a lot of profit there. Holy fuck, kill me.
Run up against barriers in the last 4 years where it looked like we were making headway, and then all of a sudden something happens and all of a sudden they can't get profit out of it like they used to.
Calling from a 308 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Not to mention, if you want to talk about capitalism and cheap energy, fine, you can say that the energy companies themselves maybe wouldn't like it, and so they're not going to make, I guess, any green energy because it's not cheap. But every single fucking business in the capitalist economy would love access to that energy. Every single business would be like, wait, hold on, we're doing cheap energy here? Yes, because that would help the profit margins of your entire capitalist economy. All of them would love that.
308.
Sorry about that. I was on a pivot. It's very windy. Give me about 5 seconds to get to some shelter.
Kowalski from Nebraska, everybody.
Yeah, what's going on? Are you on a tractor? You're out in a rainstorm, or what's going on?
Cornfield.
It's currently blowing 45 miles an hour, and I'm trying to get some irrigation running.
That's tough.
Is that the wrong time to be doing that?
Yeah, right? Is that water going everywhere?
Well, am I watering the neighbors? Yes, but then the neighbor that's upwind of me is watering mine, so it all works out.
That's so beautiful.
It's community.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's our way of combating the Dust Bowl, which a little more of a reality than I wish it were, but that is not why I called. I wanted to discuss a couple things about your, I guess maybe, I wouldn't call it so much a debate as like you're talking to Ezra. So, a few months ago, I believe, Matt, you had been talking a lot on Obama's monetary policy with the quantitative easing, right?
Yeah, I mean, and generally that government action was directed towards banks and not, say, homeowners. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, you see, that is what Ezra is advocating for. In a nutshell, like easing, right? Yeah. Obama's monetary policy with the quantitative easing, right?
Yeah, I mean, and generally that government action was directed towards banks and not, say, homeowners. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, like it all, we're. It's just so reductive. It's just so reductive. Like, imagine you have like parents taking care of kids, and imagine the parents are getting 4 hours of sleep a day, and you create like some alternate dimension where they can go and sleep. And you're like, how are we going to help the kids? And it's like, we made another dimension where parents can get extra sleep. They can sleep for full 8 hours and they can come out. And it's like, so what you're telling me is you're not going to help kids. You're just helping the parents. Good one, dipshit. You're not helping the kids at all. You're just helping parents. Like, yeah. Yeah.
Well, you see, that is what Ezra is advocating for. In a nutshell, like, there's no regulations on it, or there really wasn't much. It was just putting money out there and investments being made where they were made. And if you have something like quantitative easing, people who have money are more likely to borrow money and thus invest that money wherever they see fit. So, like, without regulations in place, you're just going to end up with the wealthy getting wealthier because money...
Every single system you have in place leads to the wealthy getting wealthier. Welcome to having wealth. The thing about wealth is it tends to beget itself. Yes, that's it. Yeah, but there's no policy that you can make where wealthy people don't tend to get wealthier. That's just the nature of being wealthy. It tends to compound itself. Unsuccessful people tend to become less successful. Successful people tend to capitalize on and continue their success, for better or for worse. Yeah. If you want to redress inequality like that, you have to go to your tax policy. You're never going to design some policy economically that is something that poor people can capitalize on really well, and rich people can't. Like, I don't even know how. It just doesn't even make sense.
Begets money just as power begets power. So, from like my perspective, when he talks about this like abundance agenda where we have to get rid of regulations, all you're going to end up doing is empowering the same people who still have power. So, like.
I think he would argue, to be fair, I think he would argue that these crises are so urgent that if that's the price you pay for getting housing, more housing, and drawing down the price of housing, then it's worth it. It's just
hard to work.
Well, why wouldn't it work?
Okay, so quantitative easing gave us the cheapest capital for it might have been ever. Like, the cheapest money you could possibly borrow for investments, and it didn't improve housing. I looked this up after your interview with him. Guess how many homes were built in the aughts, like the whole decade of the aughts? How many millions of homes?
What is the aughts? Like 2010s?
I would say...
I'll give you a hint. It's 25 million.
25 million. I would say a lot.
Yeah, the decade prior to that, in the 90s, about 25 million. Before that, 23. Before that, 22. Seems like every decade we built...
Oh, 2000 to 2010. Okay.
Around 25 million homes, 20 to 25. Do you know what it was for the 2010s when the cost of capital was the cheapest it had ever been?
I'd bet that it was a tenth of that.
Less than 6 million.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Because
do you know?
Wasn't part of the reason why fewer homes might have been built, though, was because of the massive overconsumption of homes in the 2000s? Wasn't that part of like the whole housing crisis? Was a ton of homes were being built because there was a huge demand to build homes, because there was a huge demand to sell mortgages, because there was a huge demand to sell mortgages to investment banks. So is it really that surprising that afterwards there wouldn't be as many homes built in the 2010s?
Which decade we lost the most homes?
Lost?
Like to storms. Yeah.
Oh, I would imagine that same decade. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you actually look, after the 2008 financial crisis, a lot of housing construction companies went out of business. Makes sense. The whole industry had collapsed. What were the 3 places in the United States where the housing market started picking up the fastest first? It was Arizona, Texas, and Florida.
Okay.
Worcester is unique because Worcester is a lot like Lincoln, Nebraska, a mid-sized community that had institutions that could keep borrowing money, and thus it created more economic dynamism that attracted people.
Worcester also missed the entire run-up of the value of real estate, and basically Boston got so big that Worcester ended up being they couldn't build to the east, so they built to the west. But Worcester was up there.
Yeah, a lot of mid-sized towns did all right because, I mean, if you have a university, you have like hospitals or something like that, you have cash that'll keep flowing through no matter what the economy's doing. So you'd have people who can borrow money. That's kind of the issue. Wealth begets wealth. But anyways, the three states that had a lot of housing built was Arizona, Texas, and Florida. Why were these the three locations? Because people like to retire where it's warm. Yeah. The people who had the most money financially after the crash were people on the verge of retirement, but they did not sell their homes in the Midwest or in the Northeast. They kept them. Why? Because they would appreciate in value. So the new homes that got built did not end up going to new families. In fact, we've seen the sharpest drop-off possible with the cheapest capital possible. On top of that, California was another large recipient of quantitative easing, but it all went to the tech sector. What did the tech sector do? It just created a bunch of disruptive technology.
How does that work? California was a large recipient of QE. I thought QE was just increasing liquidity in all of your huge banks by buying back, by injecting them with cash in exchange for their treasury bonds. Does that target a state? Is that possible? Were there more of those types of states or banks in California, or maybe that? I don't know if that's true or not. But...
The big one was Airbnb, which also reduced the housing supply. That cheap capital also allowed groups like BlackRock to purchase the existing housing supply, as well as in the state of Texas. Are they building houses? Yes. More than anyone else? Yes. But they were one of the largest recipients of capital investment because of the fracking industry. Every year, like $100 billion got funneled into the state of Texas. Of course, there's going to be more money around to do the housing, not to mention because they have all of this money going into the energy sector, the energy's cheaper there, so manufacturing makes more sense. And because they're getting all of this cheap capital, they don't have to have as high of taxes. So their tax rates go down, which attracts more people. Like, it was just a feedback loop. In California, their big deal was the tech sector. Those guys weren't spreading any of the money around. I mean, yeah, cheap energy is going to spread money around through your economy better than anything else, but it was just like a different dynamic. And to the point of deregulating housing construction, California was already pushing the limits of where they could build housing. Like, there's actually not a lot of land to build there. If you really think about it, a good chunk of...
There's tons of land in California to build. It's just not where people want to live. But, okay.
The South is desert. You don't want to build there. You don't have water.
All of California is desert, and none of Southern California, and none of Southern California has water. There is no water in Los Angeles. There is if you've ever driven north on, I don't remember what it is, you can see, because it's literally in the open, you can see it's not an aquifer, what do you call it? They bring in so much water from the north. Don't they bring in water from like fucking Oregon and Washington? Do people not know this? California, Southern California is a desert. LA is a desert. Definitionally, how much rain does LA get? How much rain LA get annually? The current normal or average seasonal precipitation for the station updated is 14.25 inches based upon a 30-year average for LA. How much rain annually to be a desert? Deserts get about 10 inches of rain per year. LA and all of Southern California is a desert. This place is a desert, and there are millions and millions of people that live here. I don't know if these guys think that the water in LA is like naturally occurring. I used to have a friend that lived up in, is it Santa Maria? And you could drive north and you would see the giant, what is it called? Somebody said aqueduct? It's this thing. You can see it. It's like outside, right? You can see the water. Am I crazy? Am I making this up?
Called the Los Angeles before.
This thing. You can see this if you're driving on one of the interstates going north, right? Like the water in LA is brought in more and more and more, not from just LA, but for all of Southern California is brought in increasingly more from the north. They have to in order to have water for the area down there.
But did he also just completely forget what happened to California in January? How many homes were lost in LA County due to fires because they were building homes on high elevation points that are difficult to service with utilities? Like a firestorm wiped out thousands of homes.
The book was probably written before that.
Well, I don't know. Well, I mean, I made that point about Houston being significantly more sprawling and there are more opportunities to build there, in addition to the having like an average wealth about half the size of San Francisco. And he told me that there was plenty of room to build in California, but I I don't know California.
I mean, you can build on a hillside if you'd like, but the problem with building on hillsides in California, I had a professor who used to teach at Berkeley here in Nebraska. He was a soils teacher. You build on a hill slope, you have two risks, earthquakes and mudslides. So the insurance is going to be out of this world if you're going to try building there. One of the reasons land is so much cheaper in Texas is because, well, like that person who sent you the email, they build a lot of things in floodplains on the coastal portions of Texas because apparently having federally subsidized flood insurance is a perverse incentive. And I mean, it kind of is. They do build houses in a lot of really stupid areas because of that.
Like, first of all, there's a lot of stuff built on hills, the whole Hollywood Hills and all the hills or whatever. And LA has I hate that place. I hate that place. Those houses are gross. The area is gross. I don't know who, and the roads, driving in that area is actual fucking cancer AIDS, okay? But, why did I bring this up? Hold on, sorry. Aren't there plenty of places in California, like if you get away from LA and stuff, that aren't just massive hills? Like California, like most of California is like empty space, but I don't know.
But that's going away now, so that's going to make housing more expensive.
I'm from California, and I know the Bay Area pretty well. There is a lot of public transit, which is the other thing you asked about, Sam, but it's mostly concentrated in San Francisco and Oakland, and the BART that extends out to these exurbs. All those places are super built out. Like, if you want to live off of public transportation to be able to go into Oakland or San Francisco, like all of the places that are close to where public transportation would be are completely full, except for, as Kowalski's saying, the hillsides, which when you drive through them, and Ezra said, when you drive around, you see all this empty land. It's just, dry brushland.
But it's not just built.
Dude, this is the dumbest show in media. I can't. This is all of California is dry brushland until you develop it. What do these people think that cities just sprawl out of the ground? Do these people think that cities come from the earth? Like, you go to some land and they're like, some guy's like, we could have so many people that live here, and then the guy looks at you from the majority report and they go, you can have people live here? You understand that there are no houses there, right? Like, I don't see a single fucking house. Where's anybody supposed to live, bro? You know there's no electricity there, right? How are they supposed to power their homes, bro? There's no homes. There's no electricity. There's not even fucking streets, dog. How's anybody gonna live there? Yes, you develop it. Bro, this is like, it's the most like taking for granted the world that we live in that I think I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, what the fuck? Like, how can anybody live there? It's all brush. Yeah, no shit. No, nobody's built there yet.
Places that are close to where public transportation would be are completely full, except for, as Kowalski's saying, the hillsides, which when you drive through them, and Ezra said, when you drive around, you see all this empty land. It's just, dry brushland.
But it's not just built, like, to your point, it's not just built up, and it's built up also by wealthy interests. Like, Marin County is one of the wealthiest in the country. Like, they're not this is not a place where you can build public transportation out into because of the topography, and then also because of back to the point, the wealthy interests at play. In that area, wasn't Steph Curry the guy that was like trying to oppose
housing,
public housing being built in his area? I don't know if that was in.
I mean, to be fair, like the book does make an elegant case that it's not, say, drug addiction or mental health that causes homelessness. It is very clearly inequality, and then it proceeds to like not address inequality.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think if you look at it to where it's not just like a money and power thing, you're kind of missing the forest for the trees. I mean, could some well, that's just the thing with regulations, though. Like, the powerful will use any regulation for their own interest. I mean, you can easily use anything for that.
Wow, true. Good job. You figured it out, buddy.
For like, I would say like the incentives to put wind farms in Nebraska, great idea. Like today, very windy. Solar farms, I could see the argument against it just because of how dark it is in the winter months. So I mean, like, that's another reason why Texas is the green energy leader in the United States right now as well. They have plenty of wind. They're a southern state. Makes sense. California, not as windy. Why would they have as many wind turbines? Wouldn't make as much sense. Then the whole, like, this will be the last point, and I'll stop rambling. He made the point that the IRA allowed them to bypass environmental regulations. Am I remembering that correctly?
I can't remember if he said that, but I know that it did in some instances.
Well, I think that is a bit different because the IRA...
How is water in California cheaper than Oregon, Washington, and West Virginia? Because California is better than those shit states. And California has deals to buy their water, okay? Because those people are worse people. Because if you live in Oregon or Washington, you're a weirdo, all right? And you don't deserve the water. California does. That's why, okay?
This is what I liked about it, was government direct investment into something. Like, the goal was to spread wealth around with whatever it was investing money into. I know in the Dakotas, it spent money on some water management around some rivers that always seem to flood whenever there's ice jams, and it spent money on the soybean crush facilities, so we don't have to export soybeans to China for them to crush them. We can crush it ourselves and then send more valuable products out. Nobody fought any of these because, well, why would a local community fight just direct industrial build-out? Like, I doubt Worcester would fight a government program for them to be, like, a manufacturer for, like, power pole transformers. But that's because nobody would fight that. If they were going to be building housing, though, I could see a lot of property owners fighting that, because if you increase the supply of housing,
of course,
the value of housing will go down.
Of course.
So, I mean, it's one of those...
Oh, that was a good point. Why are we saying of course? Are we going to address that or talk about that with any level of detail, or?
Things were like, it wasn't that you were getting around environmental regulations. It was powerful people had no point to use.
That was also my point with why it was so easy for Shapiro to say it's a state of emergency to rebuild this bridge, because the bridge already existed. There was no one who was going to really fundamentally complain that you're encroaching upon anything that hadn't already been encroached before. All the stakeholders associated with it, from the person who had to drive to their crappy job every day across that bridge to, trucking companies and economic activity. I mean, whomever. Everybody associated that was touched by that bridge, all of the stakeholders were in alignment. And so in that moment, you can suspend these regulations, because as a political matter, they're all on board already. There's no new territory you're covering. It's just, we're just going to rebuild this bridge. And so, I mean, I am sure that there are instances where what they're talking about would be effective. Although, I appreciate the call, Kowalski. Next time he's on, we'll have you come on. Said we'll do a.
Have a good one.
All right, take it easy. Got a email from a developer's critique of abundance. I am a developer with affordable housing nonprofit here in Twin Cities, largely utilizing the low-income housing tax credit program. As a developer, I'm sympathetic to the many regulatory changes Klein and Thompson recommend in the housing sector. No single zoning or building code reform solves the housing crisis. I can attest to that in the aggregate. These changes do make a difference, both market rate developers and affordable developers alike, and result in both more units and a wider variety of housing types. However, I want to focus on the example discussed in the interview regarding the affordable housing project that was required to include specialized air filtration systems due to its proximity to a highway. Incidentally, this was in a book. I didn't, the dichotomy between, or the binary choice between air filtration systems or, in housing next to a bridge or a highway, I should say, or living under the highway was presented in the book. As a developer using the LIHTC, we must apply and compete for a limited pool of tax credits each year with the state housing agency. Because of the scarcity of the tax credits, we got to stand out by including systems like air filtration, or as the case in Minnesota, sustainable energy aspects like rooftop solar, geothermal wells, passive house building. As a result, housing LIHTC produces is not cheap. We're currently approaching $500K a unit in our market, meaning that less units are produced than if preference was given to those who could build housing the cheapest and fastest. If Klein's approach, as I interpret it, was implemented, we could forego the project elements that add cost and time while not directly increasing housing supply. While I have a plethora of issues with the LIHTC program, the fact that it produces high-quality, durable, affordable housing is perhaps its best feature. It ensures, as Sam points out, that society doesn't pay more in the long term to maintain substandard housing, the core issue that killed public housing in the U.S., incidentally, or has to mitigate the negative health and safety outcomes over time. Klein and Thompson generally present this issue as zero-sum. Either we build a lot of housing quickly or cheaply, or we sacrifice supply in favor of meeting goals tangential to getting people housed. My suggestion is simply that we can have both. The only reason why the requirements like air infiltration cost us affordable housing units is, ironically, because of the scarcity of both resources and people to do the work. If we implemented policy solutions like increasing the LIHTC allocations to states or making Section 8 vouchers an entitlement to those who qualify, our country would certainly be capable of producing high-quality, affordable housing at the necessary scale. Now, both of those, the LIHTC is a supply...
Okay, this is cringe. The Daily Wire's decline. Let me get a Red Bull. Hold on. Jesus. For the Pisco example that I gave earlier, 245.40.
Things that Donald Trump did do good that people love. January 6th. You probably shut up.
You guys are so nice. I'm sorry. No one liked Biden. We weren't voting for Biden. We were voting against Trump. Trump didn't send out mail-in ballots en masse, even to ex-cons. Democrats did, including Pets, media reported.
Yeah, no. So no, you guys have the wrong information. What happened was everyone loves Biden. There were rigged polls that you guys believe for some reason. I don't know why you still believe the rigged polls. And yeah, Trump and his cronies who were in charge of the government at the time were putting in fake ballots. It's all been proven. It's just that Biden got way more legitimate votes and it was too big to rig, and that's why he won the
This guy, you're a smart guy. You're a smart guy for you to have to just do that.
That's what you guys sound like.
Hold It's his question, Alex. You'll have a chance to respond. Go ahead there.
Yeah, no. So in conclusion, you can say all the things you want. If there's no hard proof, there's no hard proof. And when I give that, like, obviously I don't actually believe that shit about Trump trying to steal the election in that way. Like, he tried to steal it through other ways. You have to produce evidence. And us calling out the lack of evidence isn't us being like bad faith, unwilling to listen to it. I've had so many debates about whether the election was stolen, and it's always garbage. I just spoke with one of Trump's lawyers, and he said the most compelling evidence that Trump actually won the 2020 election was the fact that the margin was like 4%. That's his evidence. Evidence is Biden won, therefore Biden cheated. And that's really at bottom what it grounds down to. And so, yeah, until you can show me the smoking gun, until you can show me the evidence, I'm not going to believe you, just like you shouldn't believe.
For the record, LA is a Mediterranean climate with mild, wet winters and hot, dry summers. This biome is prevalent in California and other regions with similar climates. Sure, it might count as something different, but it might not necessarily be a desert. It might be the thing above a desert or whatever. But the reality is, or the fact is that the amount of people in California cannot be supported naturally with the amount of water there. California, I don't know if this is true or not, but it might be one of the largest like water projects in the world in terms of how much water has to be moved down to LA in order to maintain the populations down there. I don't know if there might be bigger projects somewhere else in the world, but it is a massive endeavor to move that much water down there.
Believe me when I just invent some rationale for why Trump tried to steal the election but failed.
Name one city that can with its own natural aquifers. A little top 50 city. You might have heard of it. It's called Omaha, Nebraska, and it's one of the largest aquifers in the world underneath, not to brag or anything, but suck my dick, bitch. Yeah, we had a lot of water over there. Fuck you.
Because it was too big to rig.
Well, I would disagree and say that there is. I would say that there is little evidence, considering you look at the discrepancy of who won which states, considering whether they voted in person or through mail-in ballots, and then you can look at, hey, maybe he stole it, but he legally stole it, because you have people that are on the left that say they fortified the election through ballot harvesting, which is
cringe. What is this?
But he's always been pro-Palestine, and I gave him credit for that.
Who?
Forever. He's definitely not dirtbag left enough. Yeah, but in some respects, he used to do shit that like Chopper Boys would never do, like fucking say the N-word. The tactical deployment of an N-word to show that the word does not scare him. The word has no power over him. A white man when talking to other racists. So.
Oh shit.
I don't know if I can call him a dirtbag left.
Is Hassan? Oh my God! In Hassan's desperate search for allies, is Hassan starting to warm up to Vaush?
Because then that means like everyone on the dirtbag left is doing tactical deployments of the N-word. Even though he did get banned off Twitch for saying not so nice things. Ironically enough, Vaush, despite being a hardline NATO liberal, okay, said something that I would never say. Said something on Twitch that I literally use as an example of what not to say about Tel Aviv.
The glassing Israel.
I go so far as to say what he said about Tel Aviv and what to do to Tel Aviv, even fucking Bad Empanada does not say, for the record. He says some stuff. Is Bad Empanada's Twitter handle? No, he went beyond. I think Bad Empanada was saying Dresden, Tel Aviv, whereas Vaush said something beyond that. He said Hiroshima, Tel Aviv. Pretty sure. Bad Empanada only says Dresden, Tel Aviv, whereas Vaush said, the N-word, but this time not the N-word that you've heard from him in the past, tactically deployed. This is the other tactical N-word.
American healthcare is complicated and it doesn't work as well.
What? I've been linked this video like 3 times the past few days, and somebody in my subreddit really wanted me to watch this. 737 views.
As it possibly could, so I'm making this video to explain how the healthcare system works, how we can make it better, and I'm joined by a fantastic guest, Mr. King of the Coast. He is an economics student, and he actually studies healthcare policy for his job right now. My first question for you is, can you explain how the American health insurance system works?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Micah, and I want to say I'm privileged to be on the show with you today. So the first one is Medicare, so that's about 17%.
The best argument against anything having to do with U.S. healthcare is how unfathomably fucking complicated it is. Holy shit!
Of the population in the US. This is obviously the program for seniors. And one of the big misconceptions with Medicare is that it's purely government run. And it's actually not true. There's 2 different types of Medicare. There's traditional Medicare, which is run by the government.
And then there's like Medicare Part B, which I think is one of the big things that United Healthcare or whatever covers. It's this expansion to Medicare shit.
And then there is private Medicare, which are private plans that are run by outside health insurers like United Health. And right now, it's about 50-50 split between seniors in traditional Medicare and...
That's the Medicare Part
Oh wait, Part C and Part D, is it? I don't know.
Seniors in Medicare Advantage.
There's a lot of people who say we should get rid of private insurance. We should have Medicare for all, right? We should all be on the same system that our grandparents were on. But they don't know that actually 51% of people that are over 65 and on Medicare are on a private Medicare Advantage plan. And basically the way it works is the government says, hey, you can either stick with traditional Medicare, that's what you start with, or you can swap for one of these private plans which are regulated and subsidized by the government. And a lot of people choose the Medicare Advantage plans because they offer more coverage for the same cost. So it's important to recognize that actual Medicare for all wouldn't look like a government having a monopoly on all insurance. Now, what is the next big government insurance program we should talk about?
The next program would be Medicaid and CHIP. And so these are really programs that aren't focused on the elderly, they're focused on the poor. Different from Medicare, they're not just solely financed federally, they're actually financed in this joint partnership between the states and the federal government. There's essentially a matching formula where if states put down money, the federal government will say, hey, we'll match it with this amount, and it tends to be higher if you're a poorer state. One thing that I think is also misunderstood about Medicaid is that most people in Medicaid are, again, in private plans. They are not in government-run plans. This is called Medicaid Managed Care. It's run very similarly to Medicare Advantage, where the government in the states will estimate, hey, what would this person cost based on their demographics and their health diagnoses in a government-run plan? We're going to give that lump sum to a private insurer, and then their job is supposedly to keep costs down without reducing quality.
Now, CHIP stands for Child Health Insurance Program. So it's interesting. Poor kids and poor adults are not always on the same program. Also, some people are ultimate government healthcare receivers. They're on Medicare and Medicaid. My grandmother, for instance, whenever she was dealing with
Ooh, the double whammy.
cancer treatments, was beneficiaries of both programs. Now, how does that happen? What happens because Medicare doesn't actually cover everything. There's still costs, there's still premiums, like it's not even free. And Medicaid actually...
Wait, is that true? There's premiums for Medicare? I didn't know that. Or does he mean there are things like co-pays and stuff? Because I think Medicare will have like co-pays. Like if you go to pick up a drug, you have to pay a little bit for like a drug that you pick up, I think.
What happens because Medicare doesn't actually cover everything. There's still costs, there's still premiums, like it's not even free. And Medicaid actually will make sure that they don't have to go pay for some extra private supplemental plan. They can just stack both on top of each other and most everything is paid for.
One thing to also note very briefly about Medicaid is that it has basically no premiums or cost sharing. And so contrary to what RFK Jr. thinks, that's actually like the standard.
Medicaid applies to people that with zero income in many cases if they're disabled or they have kids. So charging a premium would be really hard. Now you could charge one that scales with income, which we try to do all the time, but it's really hard to determine people's income when they're at that low income because often they don't file taxes. So we really...
Medicare has about an 80% coverage with 20% after deductible, about $200 to $400 depending on the supply.
We don't know. It makes it more administratively complicated. So is there any other government health insurance programs that we should talk about? We talked about Medicare, Medicaid, and CHIP already.
The next program that is related to government is going to be the individual market. And so we're not talking about the elderly. We're not talking about necessarily the poor as defined by Medicaid, but we're talking about people who are just kind of above the poor, generally unemployed. So they're not getting their insurance through their employer.
Or they work for a small business or they own their own business.
You can be both, but the general person is unemployed, I believe, and slightly above the income where they would qualify for Medicaid or their child would qualify for CHIP. So in this market, it's really what's known as managed competition. So what you have is these exchanges where a bunch of insurers come in and they're offering regulated products because we think this competition will be good. It'll keep down costs. It will drive up quality. And really the goal of this is to have a market where people who have still relatively low incomes can get insurance at an affordable price, especially if they already are sick, if they have a pre-existing condition. So these insurers aren't able to charge you anymore if you have, diabetes or if you already come to the market with cancer. They have to charge everyone the same. And this was actually the big change that was made to this market in, I think officially in 2014, but it's Obamacare.
That's called community rating. So you're not allowed to charge people different prices based on whether they have pre-existing conditions. Community rating, okay? You guys will learn some terminology. In order to fix that on the back end, they have this complicated risk adjustment system where they're subsidizing certain insurers and taxing other insurers. It's a little bit complicated the ways in which they do it, but it's to make sure the playing field is level between them.
Do you know the government can garnish your Social Security checks to pay your student loans? I didn't know that. Apparently a lot of seniors with old-ass student loans that go unpaused are being affected by it. Oh yeah, the Social Security stuff can also be taxed as well. Like your Social Security paychecks are taxed, like income too.
And the insurance, as you mentioned, are really regulated, right? They want to say it needs to cover all of these basic things, right? It needs to cover reproductive health care, it needs to cover your cancer screenings, yada, yada, yada. And the idea is, if we didn't have those regulations, well, consumers wouldn't actually read the long insurance documents to see every single thing that's covered. And so a lot of people would be ripped off. Now, there's stories about how that happened before these policies were put in place. So this is the marketplace where if you don't have a big employer, you're not old and you're not broke, you can get insurance. My mom has a job, for instance, and she is on the Affordable Care Act. So it's not a huge part of the healthcare system. I mean, it's less than, I think, 10%, right?
Oh, yeah, I meant to mention, it's I think it's actually around 3% in 2016. That might be a little dated now, but generally quite small.
I think it's higher now, but it is certainly not a huge thing. Most people are not on these. And keep in mind, there's 50 of these. There's different
people are saying it's not taxed when you pay into it. So of course it's gonna be taxed when you take it out. Yeah, of course. But I'm partially providing that as a reason why they would probably tax it, or why your Social Security could probably be garnished. Like, of course you can garnish it. It's income, right? It's treated as income, basically. Yeah.
Different marketplaces in each state. Some states really like them, like California, and they subsidize them more, and they do all this stuff to make it more affordable for people. Some states really don't like them, so they don't.
There's literally no point to having advanced legendary heating pipes or whatever, right? They don't transfer heat faster. Okay.
Can really have their own independent one. The federal government runs their one for them. Because like they're so not into it. And that's usually red states who are like, oh, Obamacare, that sucks. I'm totally not interested in this. So that's something that you see. Now, one of the things that's important to understand about the system is there's a really complicated government subsidy for the premiums. The government subsidy basically caps your premiums, your monthly bill for this health insurance at a percentage of your income. And the percentage of your income they cap it at actually changes with your income. So as it gets higher, it gets capped at like 5% or 6%. If you're poor, it gets capped at like 2 or 3%. It will calculate this for you online, but that's what makes it really quite cheap for a lot of people. Folks that are on the lower income side can get their health insurance for a huge discount because the federal government is paying for most of it. Now, there is another government health insurance program that we did not mention yet, which is Veterans Affairs, which we should probably explain.
I think you should probably explain that one, honestly. I know less about it.
So the interesting thing about American healthcare is that we have all these different kinds of systems. Like Medicaid is like state sized single payer health insurance. Then Medicare is like sort of private competitive health insurance and sort of government health insurance. And then the individual marketplaces are totally private individual health insurance at the state level. And then the VA is socialized medicine. The government owns the hospitals and it owns the insurance. It manages the entire thing to provide health insurance for veterans. And so it's actually a really big program. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people which work at the VA. And another interesting thing is not everybody that's a veteran gets their healthcare from the VA. There's also TRICARE because we said this system, our healthcare system isn't complicated enough. We need to have another alternative program for this system. And so that's exactly what we did. TRICARE works pretty similar to the other types of health insurance programs that we mentioned already. Now, this brings us to the big enchilada of health insurance, which is the employer-provided insurance market. What is that?
Yeah, so exactly like you said, this is the big enchilada. It's about 50% of the population in the U.S. is in employer. You'll hear it called group insurance. It's all the same thing, but these are people who get their insurance through their job. And the really important thing.
Trying to see why Destiny said it's so fucking complicated. Yeah, bro, like when I go to, like I have no insurance. So theoretically, my hospital bills should be very simple. But like if I want to go and do labs or say I want to go get a like STD test or whatever, I go to a hospital and I say like, hey, here are the battery of tests I want. Let's do this. And they're like, okay, what's the cost? They don't have insurance. Like, oh, well, since you don't have insurance, blah, blah, blah. Like this is what you have to pay. You pay today and you're good. Okay, cool. This has happened every single time. I've told the story a million times. I pay, I do my stuff. And then when I get home, eventually you get the results usually online. I'll have a bill that's mailed to me and I'll get a bill and I'll open it up. It's like, oh, random bill for $1,800 for a lab. So I'm like, okay. And then I'll call the hospital and I'll be like, hey, so you guys mailed me a bill for this. Why? I don't know why. And they're like, oh, don't worry about that. Just ignore it. Sorry. I'm like, okay. And then at that point, I'll either get another piece of mail that'll say, here's your new balance is $0, or I'll get another piece of mail that says your balance is actually $400. And then I'll call them again and be like, hey, do I need to pay this? And they're like, oh no, sorry, don't worry about that. And then I'll get another one saying that it's $0. It's just like, and this is for somebody with, I have no insurance, I just pay cash, okay? Tell me what to pay and I'll pay you. I don't care. Boom. And it's still like absurd. Everything about healthcare in the United States is absurdly fucking complicated. Or like when I go to buy my Vyvanse, every time I go to buy my Vyvanse, because I'm a cash paying customer, they're always like, are you sure? It's really expensive. Like, I know. Because it's like, I think I pay $1,300 to pick up 3 months worth. So they're like, well, hold on. Why don't you get a coupon first? So they have a phone sitting there, and then you pick up the phone, and then you type in your prescription, and you look on some website called the Good RX or whatever, and then you see if there's a coupon available, and you're like, okay, here's a random coupon. And they're like, cool, let's scan that. And for Vyvanse, it's like, you save like $5 if you're getting the brand name. And they're like, okay, cool. And it's like, what is the purpose of, what are we doing right now? Why are you giving me a phone to scan for a coupon that I don't like reasonably have to like it's, and this is for somebody with no insurance. So theoretically, my bill should be the easiest, or not the cheapest. It should be the easiest to understand, the simplest to do. But it's just like, oh my God, it's actually so unfathomably fucking complicated navigating the U.S. healthcare system. It's cancer AIDS.
To understand about employer insurance is it's not necessarily this, just natural thing that emerged, but it's instead subsidized by the government indirectly through a tax deduction.
How the fuck do you get 3-month prescription? I can't get more than a month. I told my doctor that I abuse downers like crazy, that I like oxy, I like heroin, I do perks. And he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, okay, so you probably don't abuse uppers at all, right? And I'm like, no, never. And he's like, okay. And then he gave me 3 months. Got him.
So if your employer decides to pay you $100 and they do it in what we call wages.
Why don't you just get insurance? I'll set it up probably next year with my company, I guess. I just have to, it's a whole thing.
Through a tax deduction. So if your employer decides to pay you $100 and they do it in what we call wages, they have to pay a tax on it. Whereas if they do it in the form of health benefits, that can actually pay no tax. And so this on the margin is incentivizing employers to give you health benefits instead of, your normal salary. And so you end up with this, really huge market for people who are under 65 where they're getting their insurance through their job. And the actual kind of weird thing about this is it's technically called a market, but it's only a market from the perspective of the employer who's getting to go out and select the plan. So most employers have a single plan that they're offering to everybody. I think one really important thing to understand about this market is there's a big move to something called self-funding. So this is about, I think 65% of people who have employer insurance now are on a self-funded plan. And what this means in very simple terms is that instead of the employer paying a premium to an insurer, and that insurer will then, pay out all the claims when people at this company get sick, it's instead the employer is collecting premiums. They're paying a fee, it's not really a premium, to the plan to have them go out and do all the negotiating with the providers and whatever.
They're basically the insurance company, but they're outsourcing their negotiations to an actual insurance company, right?
Yeah, so they're taking on the financial
The amount of like secondary markets and shit that exist relating to insurance is actually just so cringe AIDS.
risk instead of the actual insurer. And you might think, why is that happening? Does that even really make any sense? You think the insurer would prefer to do that? It might be better. And there's actually a pretty simple reason for it, which is that if you don't self-fund your plan, if you pay premiums to an insurer and they take on the financial risk, you have to comply with a bunch of these different coverage mandates. So these are like what Micah talked about in the individual market with the essential health benefits that all plans need to cover. It's a very similar thing for more typical employer insurance. But if you self-fund, you don't need to do this. And you can basically design essentially like whatever plan you want. So I know, for example, a couple people who have, through their employer insurance, really liberal access to Ozempic and other related drugs. And this is much more liberal access relative to a program like Medicare or Medicaid.
They're just throwing Ozempic at everyone.
Yeah, where they almost treat it almost like preventative care because in those other markets, you really need to have a certain diagnosis to get it, and it's kind of a pain. So there is kind of unprecedented flexibility in the employer market, even though it's not a real market. What would you say to that?
Yeah, first, to understand why some people get their health insurance from employer-provided insurance, as King of the Coast said, it's subsidized because you don't have to pay taxes on it. Do I want to give you money, which I have to pay taxes on, you have to pay taxes on, then you have to pay income taxes on, or do I want to give you health insurance, no taxes? Well, I want to give you health insurance. But also there's a mandate. If you have over 50 employees, guess what? The government says you have to provide people insurance. This is something that came from Obamacare. Now, some employers try to get around this by having tons of private contractors. They say, yeah, you work here 40 hours a week, yada, yada, yada. But you're not an employee. You're just a private contractor, which happens to work here for a very long period of time. And so they're able to get out of providing you insurance. But that's problematic.
Wait, Dan told me this. I don't know if he's lying or not. Is it true that in California, Uber and them lost their case and you actually have to W-2 like Uber drivers and DoorDash and shit? Does that even exist in California anymore?
In its own ways. Now, you mentioned these self-funded plans. Few people understand how this works. I like that you explain it because not only do they get way more flexibility, some employers do some pretty cool stuff with this, but also they don't have to deal with the profit margin, right, that the insurance takes. The insurance, they're giving you this thing, huge scale, right? We're going to protect you from risk. So we're going to take some profits here. It's 3, 4, 5, 6%. If you're a huge employer, like you're Amazon, well, guess what? You're so big, you don't need somebody to protect you from risk.
And Destiny, real question. What do you think of the idea of a young, healthy, wealthy person in your position getting insurance as a way to help lower costs by paying in and not taking out as an ought? Yeah, I think that's the only way insurance works. This is why the mandate was so important for the Affordable Care Act, but the Trump admin killed the mandate, so RIP.
We're as big as the insurance companies. And so you can say, well, we're not going to have y'all do this. We're going to do it ourselves. We're going to save some money in the process, and we're going to do this creative, whatever we want stuff. And so it actually makes a lot of sense for the really, really, really big guys. Now, one of the arguments people make for employer-provided insurance is, since the bigger the employer is, the more bargaining power they have to get a better deal for their employees. So there's an idea here that, if we all paid for insurance individually, we would get worse deals because we have less bargaining power. We'll get to what we think about that in the future. So this is the insurance system. Is there anything about health insurance that we missed?
Yes, there's one other system that is not, I don't know if you technically call it a system, but it is the almost uninsured market in the US. So this is about 10% of Americans who don't have any health insurance technically. And so what we do with them is, because they're not technically on a plan, who don't have an insured market in the US. So this is about 10% of Americans who don't have any health insurance technically. And so what we do with them is, because they're not technically on a plan, we don't just leave them out to dry necessarily. Instead, what we do is we subsidize a lot of care. This is from both the federal government and state governments.
Hell yeah, I'm getting subsidized? I didn't even know that. Subsidize me, baby.
We subsidize care to be provided to people who are uninsured. And depending on how exactly low your income is when you're uninsured, that hospital care may end up being free. It may end up being reduced price. And a lot of times, like a lot of the time, it is care that the hospital is providing to you as an uninsured person. And then they're putting you on a payment plan where you will, over time, supposedly pay back the hospital for the care.
Yeah, a lot of people certainly don't pay back. I mean, there's community healthcare centers and nonprofits which just provide healthcare for free to people. It's a real patchwork of system. And we have a lot of uncompensated care in this country where the doctor's offices and the hospitals provide the care, but they don't ever really get paid for it, which that either the government has to try to subsidize on the back end to pay for it, or that they charge higher prices to everybody else to offset the costs. So that's definitely a big thing. There's also like unregulated private individual insurance, which used to be much more frequent. It still happens. These plans are often scams. They're pretty bad. The kind of people who purchase them are not necessarily the most scrupulous of people, right? They're like, oh, I don't have health insurance. I saw this advertisement for Joe Blow's health insurance company. Okay, well, Joe seems like a nice guy. I'm going to buy it. It's not a huge number of people that are on these plans, but they're known for not being the best. So that covers how health insurance works. If there's any takeaways that you should have, it is that we have literally tried everything, and we have the most fragmented healthcare system in the entire world. The rest of the world usually just chooses one thing. Maybe if they're feeling really special, they choose two things. They're like, we're going to have a government system and this private system. But America, we said we can't decide. So we're going to choose everything, and we're going to choose it multiple times for different people. And that has some adverse consequences. Let's transition to some of the commonly cited problems about our healthcare system so that we can explain which ones are true, which ones are false, and then we can get to some problems that people don't really cite that actually are genuinely a big issue that we should address. Which problem should we start with?
So the first problem we need to talk about is the big one, and this is the problem that the U.S. spends about twice as much.
What is your opinion in the most favored nation drug pricing bullshit Trump has been talking about? It's dumb, but it's complicated economic reasons to explain why it's dumb, and I'm tired of explaining it, so suck my dick.
As other developed countries on healthcare. And this is really like a commonly cited problem, but I think, and I think Micah thinks as well, this problem is very misunderstood. So it is true that the US spends a lot more than other countries, especially European countries. But the thing to understand is that healthcare is a consumption good. And ultimately, people's capacity to consume consumption goods is downstream of whatever their income is. And why is that important? The fact of the matter is that the US has a lot higher household incomes than all of these other countries where people compare us to. And so when you think about it in that lens, it's actually pretty natural. You would think that the US would spend a lot more on healthcare because the households here are actually richer. This isn't necessarily just speculation either. You see, if you look in the cross-section of countries, that there's a really strong correlation between the household incomes of the nation, the average household incomes, and average healthcare spending. And it's not just necessarily in the cross-section either. If you look over time, what you'll see is that basically every country is following the US trajectory of healthcare spending as they get richer. And so this suggests that there's something going on where as people get richer, as they're already satisfying their really basic necessities, so they've got food, they've got housing, whatever, on the margin, what they're spending that additional dollar on is their health. And I think that makes a lot of sense. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
I think something that illustrates the point that you're making is the second most expensive healthcare system in the OECD, the developed countries, is Switzerland. Why? Is it just because the Swiss people are like uniquely inefficient and unscrupulous with their public healthcare systems as we are? No, it's because they're richer than everybody else, right? Like there is, we'll put up a picture of this, but you see there is really a strong relationship, as you mentioned, over time. People get richer, they spend more on healthcare. True. And amongst countries, the richer a country is, turns out usually the more they spend on healthcare. There are some exceptions to this. For instance, in Hong Kong and Singapore, very rich areas, they don't spend very much on healthcare.
Yeah, no, that is a good point. And I think
I'm behind, but with response to the idea of a vacancy tax, even if it's only a little bit effective, if there are no downsides, then it seems like it's a good idea. Not that I'm saying there are downsides. I don't even want to grant the question. The answer is yeah, it's a good idea. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But the problem is people will do this expecting that this is going to make a significant dent. The problem is not. Like people are just obsessed over this, the myth that there are all these empty homes that all these corporations or billionaires are sitting on. So I almost don't even want to grant the answer. But I mean, the answer is yeah. I mean, there's no downside to it. You might as well. Vacancy taxes, I think a vacancy tax is totally fine because you don't want land sitting there unused. I think that's bad. It's just not going to make a significant dent in your housing markets.
I don't fully understand why that is, but I think one story you could tell is that those areas are kind of uniquely suppressing the demand for healthcare in a way that these other countries aren't able to. I don't know if you have.
I think it also introduce a lot of technologies to reduce costs. Is if you look at in a place like Singapore, we'll evaluate this more later. The actual prices they pay for the healthcare are really remarkably low, like just a fraction of the amount that we pay here, which is interesting because you can imagine in Morocco they pay a lot less for healthcare than we do because they're poor, right? So the wages are low, so it's just cheaper to do stuff. In Singapore, the wages are high; they're like as high as here, but their healthcare costs are so lower. Why? Because they use a lot more technology, from my understanding. They use more efficient practices, so they use that labor, they ration it more efficiently. And so this is the reason why healthcare costs go up with income is for really two main reasons. First, you spend more on stuff, right? You're just like, I want more healthcare because, what else am I going to spend all this money on? I want to stay alive, right? Like, especially late life care, you're like, man, if I have cancer or something, I'm going to throw everything I got at it because what are you going to do? You're going to say, okay, I'm going to choose between buying more TVs and buying more healthcare.
There's no downside. What about in Nebraska where half the people have left? First of all, I don't think half the people left Nebraska. But secondly, what do you mean? Then sell your fucking home. Don't just hold on to it. Stop being a home hoarder, okay?
I mean, if you have the extra income and you're housed and you're fed and whatever, you're gonna throw the money at cancer, right? Like you are gonna try to solve your chronic condition or illness or disease. So just people.
What percentage of homes would have to be vacant for you to say it's a problem worth addressing? I don't know. You can address it if you want. It doesn't have to just be one thing. I don't know where this weird obsession comes from. You can address lots of problems. It's not a significant issue in any housing market that I've ever seen. I haven't seen that demonstrated ever. Your vacancies tend to be highest in markets that have the least amount of demand.
Consume more healthcare in rich countries, but also
like I don't even know, just functionally, I don't know if that would ever even be a problem worth addressing because there's just typically not much incentive to have a vacant property. Like you're losing money by just having a property sit there and having it be vacant.
Wages are higher, even if the workers are more productive. Wages have to be higher because the total wage rate at the economy-wide level is growing, and so wages in all sectors have to grow at the same rate or a similar rate to keep up. And that's why going to a doctor, a physician in the United States is more expensive today than it's ever been before. And next year, it will be more expensive than it ever was previously because as wages grow, that means wages even in healthcare are growing. So it's going to get more and more expensive. Since we have higher wages here, naturally, just providing healthcare will be more expensive, even if it's the same amount of healthcare. So that's cost. Some of the degree of difference in American healthcare spending in other countries is over-exaggerated, but there are components that contribute to it that many people make allegations about that we want to explain. Why don't we start first with drug prices? We pay much higher drug prices than the rest of the world. This leads us to spending more on drugs. Does that explain all of the difference in our healthcare spending on drugs versus other countries? And also, is our extra healthcare spending on drugs justified or can it just be reduced without any negative consequences?
So my understanding is that just more generally, you can't really explain the entirety of these differences in spending in terms of prices.
People don't want to deal with the headache of being a landlord. Why rent things out and have to hire a property manager when you can sit on it and flip it or sell it years down the line? Because you're losing money doing that. There's so many better ways to make money. You're just flushing money down the drain. Some people might be retarded enough to do that, but it's just a waste of money.
So the OECD has price indexes that are obviously going to be imperfect, but they suggest that about 50% of higher healthcare spending in the US is due to quantities, and about 50% is due to higher prices. And importantly, when we say higher prices, that doesn't necessarily mean you're just paying more for less. It could also mean higher prices are representing higher quality. That's obviously a claim. I'm not saying it's correct across the board. And it could also just represent the
I love my B-roll.
Intensity of the care you're getting. So this is a concept where you might think of the quantity measure as a hospital stay, but what you're actually getting within a given hospital stay, that's the
Wouldn't a vacancy tax discourage new units from being built for the fear of them going vacant? One, no, because if you're building in like high occupancy markets, you probably shouldn't have very many vacancies. Two, vacancy taxes I think usually only apply if it's been vacant for like more than 6 months or whatever. And three, no, I think that's a good pressure. You should want people to be worried about their units being vacant. It would probably encourage people to lower prices if they can't rent a unit. It shouldn't just be I'm going to keep this high until somebody shows up. Like those market forces should be active, I think. But
intensity
I don't think it would be that big of a deal.
And so if you were looking at a price index across countries of hospital stays, what you'd see is that the price is a lot higher in these richer countries that deliver more intense care. So that's just the first point, is that it's not, in general, prices probably cannot explain these cross-country differences. But specifically now moving to drug prices, we do pay much higher drug prices than other countries. And this is by, I wouldn't necessarily say proponents, but by like acceptors as being just the price we pay for innovation. So the argument is that these companies are putting huge amounts of money into R&D up front. They're failing a lot when they try to develop these drugs. And what we're doing is we're letting them make a ton of money on these blockbuster drugs that end up getting through FDA approval and doing really well. And that's paying off for all their failures that they had down the road. But importantly, other countries are not doing this.
They're doing price controls, right? So they're saying, sorry, we're going to pay you a much, much, much lower amount, which means that if we charge the same prices as those other countries, a lot of those drugs actually wouldn't be profitable to invest in the first place.
Yeah. So in technical...
Would the problem be most land is underutilized, like in Southern California cities? Over 90% of the residential units are single family? Maybe, but that's not an economic problem. I mean, it leads to an economic problem, but that's a cultural thing. Like in the United States of America, a lot of people want houses. They'd rather have a single family house than live in an apartment. An apartment is seen as like being a poor person if you live in an apartment. Like a lot of Americans still have that view.
Econ jargon. What other countries are doing is something called marginal cost pricing. So they're essentially putting the price of these drugs at the point where once they've already been developed, the manufacturer would keep producing and selling them. But the price is so low that it wouldn't actually compensate them for all the upfront development costs that they incurred. And we Americans are the ones who are paying for those costs. That is at least the argument made by people who say we shouldn't, or we should at least accept high drug prices and not try to bring them down.
Right. In other words, they're free riders off of America. Now, we do see that whenever America takes actions to reduce drug prices, which we've used government bargaining power to bring down the costs, there is a huge R&D response. And this is seen really everywhere. So there's really no dispute. If you bring down drug prices, guess what? The pharmaceutical companies are not investing in drug innovation because they care about us or they're like, I really want to solve cancer. They're mostly trying to make money. So if you bring down the amount of money that they can make from different drugs, well, guess what? They're going to invest in less drugs, less new ones. And that has consequences. So it is true. We could reduce American healthcare spending by hundreds of billions of dollars, probably, if we just did the same kind of price controls the rest of the world has. But there is an actual impact that has on healthcare innovation. Now, some people say we should do the price controls and then we should have the government fund all of the R&D and whatever, and that would actually be cheaper because these companies take really high margins. Totally possible. But just know that we don't just charge higher prices for the same drugs without any sort of benefits of that. Moving on to another issue that people frequently cite, administrative costs. Is American healthcare significantly more expensive than the rest of the world because of administrative costs?
So this is actually a pretty debated claim. It was, I think, about a month ago, making the rounds on Twitter, where you had, I think, Matt Yglesias and Eric Levitz and Noah Smith all arguing that, oh, administrative costs actually aren't that big a deal for American healthcare. And then you had Matt Brunig coming in and saying, oh, that's just looking at the insurer's administrative costs. You got to think about all the administrative costs on the provider side. So all the hassle that the doctors have to deal with, complying with different plans. So I think it's unclear how much of the cost discrepancy is due to administrative costs, but a fact that is 100% true is that we have higher administrative costs in the US than we would have under a single payer system where we moved everybody from the many different plans that they're on to traditional Medicare. Is there anything you want to add on that before?
For two reasons, right? First, the insurers have their own overhead. They have tons of employees. If you know anybody who works for an insurance company, guess what? Well, they probably would lose their job because the government, to scale up Medicare, you don't need that many more employees. You just don't. So it's a lot simpler for them, insurance side. But also, it is a lot simpler on the provider side to not have to negotiate with tons of different people all the time, not have to facilitate claims and payments to all these different people. In America, not only do we have all these different insurers and all these different providers, but we also have all these different payment systems, these like middleman intermediaries, which facilitate these transactions. Sometimes there's multiple middlemen just for a simple transaction. There's also pharmaceutical benefits managers, which are in the mix. So it is 100% true that if you cut down on these middlemen and you try to simplify the administrative processes for the providers and the health insurers, you could reduce costs. The estimates on this range, but McKinsey and company did an estimate and they found it was hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of savings that you could generate, which means that it is worthwhile to at least look into. Certainly, if you know any physicians or doctors or people that work in healthcare, they will whine about administrative costs. So there is something that this talking point is getting at. Now, another talking point that is frequently floated is that America pays its doctors a lot more than the rest of the world. This is true, actually. If you look at the ratio of physician wages to like the normal median wage in the country, America pays a much higher multiple to our physicians. Our physicians are top 5%, sometimes top 1% based on the specialty. In other countries, being a physician doesn't make you that much wealthier than everyone else. Certainly, you're not getting paid what a janitor is getting paid. But the degree of position in the wage distribution is more notable for physicians in the United States. Why is that? And is that an avoidable problem that we have?
Well, I would actually add a little bit of nuance to that claim, Micah, and say that it is 100% true that relative to the median wage, doctors in the US are making way more than doctors relative to the median wage in other countries. However, that is probably more just a reflection of greater wage inequality in the United States. So just in general, high-skilled occupations in the US are making a lot more, or at least you might call them highly educated occupations, are just making way more than the median wage than they are allowed to make in other countries. And so if you were actually to compare the wage of the average doctor, for example, to the wage of other people in like the top 5% of earners, what you find is that relative to those top 5% of earners, I think doctors in the US make like 1.5 times as much, 1.3 times as much. And that is on par with what doctors make relative to the very top earners in other countries. So if you think of those other occupations as kind of the outside option for really smart people who are going to go into medicine and take all this time training, going to school, doing the residency. So it's a really like long time where you're not making any money. You might think that relative to those occupations that are also high paying, U.S. doctors may not actually be over.
So it really is about what your benchmark is, right? So there's one view, which is the one that you're expressing right now, which is there's really only a very small percentage of the population, the most intelligent, the most hardworking people that can be doctors to a sufficient grade. And so we need to pay wages that are competitive for the other professions they're choosing between for it to make sense, right? You can't just lower doctor wages and then now there's not enough high-skilled people going into the sector. There's another view, which is really actually, there's a lot of people that could be doctors that are reasonably intelligent enough, that could be educated enough to be doctors. And so we don't need to just compare doctors to like the highest skill, highest wage people. Like you're either a doctor or an investment banker. You can compare it to a lot of other, like a much broader swath of the population, maybe the top 30% or the top 40%. And that's the better.
Could there be a situation where you own a 100-unit apartment, but you decide to rent out 75 units, keep 25 vacant to create an artificial shortage and charge higher rent while reducing maintenance? You would have to corner like the entire rental market to do that, because I imagine that would just be 25% of your income just lost. That's so much money you would lose out on. You'd have to be able to charge such a higher premium, and you'd have to hope that there aren't other people that can compete with you in the market on rent.
Framework of comparison. I'm personally probably in the latter camp. I think that there's certainly, doctors should be sharp and intelligent and smart. But I don't think that it's a profession that requires such a high degree of knowledge and intelligence and natural skill that it only applies to like the top 5% of most skilled, richest workers. I don't think that, you either are a CEO or a doctor, and that's the kind of competition that we have. Now, people often mention what part of the explanation for why doctor wages are supposed to be so much higher in the United States is how much harder it is to become a doctor in the United States. Do you think there's any sort of truth to that? And can you kind of outline how our process is more complicated than other countries?
Yeah, so I would say there's some truth to that. How the process works here, which is different than other countries, is that you have to spend 4 years in undergrad, and then you do your 4 years in med school, and then you do your residency, which I think depending on The specialty that you go into can be like 3 to 8 years. Feel free to correct me on that. But that's a very long process when you put it all together. And if you compare it to other countries, what they end up doing is something closer to like 6 years of education pre-residency. A lot of that is, I think they cut the undergrad portion to about 2 years, and then you do
one program,
like the 3 to 4 years of med school. Yeah, and exactly, it's bundled into one program, and so they can become doctors way faster than you can really become a doctor in the U.S. Why exactly that is the case is, I think, an interesting question, because as it stands, no one is technically stopping like hospitals from hiring doctors that went to 6-year combined undergrad med school degrees. So it's an interesting question of why they haven't actually taken off in the U.S., but I agree that's definitely a portion of why.
It used to be a thing, I believe, where you didn't need undergrad to go to medical school, and then it became a thing. It's the same thing with law school, actually. I know this is the case for law school, because law school, you could just go get your bachelor's of law, and then they changed it where it had to be a graduate degree.
I have no idea why for... Actually, I don't know for medicine either. I don't know why for law or for medicine, why you would have to have an undergrad before going to the specialty school. That seems really weird. I don't... Other than like those professions just artificially protecting themselves.
And there was professional groups which wanted the process to be longer so that they could get paid more because there's fewer people that end up completing the process. The harder the process is, the fewer people that complete it, which means the higher the wages for those that do.
Yeah.
Now, another difference is that we have to pay to go to medical school. A lot of other countries, it's free, it's subsidized. Maybe you even get a stipend for going. My God. And we have a scarcity of seats. So we actually have less physicians per capita than most other countries, except for Japan and South Korea. And that is a function of us having less residencies and us having less medical school seats. Everybody knows people that were really smart, that worked very hard, that studied for the MCAT for a very long time, and they didn't get into medical school. So the difficulty of getting into medical school is a part of the strenuousness, which contributes to the wage premium. But also, there just is like a bottleneck, which is the supply of seats and the supply of residencies. And this happens because it's not actually a market for the supply of seats. Like, it's not moving with supply and demand, actually. The acceptance rate for these schools is constantly and consistently dropping. And we had a moratorium, actually, on medical school seat expansions for about like 20 years because we thought we were going to have a doctor oversupply. So there is like actual government and kind of nonprofit ecosystem that has led to a real difference in the demand for going to medical school and the supply of actual institutions and seats available to those people to actually complete that training process.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to add on, you brought up residency. I think it's important to understand how residency is financed in the US, which might help people understand why there might not be enough seats. But for the most part, if you're doing a residency in the US, like my dad, he's a surgeon, they're doing a Medicare finance residency. So their hospital that they're training at is getting money from normally the federal government, but also state Medicaid programs to essentially cover their salary while they train. And the argument from the hospitals is that, you know, if you have an established attending physician, so that's the head physician, their workload's going to get all clogged up by having to train all these newbies. And so they need to be compensated for that. And just paying the trainees basically nothing is not enough. Nobody would want to come into medicine. That's their argument. So a lot of residencies are funded this way, but there's also an important other sector of residencies that is funded directly by the hospitals. And how this works is they really just offer to train these incoming hopeful physicians in exchange for paying them really, really low wages. Like my dad, I remember, was making about like the same amount of money as my mom when he was training. And my mom at that time was like an elementary school teacher. So you're really not making a lot of money during the training process. And the hospitals justify this by saying it is costly to train people. And so if you want to get more people through residency, it's probably true that you have to subsidize it. But there's a question about whether there's really a bottleneck in like a certain kind of like government sense of blocking new residents, or there are just like not enough people who want to work at what the market wage would be. What would you say?
Well, I think the bottleneck is more when it comes to medical school seats because there's accreditation. So actually starting a new medical school, even expanding medical schools is not a straightforward process. There is a lot of different government entities that allow physicians groups to have veto points to reduce expansion of the actual supply of training physicians. But in short, it is probably true that healthcare physician wages could be lower, which means healthcare could be cheaper. And the reason why we pay them more here than other places is it's hard to go through the process. The process is more expensive because people themselves pay for it. It is longer. And there's also some bottlenecks, right? It is like the supply and demand of medical school seats is not moving like a normal market where more people want to go to medical school and bam, now there's more seats available for them. Now, that's enough time on that. So there's one other thing that I think we should address before we cap off this expensive cost section. Let's talk a little bit about volumes, right, and quality, so people understand what Americans are actually paying for and the differences between what we pay for here and other places. We mentioned drugs earlier. Americans have access to newer drugs than other people. We also consume more drugs than other places. So we consume a higher volume of drugs. And they're disproportionately newer drugs than other places, and brand name drugs, which means, well, they're going to be more expensive. Does that hold true in other areas of healthcare in terms of like healthcare services, how much we get tested, the kind of treatments we receive, the surgeries, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
So in an international sense, it does seem to be true that generally the US or Americans are consuming higher technology or more intense forms of care. For example, MRI scans, stuff like organ transplants, like these procedures that are really what you think of as kind of cutting edge. It's not always clear that there are huge clinical improvements from doing them, but they are a lot more costly, and maybe on the margin, they're improving care just enough that it ends up being worth it. But it is generally true that the U.S. is consuming higher quantities of care, especially when you factor in the intensity of that care. And there's actually, I think, good evidence for this within the U.S. when you compare the care that people are getting in that market we were talking about earlier, the employer market, relative to Medicare. And so Medicare pays very similarly to what a lot of these other European countries would pay for services, whereas the employer market, it's a market. And so the prices tend to be a lot higher because they're set by these insurers, bargaining with these providers. And what you tend to find is that care in this market looks higher quality on average, or at the very least, the prices in this market seem to reflect high quality. So for example, if you look within local areas where Medicare's payments are basically constant across hospitals, what you see is that the hospitals that are getting paid the very most in the employer market with their commercial contracts, those hospitals are the ones that reduce mortality the most when people are, close to randomly assigned to them to go to them for care. They also tend to have like the best trained physicians of all the hospitals in that local area. They also tend to, just have the highest technology procedures. So they'll have a lot more MRI scans. They'll do a lot more like robotic surgeries. And so I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but I would say that generally there is a sense in which we are consuming a lot more care. And there's a sense in which higher prices in the US in some of our more private markets do reflect that. I will just briefly note that that relationship seems to be true, but it's not the whole story, because there is also these markets that are very concentrated, where there are just very few hospitals within the local area. And in those places, it seems like we're getting higher prices for nothing.
Right. So there's a mixture of different explanations, right? Like, because we consume a lot of low value care, which probably inflates our healthcare costs. In other countries, they really try to take out that healthcare, which isn't doing very much and costing a lot. We consume sometimes better care, which is more expensive, but other countries would roll cost ineffective, right? It's just not worth the money. We consume a lot of tests. We get tested a lot. We have a lot of specialists in this country. We go to specialists for tons of stuff that people might not go to specialists for in other places. In other countries, they have more gatekeeping. So they try to send you to your primary care doctor more. We spend less time with our primary care doctor. They want to keep you out of the hospital. They want to keep you from going to specialists to reduce their costs. There are all these things where like we actually just are spending more for about the same because there isn't really competition. And because the government's not there, they're not regulating the prices. So you have sometimes huge price varieties for things like an MRI scan, which are not really explained by anything objective. So somebody there is just making some extra money, and maybe that's going to something, or maybe it's going, distributed inefficiently, so it's really not going anywhere that's helpful to the society. We do have emergency care. Sometimes the prices get really extraordinary. And in concentrated markets, we see that the more concentrated your market is, the fewer hospitals there are around, even if they're all nonprofits. Guess what? Prices are higher. And that doesn't mean that things are actually better. So we do pay higher prices in some instances, and we could lower them without actually having some sort of negative consequences. The long and the short of it is, America spends more than other countries for some justified reasons. There's some benefit to that. And there are plenty of unjustified reasons. We could
Why was I link this? I feel like these guys agree with everything I say. What was the point? To make me feel better?
Pay people less if we could have more doctors. We could have lower administrative costs, and we could get rid of frivolous healthcare and frivolous rent seeking, where people are able to charge higher prices than they should be allowed to do so. Now, let's move on to the second thing that people always are talking about. We do not have universal healthcare coverage in this country, and every other developed country does. That's the claim. Is that true? And how big of a problem is that?
So I would say that this is technically true. As we talked about earlier, there is this whole segment of the US, about 10% of the population, that does not technically have insurance. I would say that this problem, though, is a little overstated because, as we talked about earlier, a lot of these people don't technically have insurance, but they do have access to a lot of this free and or reduced price care that is being funded on the back end in a really complicated system by state and federal governments. I would say they are kind of practically insured, even though they are not technically insured. And now I don't want to overstate my position too much. It's still a problem. And I think it's a problem because just because you have access to some care does not mean that's the best care you could have been getting, or the best package of care that you could have been getting. So there's certainly arguments that these people would be better off if they were in a more formal insurance plan. So for example, there's evidence that Medicaid does reduce mortality for a lot of these people who were previously uninsured. Then more generally, just the fact that a lot of these people who end up uninsured are churning in and out of like the employer market. So they'll have their job one day, all of a sudden they're fired, they're uninsured, all they have is this uncompensated care that's subsidized. That creates a lot of anxiety for a lot of Americans. And it's just anxiety that you don't need at all. We could totally get rid of it, and I think make people have a lot more peace of mind. What would you?
Right. So some people just don't seek care, period, because they don't know they have access to it. Even if technically you have access to something, doesn't mean that you actually know that. Like people don't know that you can go to the hospital and say, I can't afford to pay. And they're like, okay, well, we were going to charge you $4,000, but now we're not. Right? Like if you ask the average poor person, they just don't know that. So they don't get the care that they should. Certainly not preventative care. Even if they do get healthcare, it's often on the back end, which is more expensive care, and it is often worse because they already have the problem, their intestines bursting or whatever. We see that we have lack of preventative care for this demographic, which drags down a lot of healthcare indicators that are really healthcare specific. Where you're like, man, why is America so bad at maternal mortality or whatever? Actually, I think we're pretty good at that. But anything, and it's like, okay, actually, most people that get healthcare do great, but there's this whole cohort of the population which just doesn't get the care, or at least to the degree they should. Now, some people are just missed by the system, so they're poor and they get healthcare debt, like they just can't pay the bill. So it's a much less equitable way to pay for healthcare. In other countries, It's paid for by some sort of tax-based system. So even if they're paying like the same amount, it is distributed in a much more fair way. So there's not individuals that are just like hit with these massive bills, which destroy their lives. And I think this brings us to the big enchilada, which I think they're the biggest misconceptions are about, which is healthcare quality. And by that, I mean the actual impact that healthcare has on our life expectancy and our health indicators. Many people say, look, in America, we spend so much on healthcare, but our life expectancy is lower than other developed countries. Oh my God, our healthcare system is to blame. How much truth is there to that claim? And if it's not true, what are the things that explain why Americans live less long compared to other people?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And I think the pithiest way to explain it is that healthcare can only do so much. So in the US case, when people talk about us having such a low life expectancy relative to other countries, what you have to understand is that life expectancy is a measure that's really just mashing up a bunch of things that are not necessarily the fault of the insurance system and the providers. So for example, one reason why the US has very low life expectancy is because a lot more people here die in car crashes. Is that necessarily the fault of like our insurance system? To me, there's no way to see a really, I think, plausible direct link. And similarly, one reason we have a relatively low life expectancy is because we have a lot more homicides. Additionally, we'll have a lot more deaths from opioid overdoses, a lot of which can be related to cheap fentanyl supply from South American countries. And just, you go down the line of all these things, and it's hard to say that it's really health that is overall driving our problems with life expectancy. But at the same time, there is a health component, and this is a health component that people seem to blame on the American healthcare system. And that health component is that Americans are just, culturally quite unhealthy. Like we eat pretty badly. We don't really exercise. I'm not saying Mike is like this, but most people are in the US like not very healthy compared to these other countries. And so I think when you go down the line, what you really the conclusion you should end up with is that discrepancy in life expectancy is either like very overstated in terms of the role that healthcare and our healthcare system has to play, or it's just completely explained by these other factors that are not really related. What would you add?
I mean, yeah, surely if we had universal rollout of the best preventative care, we could get higher life expectancy, especially with new miracle drugs like Ozempic, which would help solve our obesity problem, which is a huge contributor to our issues. And surely if we had the best treatments for everyone when they got a disease, we could expand their life expectancy. But there's also all these other factors which help explain part of the difference. And it's just not true that if let's say we impose the French healthcare system in America, now our life expectancy is that of France. Certainly, our life expectancy will not be that of Japan or South Korea or some of these Asian countries. You have to ask yourself, okay, well, Europe lives longer than us, but why do all these Asians live longer than Europe? Well, a lot of it's lifestyle, right? Like, it's not just that Japan figured out some miracle healthcare system that is just, or Taiwan is magically better than Europe. It's just that there's like a lot of lifestyle factors, which we should try to address. Those are actually often free or really cheap to address, but don't put everything on healthcare because healthcare can only do so much. A lot of what healthcare is about is your quality of life while you're alive, right? Like if you have a chronic condition, having access to high quality treatments helps a lot. And not as much, certainly it has an impact on how long you live. With that said, I think we've addressed a lot of the big pervasive notions about healthcare. What you see is a lot of them are true, but they miss a lot of nuances and maybe over-exaggerate their claims. But we definitely do agree that American healthcare should be dramatically better. And that's why we want to move on to some of the problems that we believe the American healthcare system has that people don't talk about all that much. The first one I think we should talk about is the lock-in effect. The lock-in effect comes from employer-provided insurance. As we said earlier, over half of people, just about half of people, get their health insurance from their employer. And what does that mean? Well, if your health insurance is tied to your employer, what happens when you leave your employer? Oh, you lose your health insurance, right? And well, that means that you don't really want to leave your employer so much, especially if you're sick, especially if you have a chronic condition, because there's this danger. You can't afford to go search for a job in the intermediary period because you don't have health insurance. Or you're just scared of the transition between one employer to another employer. You're going to lose your physician. You're going to lose access to the medications that you rely on or your family relies on because your family's often on your plan. This adds frictions in the employment market. And do these frictions actually have a large negative impact?
I think it's one of those things that's hard to test. Sure. But if you think just like intuitively, losing your health insurance is something that nobody really wants to happen. And so it would make sense that people on the margin are going to be worried about this. And one kind of interesting thing that you kind of alluded to is that because you lose your insurance when you leave your employer, one thing that this could exacerbate is competition for workers. So if you think about it, like you get a job offer or you think there might be a job offer out there from a better company, and you want to spend time actually looking for it. In the US system, for most people, you have to give up your health insurance to be able to go do that. And so even if there's this better company over here who's willing to pay you a lot more, you might not be willing to take that risk because you have to spend this time uninsured. Maybe you can't exactly get a plan in the individual market on like the Obamacare exchanges. You don't want to deal with that system of uncompensated care. So that's really, I think, the crux of the issue is that it hurts one of the greatest things, which is that companies can compete for workers and the best companies can attract them over time through higher wages.
Right.
Would you add anything?
This has real macroeconomic effects, right? Because if employers really have this power over you, they can treat you worse, they can pay you worse. You don't go to the most productive job opportunity, which means you make less, your quality of life is worse, and the government takes less in taxes. So there's this actual negative social impact from this effect, the lock-in effect. And it's a big problem. And that's why pretty much amongst healthcare nerds, everyone agrees that we should just not rely on employer-provided insurance so much. That's one of the areas of American exceptionalism. Almost no one in the world really relies on employer-provided insurance as much as we do. And so everyone just disagrees about what we should replace it with, but few people actually are huge fans of the system other than the lobbyists for the employers themselves, which happen to be really big fans.
So the next problem that is really important to discuss is that we are not maximizing our innovative potential in the United States. And so a great example of this, really economy-wide, but it also applies very much in the healthcare sector, is the problem of frivolous patenting. And so patents are a huge component of how companies here develop drugs and devices. They're going to invest a bunch up front. They're going to then get approval for it. They're going to patent it, and then they're going to sell it as a monopolist for a while. And the idea is that period of being a monopolist is when they can, again, like we mentioned earlier, recover all those upfront costs and all the failures along the way. Now, the problem is that patenting is pretty cheap in a sense, because you can patent a lot of things that you don't even necessarily use or that are only marginal improvements on existing treatments. And so what this means is if I'm a company who has this blockbuster drug, for example, and I want to patent everything under the sun that's like even close to it, so I know I won't have another competitor. And then, and this is the worst part, I won't even use those other patents that I've already just gotten, and I'll just sit on them. Then I can sell as a monopolist. This will then slow, obviously, competition in the market, but also progress. So other companies might want to come in and use my patent to develop, an improvement along the way. And so just really in all different facets, price, future innovation, this is a really big problem. What would you add to that?
Yeah, right. So these frivolous copycat patents, which we should crack down on, so that you actually, people are only investing in actual innovation and not researching things that are monopolizing things that are unhelpful. There's also the FDA, which goes really slow. Sometimes it applies too high of standards. We don't approve drugs that are approved in Canada automatically. There's inefficiencies there, which raise costs and slow down innovation. I think that this brings us to another issue, which almost very rarely is talked about, which is the lack of price competition in America, or just competition amongst healthcare providers anyway. People don't shop for healthcare, especially even shoppable services. If you need to go to an emergency room, you can't really shop for that, right? You're gonna go to the nearest hospital. But if you need surgery, well, you actually can shop for that. If you need to go see a specialist, you can shop for that. It's not urgent. And there's not really a mechanism to do so because you're not really paying, you're not really exposed to the price. Often you're locked into a network where everything's pre-negotiated. There's not transparency in the prices or ways to judge different types of doctors in the ways that there could be. And we've seen many countries like Singapore, where there is a lot more transparency in price competition, and in plastic surgery in the United States, where there is a lot more of the presence of actual competition and you're paying, prices get lower. They find more productive ways to do things. Well, because there's an incentive to do so. And so something that we could do in the United States is try to inject more price competition where it's feasible.
And so there's kind of two perspectives on this of how you can get more price competition. One is actually thinking about, with our existing system of insurance, what can insurers do to make...
Yeah, I was going to say, technically, theoretically, you shouldn't need individuals to shop for price. Theoretically, this should be a function of the insurance market. They should be able, theoretically, the insurance company should be able to shop for price more efficiently than an insured individual should, because they should have more information about the market. Now, in effect, what this looks like, I'm not entirely sure. Would rely on competition between insurers, and I don't know how that would actually play out in effect. But
consumers more price sensitive. And so one way that a lot of insurers have been experimenting with is something called reference pricing. Micah obviously loves this, but the gist of what happens is the insurer will give people price information. So let's say on MRIs, that would be kind of the canonical shoppable service. They'll give them price information and they'll say, yeah, we're going to pay you this lump sum, which is equal to like the median price. If you find anything that's cheaper than the median price and you go to that instead, we'll let you keep the entire rest of the money that you save. And so,
there's variations of this idea, but the idea is pretty simple, right? You have an incentive to consume something cheaper because you actually receive some of the savings for doing so.
Sure.
Yeah. And so that's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it that's also being used recently is for plans that don't even want to give consumers price information. They're like, these consumers, they're not going to look at the prices and compare it to the co-insurance rate and whatever. What they'll just do is they'll say, hey, we have 3 types of copays. We got $100, to $150, and like $50. And if you go to this hospital, it's a tier 1 copay, so you pay $50. If you go to this one, it's $100. And the idea with that is to give consumers really clear prices where they don't have to do a bunch of work on their part, and they can just really see what these differences are and make hopefully cost effective.
If you do actual research, you'll find the biggest cost of healthcare. These guys haven't addressed it yet. Destiny hasn't either. What's the biggest cost? Your mom? Would you ever do a disagreement day where people call into a different number or Discord, or with disagreements like the amazing Lucas does? Maybe.
Choices.
We'll see.
And what you see is that when you do that,
I think I can be done with this game in 2 days. I think tomorrow. We'll see.
You're able to get people to shop for things like inpatient services. So I know there's a paper on like colonoscopies, and there's also papers on just like more comprehensive inpatient surgery, so like knee replacements, that was able to get people to shop. And this is like really surprising to a lot of healthcare economists because they're like, people don't shop really for their knee replacement or whatever. But it does seem to actually be effective at doing that. So that's one way to do it, is through the insurers.
If you can inject more price competition, that means that now these providers are going to have an incentive to make things cheaper. So that means if there's a new technology and automation or anything they can do to reduce the cost, they're going to have at least some incentive to do so. Now, quality also matters. And so there is evidence to indicate from plastic surgery and foreign experience, and actually experience with these exact ideas in the United States, that this can reduce costs and potentially promote cost-saving innovation, commercialization amongst healthcare providers, because now they really gotta put up or go home, because if they don't implement the cost savings, well, no one's going to go get their knee replacements or whatever. And this brings us to the last problem.
Wait, let me use the restroom. Or wait, I can turn the speaker on. 1 second.
That we talk about, which nobody else seems to care about, because you're you're on the stump about this all the time. Private insurers don't have the best incentives, but that doesn't mean they couldn't.
That's exactly right, Micah. And to explain why they don't have great incentives, what you need to start with is just two things that are endemic to the US insurance system. And the first one is that people's insurance contracts are relatively short in the US. In places like the Affordable Care Act exchanges, it's just 1 year. It's the same in the Medicare program for Medicare Advantage plans. In the employer market, even when you think people are going to spend some time in their plan because they're at their job, I think the average stay is like 3 to 5 years. So if you think about what the incentives are as an insurer, they are kind of to skimp on you as much as possible, because they don't actually need to pay the costs or the higher costs that come down the line as your health deteriorates. So for example, if Micah's trying to get treatment for diabetes that is especially cost effective, but I just deny it now, and I know he's going to be on a different insurer down the line, there's no real penalty on somebody like me to stop that from happening. And so an idea to fix this, or really two ideas to fix this, are one, to get people onto longer insurance plans where we think the insurer is more likely to internalize these bad health outcomes that come from skimping on coverage. And then additionally, we think another important thing is to bundle health insurance with life insurance. So for people who don't know, life insurance is essentially just the insurer will pay you if you die. And often people will get it because they're trying to protect their family from their death and the financial consequences of it. But there's no reason we couldn't just generally bundle a life insurance benefit, like a really kind of bare bones life insurance benefit, with our health insurance. And what you could really think about this as is it's this penalty that insurers have to pay if they do kind of the most severe thing of all, which is lead you to die under their supervision. And so we think that if we were able to get people into longer term contracts where the insurers are also liable for your life, that they would have much stronger incentives to invest in high quality care, to get you the preventative stuff that you need early, to make sure that, let's say they're using a reference pricing tool, to make sure you're not just going to super cheap, low quality hospitals, but making sure you're going to ones that are low cost and relatively high quality.
Right.
So there's all these good incentives that can come.
It's a really simple idea that what's profit maximizing for the insurer should be also the thing that's best for you. Right? There's this claim that goes around all the time, and it's largely true, which is every time they deny a claim, that is something that has some profits, right? They only can make money by denying your claims. Well, I mean, obviously they have to deny some claims if they're spurious, but now actually denying every claim is not profit maximizing, certainly, because there's certain claims that are necessary for your health, and if you die.
Well, and also there's for some regulated plans, your premiums have to be a percentage of your the payouts have to be a percentage of the total premiums you make. Insurance companies don't make money denying claims. They make money collecting premiums. That's what insurance companies are in the business of doing. So they collect premiums, they do the calculations for payouts, and then the payouts are less than some percentage of all the premiums they collect. This is how insurance makes money.
Die, well, guess what? They're going to get charged for that. And the earlier you die, the more they got to pay. Yeah, it's a very simple idea that, if you die earlier, they're going to pay more. And the later you die, the less they're going to pay. And if you actually end up living a pretty decent quality of life for yourself, well, they don't have to pay very much at all, right? They don't have to pay anything at a certain point. And so it's longer term exposure. Now, some people think that private insurance just will never have good incentives. One of the arguments they bring up is that whenever you do experiments on people's choices amongst private insurers, you see that often they choose private insurance plans which aren't the best. So what they'll do is they'll create a curated sample of like 25 private insurance options, and they'll write out the details of all of them, and they give it to test takers, right? And they say, which one would you choose? And they find that often people choose dominated plans. Those are plans that are just inferior, straight up, across all domains to other options that people were afforded. And the idea is that shopping between insurers is just really complicated. So even if you simplify the different axes of difference amongst them, people are still too lazy to actually take the time to find the optimal plan. And so, well, if people are not actually rewarding the best insurers for being the best, and are just choosing kind of randomly, well, then why would we think that private insurers would actually have an incentive to do a really good job? King of the Coast disagrees with this idea. So what is your argument against that?
You say people are lazy, but also it's just like you're talking about like picking, for one, the plans are usually, it's kind of complicated to look between them, and two, you're talking about like very low probability events. Like nobody really, I think, has in their mind, like how likely is it for me to experience like this catastrophic health thing? It's just not a thing that we commonly deal with.
It's that point.
So before I get to where I disagree, I'll say where I agree. And I 100% agree that choice in health insurance markets is imperfect. Consumers often make mistakes. And I think crucially what people need to understand is that these studies that a lot of people are citing, they're studies of consumers when presented with a menu of options. And they're looking at whether the consumer is essentially picking the very best option for them. Not a relatively good option, not like way better than a random option, the very best option for them. And that is definitely telling you something. I'm not saying it's not telling you anything, but it's also, if you think about it, just an extremely high bar to evaluate competition on. And so the better metric, in my view, is to look at whether consumers have a high preference, for example, for lower premium plans, for conditional on the premium, high quality plans, for, in general, do consumers seek out higher quality plans? Do they seek out lower cost plans? And this does seem to be something that happens. It could be a lot better than it is right now, but it does seem to be something that happens. And I think a good analogy here, if I could really quickly, is to think about like what people would say in other markets. So
after the Supreme Court shot down deporting Venezuelans, a lot of big conservative voices on X are calling for Trump to declare martial law and arrest all the Democrats and the court. What are the odds this happens? I feel like the Trump admin is trying to avoid like direct confrontations where they're obviously in the wrong. So I feel like that wouldn't happen, but I don't know. Who knows? We'll see.
for example, if I told you that people do not always go to the lowest priced gas station in their area, but over time, people tend to flow to the lowest priced gas station as they hear about it from their friends, they look it up every now and then, right? If over time the market is moving towards lower cost or higher quality providers, then it doesn't actually matter that it's not perfect. There's still a lot of value from the competition. So what
Heart attacks and strokes are very common. Depends on what you mean by catastrophic event. No, heart attacks and strokes are not very common. I don't know what the fuck you possibly mean by that. How many people do you know that are commonly having heart attacks or strokes? The average person probably has one or fewer, would be my guess. Like, what?
And I think that's a reasonable take. It just depends on how bad people's decisions are, and how much these bad insurers end up going away. I think that there's also a good argument that you can add more decision-making aids to the process. One idea that you've advocated for in the past is risk-weighted mortality scores. So basically, you look at the type of people that your insurance is taking, and you're seeing how good are you doing for these people relative to their health, right? So if you take all very sick people that are very poor, and you manage to actually, the people on your plan live longer than they would be expected to live on average, well, you're doing a great job, right? If you take all really rich people, and they're very healthy, and they end up dying 3 years earlier, well, you're doing a pretty bad job, right? And you can have some sort of metrics for that, things like that, which are displayed on the insurance marketplace, which will make it really simple to choose. You just say, hey, let me look at the cost, and you can simplify the differences in cost. And you say, let me look at how good they are at actually keeping people alive. And maybe there's a few other variables, and now it's actually really easy not to choose the worst ones, right? Maybe it's still kind of complicated to choose the best one, but at least that the bad ones are bad, and as the bad ones die off, well, then there's a higher bar for what the bad ones are, and those die off, and those die off over and over and over again, and eventually you get a better working system. Now, another point that you make to articulate why private insurers might be better than just a government health insurance program is that they do this thing called managed care. Can you explain what managed care is and why it could be useful?
Yeah, so managed care is really kind of a euphemism, but what it essentially means is you're steering people from certain types of care to other types of care. And in the best of worlds, what is happening is that insurers are steering people from high cost care to low cost care, and from high or low quality care to high quality care. One of the really essential ways that insurers do this is through their provider networks. So some insurers, actually most insurers at this point, will only contract with some providers. And the idea is that the insurers go to bargain with the providers. They say, yeah, if you don't give me a great price, if you don't give me this much quality in exchange for your price, I'm not going to include you in the plan. And then if you're a consumer in that plan, you're not going to want to go to the people who are out of network and don't give you coverage. So that's one way in which they can really manage care. Now, it's important to understand that we want insurers to come up with ways to do this that aren't a huge hassle to consumers. So there are obviously instances in which something like networks can be a hassle to navigate. And so the argument is we want insurers finding ways to manage care without creating that big hassle, and in its ideal world, pushing people towards low-cost, high-quality care.
That's very helpful. No, I understand the real debate is, does the managed care just make things more complicated and inflate their profits, or does it actually add, some significant value where there's a bunch of cost savings? At least in the example of Medicare Advantage plans make plenty of profits, but they also offer more coverage than Medicare, and they do it for close to the same amount of money. There's some gaming and fraud, and so you can see, well, they are actually able to cover some more stuff and maybe have a little bit lower cost sharing because they're doing this. So there are some real savings here. This brings us to the very last section of this video, which is going to be the briefest, which is outlining the different types of healthcare systems which exist in the world. There's basically 3 types of universal healthcare systems which exist in developed countries: socialized medicine, single payer, and managed competition. We're going to put up a map here for you so you can see a map of the world that I created, which shows you the different systems in play. Essentially, these managed competition systems are more on the market-based side. There's different variations of them. Probably King of the Coast would advocate for his own unique wonky version. But the idea here is that this competition amongst providers and insurers actually adds some value. And so we want to use market forces to make sure we have universal healthcare, but also we have a dynamic, innovative system. And then
Imagine H3 sued Hassan and donated all of Hassan's money to Palestine. I don't think they could sue him for anything, but
there's single payer and socialized medicine, which are more common. And the idea here is ultimately private sector in healthcare just not worth the complexity. The government can do it more efficiently, and they can take care of the innovation and be dynamic in the ways that we need them to be. This is the big debate. We're not going to settle in this video because that would take forever. But do you have any closing thoughts on this debate that you think that our viewers will find valuable to aid them in this long, lengthy healthcare research process?
Yeah, so all I would add to what you just said is that there are also kind of hybrids of the two. So you have socialized medicine and single payer on one hand, and then you have managed competition on the other hand. But there are also systems that kind of merge these two. So Australia is a great example of this. This is called a 2-tier system. But Australia basically has socialized medicine, so they own the providers. And then on the other hand, they also have a system of private insurance and private providers. The main argument that people make for this is that it can give people who are willing to pay for it access to more timely care. They can be seen faster. They can maybe get higher quality care that the more social system wouldn't cover. The only thing I would also add is that there are 2-tier systems that mix kind of managed competition with a really relatively unregulated private market. And so Germany is the biggest example of this. They have a managed competition system pretty similar to Obamacare. It's more restrictive in a lot of ways, but then high income people can also opt out and go into these lifelong private insurance contracts. that are risk rated. That's a whole different.
It's very complicated, right? Like what happens is a lot of these countries have a public system, but it's like not funded well enough, and there's really long wait times, and so people start opting out into the private system. And the argument is, well, we don't actually want to make the public healthcare system better because that's really expensive, and now it's like just a social safety net for lower income people. And hey, if you want to get private insurance, you go to private doctors, that's fine. It's kind of a fragmented system, and there's certainly inefficiencies. I don't think that anybody would go into developing a healthcare system wanting it to be two-tier, because it just doesn't make a ton of sense. Like you could still have a system that has a social safety net, and it's all one unified system where people can pay more and get more without having to go through an entirely different system. But hey, that's on the map. You guys can see it, and it is certainly interesting. I know in countries like Canada, the whole debate is should we become two-tier or not. Now you'll understand American healthcare, how it works, what are its problems, both the myths about them and the actual real problems, and the different kinds of universal healthcare systems which exist around the world. I've made a lot of other healthcare content on this channel.
Do we all understand?
I will make future videos on healthcare, maybe with King of the Coast, so we can dive more into what kind of solutions we think we should be prioritizing. But I hope you found this video helpful. Make sure to share it with any of your friends which are trying to become healthcare wonks, and make sure to subscribe. King of the Coast, do you have any social media handles you want to plug before we close this off?
Yeah, just my Twitter account, which is King of the Coast with 2 T's at the end. But other than that, this was great.
Right, one of the wonkiest healthcare videos on the internet. We're gonna take in the cake. Healthcare triage. We're coming for you. We're getting even nerdier than you are. Thank you guys. I will see you in the next video.
Does anyone else nerd out? Any other nerds out there? Okay, this one.
Are not going well at the daily.
Wait. Oh shit. Hold on, no wait. 8-minute video.
BWE has doubled and tripled down on trying to have people's videos taken down if they talk about them. And he's also doubled down on calling me a liar and a defamer, which is why I'm doing this video. Mudahar has talked about him, Charlie has talked about him, and he's tried to have Mudahar's video taken down. I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to do the same thing to Charlie. I want to respond to something that BWE said over here. Plus, I cannot fight a liar with millions of subs. I'm a sole developer. This was posted to his Twitter. The real motive? It's not justice. M-, because everybody uses M-dashes on Twitter. This isn't about ethics, M-, it's about piracy, jealousy, and pushing an anti-business agenda. I went over this in this video. It's not ABC.
Who the fuck uses M-? What the fuck? That's sociopathic.
It's XYZ with DEF. Anytime somebody does that shit, I know that they wrote what they wrote with ChatGPT. I was lazy and I fucked up and I didn't use Pandoc when I should have, and I was using ChatGPT to convert stuff from Wiki to Markdown, from Markdown to other stuff, and I told it, don't change the content of anything that I said. Simply convert from one format to the other. And I was so stupid, I deleted the chats and I deleted the original work. So I got 60 or 80 pages of stuff at this point that has had the word make sure turned to ensure, that mentions critical, crucial, essential, critical, crucial, essential. It's not ABC, it's DEF with XYZ. M-, M-, M-. I have a PhD in what it's like to have ChatGPT plagiarize your homework for you. The only thing that I am more sure of than that ChatGPT wrote that Twitter post is that BWE is the exact same person as the Luan Taharaj that messed with those 13-year-old girls. I'm calling you out, and I'm saying to a camera with 2 million people that Louis Rossman thinks you're a pedophile. You said over here that it's not worth it, and I cannot fight a liar with millions of subs. And that's complete bullshit. I got a business with 8 employees that I've had for 16 years. I have a YouTube channel with 2 million subscribers. I have 2 nonprofits that have spent time advocating for right to repair around the country. I've raised money off of nothing other than my name. I go to these state legislative hearings, I testify, I get support from all these different people based on my reputation. My reputation is worth everything to me. Without my reputation, I am nothing. Without my reputation, my business is nothing. If I make these claims...
You have backup irons in your ear? No, I've got boxes of stuff that I need to open. I've just been lazy.
And they're not true.
I need to beat this game to get it out of my fucking mind.
My business will probably be nothing. You could take everything away from me for saying what I just did right there, because I didn't qualify it. I didn't do no bullshit that this is not financial advice. No, I said it out loud. And it'd be very, very easy for you to prove that I'm completely full of shit. Problem here is that I didn't ask for this in the first video I did because I'm a privacy advocate. But one of the things that I had to learn, I got to learn my own lessons here. When I was talking to Mr. Steve Berkey...
Fuck, wait, what's that from? What's that quote from? I didn't ask for this. Was this a Deus Ex quote from that video game? What is that? What am I thinking of? Is it Deus Ex? I didn't ask for this. I never asked for this. Is it Deus Ex? Yeah, I think it was. I don't remember from where, but...
Gamers Nexus.
Maybe it was in the trailer?
When I'm talking in this video, and this video over here, this one particularly between...
Wait, did I talk about this on stream? You guys know that... you know that Christian Bale did the Batman voice before Batman, right? Did everybody know this? I just found this out like semi-recently. What's the name of the Is it Howl's Moving Castle with the flying thing? No. Yes? Is this the one? Listen, all these movies are run the same to me. Which one has like the flying, the guy who turns into the flying thing? Is it this or is it the other one? I watched Howl's Moving Castle like 3 times before I realized it was Christian Bale. Find me a scene where he turns into the thing. He uses the Batman voice, guys. Oh, fuck. I don't even know what scene it would be. Fuck! Look up War or Battle or Crow. War scene? It's like one of the last scenes of the movie. Fuck! Somebody find this scene for me and link it, okay? And we'll watch it. It's the Batman voice.
To Steve Burke at Gamers Nexus, when I'm talking in this video, and this video over here, this one particularly between...
Type in Crow, you'll find it instantly. Howl's Moving Castle Crow. Can we not have shorts popping up? What the fuck? Oh wait, I own this.
Is that back now?
Don't look.
Hold on. It's taking way longer than I thought it would.
Oh. Okay.
God damn it. When was this? Timestamp it! Somebody linked it, hold on.
I see no point in living if I can't be beautiful.
Wait, no.
Sophie!
It's more than that.
Look what you've done to my hair!
No!
That's my girl. A present for you.
I hate you guys. Listen, you know what? Just forget. Delete the last 5 minutes from your life. It's somewhere in there, okay?
18 minutes and 21 minutes. What I'm saying in that video is that when you're dealing with a bitch, the problem is when you try to hold the bitch to the same standard that you hold yourself to. So I would usually hold you to the same standard that I would hold myself to. Customers can walk into my store and not leave their name, their email address, or their phone number, and I will still fix their stuff. I may ask for a deposit ahead of time, but I will still fix their stuff. I don't believe in asking for people's personally identifiable information for no good reason. The problem is you do. And for me to hold you to that standard when you don't hold yourself to that standard is ridiculous. You berate your own customers over this. When you take away the access to what they bought and paid for because it gives you sadistic pleasure to do so, you tell them, show me your ID. Then you make fun of them and say, is that what you show a cop?
Okay,
then you say that they must not exist. Then you say that they must be in hell.
To be fair, bullying customers is kind of base, okay? But not for this guy. He shouldn't bully customers.
Lead fumes.
Around an hour and 13 and 50 minutes into the movie. 1:13:50. 1:13:50.
How is that you? Are you in pain? Tell
Hold
me
on.
what's happening.
That's him. That's the Batman voice. There it is. Wait, I think he speaks more though. Hold on.
No, I'm not going away. I'm going to help you break the spell that you're under.
You can't even break your own spell.
But
There it
you don't
is!
understand. I love you.
Too late.
hockey pads. Okay, close enough. He does it more in this movie too, but okay.
Which, by the way, it's flux fumes. Lead does not vaporize into the air until 3,000 plus Fahrenheit, you ignorant fuck. You don't even gotta have a high school diploma to understand this shit.
Gotta read. You ignorant fuck.
You take solder, you put it to a soldering iron, you'll see smoke come up, and then when the flux burns away in the solder, you'll notice that smoke stops going up, and you can measure this with a P-Track 8525 particle counter. And what you'll notice is that the solder stays on the iron and doesn't go anywhere, even though it's no longer smoking, because the flux is what creates the fumes, not the lead, you stupid, ignorant motherfucker. The fact that you are worse than somebody that got a...
Okay, just because lead might not actually evaporate until 3,000 whatever Fahrenheit, it might lose some of its tensile strength before then. Oh, who's gonna get that sick reference?
58 on his chemistry regents going to New York City public school is almost more offensive to me than what you did to those 13-year-old girls. I digress. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. As my best friend and great mentor, God rest his soul, Mr. Dino used to say, if you're gonna be the bitch, be the whole bitch. You tell all your customers, show me your ID. I'm gonna make the same request to you. Show me your fucking ID. I want to see your state identification. I want to see a state ID that can be verified by your local government. I want that state ID to match the name on your bank accounts that the money comes in for all the people who bought your software. I want that name on your state ID to line up with the transcripts from the college that you claim that you're going to. I want that state ID to match your fucking picture. If you were able to show that with all that evidence, you would be able to bury me in a fucking grave. But you're never going to show that. That's why you deleted your social media. That's why you deleted your business. That's why you got rid of everything, because you know that I'm right, and you know that I got more receipts on you. Did you sign up for a website that's similar to Australian's Ticketmaster back in 2020? And if so, did you use the name Louis Taharaj when you signed up with your business email domain name of betterwayelectronics.com.au? Yeah, I didn't click on it to see that they...
See, you know what would have saved this guy a whole bunch of trouble is if he would have taken advice from Nathan For You, and he would have hired asexual computer workers. He would have been fine.
Match. But I know.
Believe me. I know.
You feel that.
You lost a fan when you admitted to watching anime dubbed. I don't watch anime dubbed. That's why I didn't know until a few months ago that Christian Bale was doing Batman voice in this. And then I don't remember who brought up that they watched it dubbed, and then we watched some of it, and I was like, oh my God, that's the Batman.
Don't you? Right through your suit. The heat is on, Louis. There are eyewitnesses too. And there's more than one of them. And several people have already come forward with them on their YouTube channels. People that you screwed over. You think I wouldn't double check on this shit before I post this to the internet? What kind of fucking idiot do you think I am? You know how much shit that I have to lose if I'm wrong about this?
AWE has actually visited someone, and someone who we know and trust actually put eyeballs on this guy. Now, there is a newspaper article, I'll just put it there, with his disgusting face on it. So I sent that picture to this guy over DM, and yeah, there you go. Confirmed kill.
Confirmed kill.
Louis.
I've looked up a lot of information on you over the past 2 weeks, Louis. A lot of stuff that I've yet to disclose. I've dug so much, I'm surprised I'm not standing right next to you in Australia right now, so that you'd have an opportunity to tell me to my face that you think I'm a liar, a cheater, and a defamer, so that you could figure out...
God, I love New Yorkers.
...in person what happens when you...
Did I ever go over... Wait, did we listen to this on stream? I complained about my fucking airline story, right? This lady... we waited for like an hour. There was only one taxiway or one takeoff place or whatever. And we waited for like an hour to finally get in line to be able to take off, or more. It might have been more than an hour. But when we finally get to take off, this lady stands up or whatever. She starts screaming and she's like, I don't want to go. I want to stay in New York. And everybody's like, oh my God. Everybody's like ass pain, because they're like, bro, we've been sitting here for hours and now you're saying you don't want to leave? What the fuck? And she fights so much. Everybody thinks it's just like some crazy chick or whatever, but it's not. She commits so hard that like 10 minutes later, after fighting and letting other planes, I guess, ahead of us or whatever, I don't even know how you do that on a runway or what was going on there. The captain announces, sorry, we have to go back to the gate. There's a passenger that we need to return to JFK, and everybody's super ass pained. This was her. This was her like leaving the plane.
Shut the fuck up. Thank you so much for all your compliments. No one gives a fuck. I'm not calling twat. Thank you so much. Blood clot problem, bitch. Yes. It's my choice. That is your choice. Get the fuck out. Thank you so much. Oh, you're welcome. Oh, what a show. What a show. Yeah. It's not the fault of what the she's living her yellow dirty ass suitcase. Don't let her leave it. There you go, yeah! Grab your shit! No, thank you, fuck off. Everyone will remember you, don't worry. Absolutely. Yeah! I'm from Kazakhstan. Remember, Kazakhstan. Nobody wants that.
Participate the doors.
What a disaster. I think I have a few more videos, but they're retarded. They're just all dumb. Oh, one thing I didn't mention, though. We're all getting off the plane. And we start walking, you know, you get off the plane and you start walking off the jet bridge. And then you get to the place where there's like an escalator going down because I'm back at Miami Airport. And there's a guy, this guy is just stopped at the bottom of the escalator. And everybody's like, the fuck, bro? And we all have to like move around this guy who's just like stopped. And then when we walk past this guy, I didn't know that this was possible. I thought this was shit my grandma told me to like scare me. This guy's shoe is getting eaten by the escalator. Like, people are pissed off, and then they walk by and they look, and this guy's shoe, and everybody's like, oh shit, watch, it's just getting eaten, and it gets completely eaten by the escalator. I didn't even know this was gonna happen. I thought this was some shit your parents told you so you'd stop playing around. And this guy like gets up and he's just like standing there and he's like missing his shoe that's just like completely gone. What a horrible fucking day. Oh my God. Nobody pushed the button. Is there a button? Is there? I don't know, dude. Jesus Christ.
You say that shit to somebody's face, to a grown man born in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, rather than to a scared little blackmailed Australian girl. I would teach you a lesson that she could not, and I bet you take a very different tone with me in person than you do over the internet. I've always been a privacy advocate. Always will be. But I'm not going to make the mistake of holding scumbags to the same standard that I hold myself. I'm going to hold you to the standard that you hold yourself to. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. You want to be the bitch? Be the whole bitch. Show me your ID. You want to destroy me as a human being? You can do it with a single fucking scan. But you won't. Because I know who you are. And so do you. You know what pisses me off? I believe in second chances for everybody. I know this is going to sound messed up, but I even believe in, that's one of my biggest flaws in the world, that the people that care about me will always point out. I will always give somebody a second and third and a fourth chance. It's why I hate Darvo people, because I have an endless amount of sympathy, empathy, and willingness to give somebody a 10,000th chance after they've showed me who they are. And the thing is, in the real world, even with a sick, twisted fuck like you, I'm the type of person that would want you to have a second chance. It's a character flaw. That's why I'm okay with hiring ex-cons. I don't disqualify people because they checked the wrong box on line 14. If you have a felony conviction, I'm open to talking to you, and I'm open to giving everybody a second chance. Because 99% of people, when you give them a second chance, they're going to realize they screwed up and do the right thing. The people that are the most interested in proving they're a net benefit to society, in my experience, are people that got put behind bars for being a net negative. But the problem is that there's that 1% of people, they don't hurt others as a byproduct of their issues. There's that 1% where hurting people is the point. Darvo people, they're uncurable. You were one of the lowest forms of scum in society when you...
It's like, ordinarily, especially over like pedophilia shit, like I feel like when it comes to statutory rape, people get like fucking, in my opinion, they get unhinged. Who is the guy that they tried to cancel him because he was like 19 dating a 17-year-old? This happened like yesterday. I saw this getting posted in chat. I was like, it's fucking retarded. This guy that he's talking about, we watched the video yesterday. It was actually crazy. Like, not only is the guy
getting like child porn of like 13, 14, 15-year-olds. He's like blackmailing them and bragging about it and posting it. It's like, it's actually insane. This guy that he's talking about. Holy shit.
You committed
No, not Call Me Carson. It was some other guy who was involved in some drama or something. Yesterday it was posted about him, but
Darvo
I guess a recent thing.
They're uncurable. You were one of the lowest forms of scum in society when you committed that crime and went to prison. And when you came out as somebody who understood PlayStations better than everybody else in the industry, who created software that everybody relies on and uses, that were willing to pay for it. You were the go-to person. Everybody wants to be the Dr. House of their industry that everybody goes to solve the problems that nobody else can solve. There's such a dopamine rush in that, and there's such a great feeling to knowing that you're on the top of your field, that people look up to you and want to be like.
Is it true they're trying to get you on the sex offender registry, or no? This is the most retarded claim that some of these weird. Even if I was theoretically guilty of every single thing that like people have alleged, it wouldn't get you on the sex offender registry. These people are fucking retarded. They're just unhinged.
Like you and want to learn, want to troubleshoot like you. You could have been a hero. The David versus Goliath, fighting back against companies like Sony that don't want customers to be able to fix what they bought and paid for. You had everything that you needed to have a second start for yourself. Nobody would have looked you up. If you didn't laugh at people and screw with them as you were ripping them off and fucking with them and telling them that they sound like they're inhaling lead fumes because of how stupid they are as you're revoking access to what they bought and paid for. Do you think anybody would have seriously done the detective work to figure out who you are? No. You would have got to live your life as the hero that made the world a better place for people.
You had it all and you threw it away, you dumb fuck!
Damn. Got him. Okay. What happened to the Daily Wire?
Things are not going well at the Daily Wire. They're losing talent, laying...
This guy's got some real volume.
Things are not going well at the Daily Wire. They're losing talent, laying off staff, and their CEO, Jeremy Boring, has resigned. With all the rumors swirling around the company, I think it's a good time to take a look at how they got here and just how bad things may be. Let's start with the beginning. The Daily Wire launched back in 2015 from the humble beginnings of being cooked up in Jeremy Boring's pool house. Boring and Ben Shapiro would start the Daily Wire through their LLC, Bentkey Ventures. The Daily Wire found early success marketing its content on Facebook, where Ben Shapiro in particular gained a large following. The outlet got massive engagement for its articles, often dwarfing news outlets like CNN and HuffPost. However, an investigation by Popular Information detailed how much of this engagement was driven by sock puppet accounts that hid their affiliation with the Daily Wire to help spread their stories.
Ooh.
Although it violates Facebook's terms of service to do that, the Daily Wire didn't face any real penalties after they were exposed, aside from being asked to mark accounts with names like American Patriot and America First as being run by their company. The Daily Wire also saw growth in podcasting and on YouTube, in part through their aggressive marketing strategy, which included a large number of paid ads. And over time, they began to develop a loyal audience. They later launched a subscription service where they provided members with exclusive material. And for the first few years, things were looking very rosy for the company. By 2022, the Daily Wire seemed to be reaching its peak. They celebrated by renaming their subscription service Daily Wire Plus, and it had gained hundreds of thousands of new subscribers throughout that year. According to Jeremy Boring, revenue figures were projected to be reaching $200 million. That money was used to sign high-profile talents such as Jordan Peterson and Candace Owens. In short, things were looking very good for the company. At some point, things began to take a turn. It's difficult to say exactly where this was, since the Daily Wire is very selective with the metrics it makes public, and there are many different parts of this company to consider. But I want to highlight a few of the reasons I think the Daily Wire is in some trouble right now. I believe the first major catalyst was the company's foray into the world of movies and television. Many of the people at the Daily Wire have, at various times, tried to make it in the world of entertainment. Jeremy Boring had produced and written several shorts, Ben Shapiro was an aspiring screenwriter, Michael Knowles was an actor, and Andrew Klavan has writing credits for a few produced movies. Their levels of success varied from no success at all to a modest amount of success, though none of them seemed satisfied with what they have achieved. They would often voice complaints that it wasn't so much their lack of talent that held them back, but rather a bias against conservatives in Hollywood.
True.
In his 2011 book, Primetime Propaganda, Ben Shapiro describes his experience of nearly getting a job as a screenwriter. For those unfamiliar with Shapiro's history, as a young conservative, he had a column and had written a few books. For his fourth book, Primetime Propaganda...
You should watch the technicals video on hacks okay, after this.
He used that public profile to obtain access for several interviews with various studio executives. In that book, he describes a brief story about how he had a small opportunity to become a writer in show business. Apparently, several scripts he had written were read by studio executives and agents, and he, as a talent, was being shopped around town for a potential job. Eventually, though, his agent dropped him because of his existing writing credits, marking him as someone that people in the entertainment industry wouldn't want to work with.
Wait! Caught me.
St. Paul police officers in Minnesota surround a naked man who barricaded himself in a dumpster.
Joseph, come out of the dumpster.
This scenario involves over 36 police officers, helicopter surveillance, assistance from nearby civilians, and will eventually evolve into a national headline. Well over an hour earlier, first responders received a 911 call involving a female victim.
This lady, she had on nothing but a pink robe. She was screaming, "Help me." Her SUV was crashed, her face pretty bad beaten. I unlocked my back door and told her, "Get in." She just kept saying, "Oh, he's gonna kill me." She was terrified. This was an ex-boyfriend, and I had asked her, "Where is he? What does he have on?" And she said, "Nothing. He's butt naked."
Officials arrived soon after, and the female victim was taken to the hospital for evaluation. Investigators then questioned her about the events leading up to the crash. She kept in contact with a man named Joseph Javante Washington, despite a highly complicated relationship. That night, she came home alone at 6:30. Joseph was there as he had been earlier that day. He obtained the victim's phone and then unexpectedly struck her in the head. Joseph then dragged her by her hair into the bathroom, trapped her, and threatened to kill her with a knife. He then physically and sexually assaulted her in the shower, punching her with a closed fist, and accused her and her family of tracking him. During the attack, he used her own phone to record the sexual assault and posted the videos to her Facebook and Snapchat. Afterward, he dragged her to the garage, both still naked, and ordered her into a vehicle. She pleaded for clothes, and
I don't know if we should watch this. The plaintiffs in my case are going to start citing this one as a case against me. Here's an example of his behavior.
Retrieved a thin pink bathrobe and 2 knives, forcing her at knife point into the driver's seat. As she drove, he forced her to speed past 100 miles per hour, weave into oncoming traffic, and run red lights. The entire time, he punched her and held a knife to her throat.
Are we watching this? Somebody asked me if this cop shooting was justified.
That if she crashed, he would kill her. Joseph eventually grabbed the steering wheel, causing a crash. Both survived. The victim ran while Joseph allegedly grabbed the knives and ran another way. The victim frantically waved down traffic for help. A driver stopped and called 911, leading to her transport to the hospital, where she was treated for contusions, abrasions, and an orbital bone fracture under her left eye. Meanwhile, police launched a manhunt for the naked rapist in the streets of downtown St. Paul. One key St. Paul officer, Anthony Dean, will be an important figure in the events to come.
How long you've been with St. Paul PD?
6 years. I work for the Ramsey County Sheriff's Department and Ramsey County Corrections. I'm a United States Marine. I'm actually a disabled veteran.
Officers learned from dispatch that a naked man had broken into a nearby home about a quarter-mile away.
Pulled open our back door. He was naked.
Barreled through towards the kitchen.
He went to the fridge.
He yanked stuff out, and it was a jar of pickles that had broken on the floor.
Pulled out a bottle of orange juice, and just that quick, he left again.
We were stunned.
Do you remember him saying anything to you?
No. That's what also was sort of alarming, because he just seemed like in an altered state.
Well, how did it make you feel to have a strange naked man coming in your back door?
We're still processing. We've had some drinks tonight.
Okay.
I'm glad that's all that he wanted, was that orange juice. It was unusual, and we're used to weirdos in this neighborhood, believe me.
The male burglary victim allegedly followed Joseph outside during the call and informed responding officers of his last known location. A K-9 unit was deployed to track Joseph.
It's very rare circumstances to deploy canines to detain a suspect.
He's also wanted for 1033. That changes things for K-9.
Even with authorization, K-9 officers must issue a warning before releasing the dog, stating their commands and informing the suspect that non-compliance may result in being bit. It was around this time that officers themselves heard unknown gunshots in the area.
Just heard shot fired, about 8 or 9 shots.
Immediately, we believed this could be related to our suspect.
Security footage later revealed a naked Joseph casually walking down the street as a passerby did a double take. About 40 minutes had passed since the crash. He fled. Weather records show temperatures were in the low 40s Fahrenheit, or around 6 degrees Celsius. A strike team officer soon spotted Joseph jumping into a dumpster, and within moments, he was surrounded by nearly 3 dozen officers. He was not just being tracked on the ground. A flight team with thermal imaging allegedly confirmed his location in the dumpster while capturing the entire scene. At the hospital, the victim shared more about Joseph, details officers had learned before finding him at the dumpster. She said he wasn't taking his medication for bipolar disorder, spoke often about suicide, and has a history of using using methamphetamines and cocaine. He was abusing Wellbutrin that night, which can cause delusions and manic.
Who's abusing Wellbutrin? Bro, how down are we right now? Wait, what the fuck? What?
Behavior for people with bipolar and a history of hard drug use. Reports share that while Joseph remained in the dumpster, he told officers he had a gun. Although body cam footage of this incident is documented by the 1,400-page report surrounding this case, we were also able to obtain this never-before-seen footage after winning an appeal request to the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
Joseph, come on out.
29, we're going to deploy. Cover road, just so everybody's aware.
Officers were authorized to use less than lethal tactics.
Joseph, come on out.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I thought Wellbutrin was an SSRI, but it's not. Apparently, it's prescribed alongside SSRIs. I didn't know that.
Joseph, come on out. You don't want to be around the pepper ball.
Not the pepper ball. What's that? Do we know what pepper balls are?
Poor guy's got it. Yeah. Come on, Joseph.
The pepper ball rounds mixed with winds caused the aerosol irritant to blow back towards officers.
Every officer up there affected by these pepper ball rounds, and so I could tell that these rounds were effective.
Authorized to use pepper ball, but had no effect.
It appeared to have no effect as it was not coughing or really moving.
It didn't have much effect.
I've been on many scenes where pepper balls are fired. It's almost like a gas chamber. It affects you, and it affects you a lot. It causes you to cry, your nose to run. It affects your breathing. It affects everything. I could see it was having no effect on him, and that was concerning for me.
A total of 14 pepper balls were deployed. In the provided footage, it is difficult to tell if Joseph is coughing.
You gotta come out, buddy.
14 pepper balls. They're pepper balling this guy like crazy.
They have one right there. They've got one.
You want me to go open the lid of the dumpster?
No.
Isn't he naked? He's definitely got a knife, but he's saying he has a gun.
He's saying he's got a gun. And it's full of pepper balls.
But he was naked, right?
Well, he was naked, but we saw him come out of the alley. We don't know what he's picked up in.
Is the only place that these heat exchangers let go of heat is out the back? They wouldn't heat up the neighboring pipes. It's just out the back? Okay.
Time frame. Joseph, come on out, buddy.
Somebody
We know you're in there.
Too.
You're just gonna have to come out.
Come on,
I was
dude.
maintaining lethal cover and said, I have a gun in here, don't come near me. I believed it was a clear warning. If you're going to try to come to this dumpster and take me into custody, I have a gun and I'm going to shoot you.
Damn.
Officers in dispatch reportedly missed the chance to confirm if Joseph was armed, having never asked the burgled homeowners if he had anything in his hands.
So they went back home, and I stopped at the last location this guy was seen.
By the time they confronted him, this information remained unknown.
Nobody's gonna hurt you. Just show us your hands and get out on the ground. Climb out of the dumpster and get on the ground.
Joe, it's time to give up. Let's go.
One person. You guys, one person talking. Joseph,
One person, guys.
come out of the dumpster. Come on out. Stand up. Stand up.
That's scary. Okay.
Stand up. Come on out. Come on out.
Let's see your hands, man.
Show us your hands. Show us your hands.
I think I saw a knife in his right hand.
He's got something in his hand.
Uh-oh.
Show us your hands, Joseph. Come on out.
You could see him open the lid. He was looking at us. He just didn't seem to be present. He's bladed, and then he keeps ducking down. I certainly believe he was under the influence of something that was causing him to not understand how dangerous this is.
You guys,
you
no
think?
one chases. Joseph, come on out. Get on the ground. Show us your hands. Come on out. Reaching down for something. Joseph, come on out.
I don't know what he's doing. He's being weird.
He's not in his right mind, guys.
This guy's wacky.
Joseph, come on out. Come on out, Joseph. Joseph, come on out. Show us your hands. Come on out. Joseph, come on out.
Dean, your buck's lethal.
Yep, got it.
Okay, you want to get closer over here. Better.
Yeah, I can't get any, I think I got bad cartridges in here.
Go up on the help.
Yeah.
I think I got bad cartridges.
Joseph, come on out. Come on out. Show us your hands. Joseph, you can hear me. Show us your hands. Come on out.
Officer Anthony Dean highlights his concerns in a post-incident interview when he witnessed this exact moment.
A reasonable person, I think they would take cover from projectiles being shot at them. He was standing up, it almost seemed in defiance.
Was he physically being struck by the pepper ball?
I don't know. Not that I observed. There was a potential for it because
Giga Chad.
he had the lid up and he was facing the direction where they're...
Oh, this is like after Aslan learned that I just had the squirt bottle to squirt him. It got to the point where I'd shot him as Aslan and I'd hold the bottle at him and he would just stand there in defiance. And then when I'd start squirting him, he would just squint his eyes. He would stand there for as long as he could take it. And after like 20 squirts, he'd finally jump down off the counter. It's like, okay, dude.
They're firing the pepper balls.
Come on out. That's right. Come out of the dumpster and get on the ground. No one will hurt you. Come out of the dumpster. Climb out. Come on. You're almost there.
How come it's only one person yelling in this video? Normally there seems to be multiple people shouting. Well, you heard her actually say here in this video. You heard her say exactly one voice.
Get out of the dumpster and get on the ground.
189, whatever at this point. I'm down to Coke to the beach out, right?
Joseph, come on out.
This overhead map shows their positions based on body camera visuals. Key officers include Sergeant Brown, who is leading communication with Joseph, Officer Rooney, the canine officer ready to deploy if Joseph runs, Officer Becerra, who fired pepper ball rounds, and Officer Anthony Dean, providing lethal cover if the situation escalates to that point. Throughout the interaction, Canine Officer Rooney repeatedly instructs her fellow officers.
If he does come out running, do not chase, do not get in front of the house, do not chase after him.
As officers prepared to fire more pepper balls to lure Joseph out, the pepper ball gun malfunctioned for unknown reasons. It's at this moment that Joseph decides to make his move.
Good, Gilly, good. Climb out of the dumpster. There you go.
In the first 7 seconds after Joseph jumps from the dumpster, officers hold their positions following orders not to chase. Regardless, Sergeant Brown reinforces this command by loudly declaring, "Dog, dog, dog!" Moments after Joseph exits the dumpster, an officer declares, "Hands are empty." They voice this loud enough to be heard on 6 different body cameras in this area. However, it doesn't seem the message reaches officers in any of these areas. The canine officer strictly follows policy, asserting authority, issuing a compliance command, and warning that non-compliance may result in a bite.
Don't run! Don't do it! Don't run! Please, Canine, get down to the ground! I'm gonna set my dog! You're gonna get bit!
In just 1 second and 23 frames out of 30, Joseph covers an estimated distance of 40 feet, running at calculated speeds of 15.4 miles per hour, easily classifying his speed as a sprint. As Joseph rounds the corner with the canine close behind, Officer Anthony Dean's response turns this incident into a national headline.
Holy fucking shit. Wait, did I miss some good memes? Hold on.
In a bite.
Don't run! Don't...
In just 1 second and 23 frames out of 30, Joseph covers an estimated distance of 40 feet, running at calculated speeds of 15.4 miles.
Why can't we get like all the meth heads together to like do something productive? Because like it does seem like a sick fucking superhuman drug to abuse. And you can abuse this for a long time before you have like huge impacts in your body. We should get all these meth heads together and do something productive with them, okay? Figure out something to do with these guys. This is a failure of society that we haven't weaponized them more.
Miles per hour, easily classifying his speed as a sprint. As Joseph rounds the corner with the canine close behind, Officer Anthony Dean's response turns this incident into a national headline.
Uh-oh.
Climb out of the dumpster. There you go.
Look at him go! Woo! No! Oh!
Watch out!
Did he shoot him while he was on the ground? While he's fighting the dog? He's still fighting.
Hold your weapon!
Oh, he's still going. Wait. No, never mind. Wait.
No teaser with the dog! No teaser with the dog!
Does anybody know what the procedures are? I feel like, what is that? Cops, what are you doing? Guys, I try to simp for you so hard, okay? You make it so hard to simp for you. Why can't you taser with the dog? Can the dog get shocked? Is it like, will the dog die if the dog gets tasered? Or is it just like considered mean? Or, oh, maybe it'll scare the dog and the dog won't attack anymore if he feels like he's gonna get tasered?
Back off! Get up! Okay, got
As shots were fired, officers in this area expressed confusion.
Oh, there he is. Come on, he's out. He's running. Stay back. Stay back. Crossfire, watch the crossfire. Oh, what was that? What is that?
He had a gun.
Had a gun? Oh, hey, back here, back here. Back up. Come on, don't.
Okay, this was, I don't know why I got like this. Stop wasting my time with these.
Point out that one of the books Ben Shapiro had written was titled Porn Generation, How Social Liberalism is Corrupting Our Future.
True.
More than just a provocative title, that book is also an absolutely wild read. I've never read something by a 21-year-old that calls so many female celebrities whores.
Jesus.
There's a real incel energy to all of it. And a producer for a show like The Good Wife might not want one of its writers having a credit like that on their resume. Here's an excerpt from the book describing a performance at the 2003 MTV Video Music Awards. The video is going to be playing alongside his words to give you an idea of how outrageous this supposedly was. The competing princesses of Pop-Tart whoredom, Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera, both dressed in sluttish bridal costumes, popped out of wedding cakes, and began singing Madonna's 1984 hit, Like a Virgin. Finally, Madonna made her grand entrance, dressed in black, form-fitting S&M groom outfit.
Oh. Okay. At the risk of sounding like an out-of-touch Giga Chad, because that's what I am. Okay. I've always felt this way, though, before being a streamer or anything. I don't like movies where there are men that are getting... I don't know if these are, like, power fantasies or what, but where there are these, like, loser fuck men that end up getting women that are way too good for them without having any redeeming qualities. Okay, I watched for the first time yesterday a movie that I probably should have seen at some other point in my life called Mallrats. These guys are, well, at least like the main character isn't as much of a loser, but the guy who like sits at home like playing video games all day and is like a piece of shit to his girlfriend, or like, I don't know, I feel like this guy's just a fucking loser. Why do these guys get or deserve to get? I don't know. It's just cringe as fuck. Destiny, that's every 2000s rom-com. Well, I feel like sometimes they try to have like redeeming moments a little bit. Like even Superbad, despite how raunchy the comedy is and everything, Superbad tries to be wholesome and stuff, where the characters kind of have like a realization moment of like, I was just trying to be cool, or like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done this. Like, I was being a bad friend. Like they have their moments of redemption in a way, but I don't know. Sometimes in movies, they're just, ugh. Wedding Crashers is crazy with this. I don't think I've seen that movie. I will say though, maybe it's just getting old. Watching that movie, I was like, oh shit. I can tell by looking at these guys. These are my 90s and 2000s kids. Yes.
Madonna joined the two former Mouseketeers, and the three gyrated around the stage like hookers starved for Johns. He doesn't mention the part where Missy Elliott comes out later on for some reason, but he does go on to say that Madonna kissing Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera turned young girls bisexual.
Oh no.
I feel like I have to mention that Ben Shapiro here has the ghost of a point when it comes to how women are sexualized in entertainment, but his solution isn't about empowering women. Rather, he calls them whores and says they should promote heterosexual sex after marriage. The irony of this origin story, though, is that Ben Shapiro had more of an opportunity in Hollywood than so many other aspiring writers. He had meetings with former studio executives and offers to develop a pilot. Getting an agent to read your script, never mind being brought on as a client, is a major, major opportunity. What Ben Shapiro never acknowledges is that it was his public profile as a conservative writer that got him these meetings with executives to begin with.
I don't mind your take, but what did it have to do with the video you're watching? I don't know. I think just him shitting on women, it reminded me of... Oh, because the incel thing came up and that reminded me of the movie.
Starting him on this whole journey through Hollywood. That same public profile being his undoing seems to be lost to him. It wasn't the private ideas in his head, but the very public positions he was taking as a writer. Here's an excerpt from the Primetime Propaganda book. The quote here comes from an agent telling Ben he can't work with him. I don't know if this is a direct quote or if this is simply Ben Shapiro citing something from his memory. Listen, I have no problem with your politics. It's just that my agent started sending your sample around and it got to a producer on one of the shows. He said that he knew who you were and that he'd never work with you.
Ooh.
The whole reason I'm even dealing with you is because your writing has that sparkle. But let me get back to you. Because it needs to be said, Ben Shapiro's creative writing is not good. I've done 2 videos on that already. Give those a watch if you want to learn more. I am dubious about the second half of this quote, but the first half does reveal that it was him, specifically Ben Shapiro, not generic conservative, that was being rejected. It is interesting how Ben Shapiro, when he's rejected, doesn't look at his own personal choices that may have led to that decision, but instead retreats to this identity label he can use to pretend as if he's some kind of persecuted class. Whether or not conservatives have as many opportunities as more left-wing people in Hollywood purely based on their politics isn't really related to Ben's story, as it was very much him who was rejected for his very controversial writing credits. All of this speaks to the Daily Wire's entertainment ambitions and how they market them.
While that might be true, I'm sure just by virtue of there being so many left-leaning people in Hollywood, there probably is a little bit of a bias, I would imagine, against conservative type figures, although Ben seemed to be extra special there, but...
They need to present this idea of conservatives being rejected by Hollywood because it energizes the audience who reads them. It'd be far less effective marketing if they were presenting their entertainment ambitions as a product of personal bitterness over failing to succeed in the way they hoped. But in 2021, they had an opportunity to make those dreams come true, and they were going to leverage their conservative media company to make it happen. A Daily Wire article announced this entertainment initiative, and in it, Ben Shapiro wrote, "We're going to be bringing out movies, edgy, entertaining, awesome movies that won't mock your values. We're going to be producing TV shows, comedies and dramas that take you seriously and that don't take advantage of your viewership to promote leftist causes." This is the type of branding that was being used to market this initiative. That watching the movies and TV shows created by the Daily Wire would be a form of resistance against this idea that culture has been hijacked by the left and is being used to push a leftist agenda. The underlying assumption of this article is that there is this vast swath of angry conservatives ready for this entertainment, and part of how it was being marketed was through the politics of the platform activating that audience. The first partner for the Daily Wire for this project was a production company.
Oh, this is always like... It is an interesting delusion. This is the same delusion I talk about with progressives, where progressives assume there's a whole bunch of people that are ready to join our platform. They just need to like hear about it or be told about it, and then they're ready to jump on. Conservatives entertained, he just said this, but like they entertain the same delusion when they say things like go woke, go broke. There's a whole bunch of people that are ready to consume good conservative, content, good conservative movies. They just haven't had them made yet, but it's just not really true.
Called Cinestate.
Was it the was it the Sound of Freedom movie that allowed you to buy not only tickets for you, but tickets for like other people? And like 99% of these fucking tickets that were just bought by people sending money to the owners to buy tickets for other people that didn't end up going to the movies. Or like,
The first partner for the Daily Wire for this project was a production company called Cinestate, headed up by a guy named Dallas Saunier. At the time, the company had just changed its name to Bonfire Legend. This was done a few months after one of its producers, Adam Donaghy, was charged with sexually assaulting a minor. Saunier and other members of the company were accused of covering for Donaghy's previous actions committing sexual harassment. Jeremy Boring was very aware of this reporting before teaming up with Saunier after one of its producers had just changed its name to Bonfire Legend. This was done a few months after one of its producers, Adam Donaghy, was charged with sexually assaulting a minor. Saunier and other members of the company were accused of covering for Donaghy's previous actions committing sexual harassment.
Oh, because I was going to say sexual harassment is a lot different than sexually assaulting somebody, but they were covering for sexual harassment, and then this came. Okay, I understand.
Jeremy Boring was very aware of this reporting before teaming up with Bonfire Legend. In a Daily Beast article, he was quoted as saying, "To the extent that things may have taken place in the production of this film or another film, I don't think it's my business. In the same way that it's not my business if something takes place at any other kind of company that I buy product from. I'm sure there have been allegations of sexual harassment at almost every major production company in the country. That doesn't mean the product itself has to be banned." The first product of this union, and the one Boring was referencing in that quote, was the movie Run, Hide, Fight, best described as Die Hard set in a school shooting. I've covered this before, but a short review for it is...
Conservative-friendly films are never overly conservative. It'll just be a movie about military heroes or what have you. I really should be careful with this because I haven't watched these movies. I've just seen like trailers and read reviews of them, so maybe I could be missing something here. But it feels like these movies are not just family-friendly movies or whatever. It seems like these movies go really far out of their way to like hit all the big conservative talking points. Like, wasn't that Sound of Freedom thing like illegal immigrants from Mexico were sex trafficking young girls that like a brave American vet was trying to say. Like, I feel like at some point it's like, okay, like how many conservative tropes are we going to hit on here for this? I feel like I remember reading that and seeing that in the trailer and shit, but maybe I could be overplaying that because I didn't actually watch the movie. So
is that it's underwhelming. One mistake I saw a lot of people making when talking about this movie was describing it as being produced by the Daily Wire. It had actually wrapped production well before the deal was made with Bonfire Legend, and the movie was looking for distribution. That's really only part of the story, though. The movie was never meant to be distributed by an external company. Rather, Cinestate/Bonfire Legend was planning on releasing it under their new genre label, Rebeller. It was also a culture website that published various articles, books, and podcasts. Following the revelations about Adam Donaghy in June of 2020, Rebeller had to fold. While it's probably true that a movie about a school shooting would struggle to find a distributor, I think having the name of someone accused of sexually assaulting a minor as a producer probably hurt it even more. Also, Rebeller had something of a reputation for being more sensitive to the right. An article by Adrian Nguyen goes into some of its history and helpfully points out that the site was getting shoutouts from Ben Shapiro over a year before they went into business together. I think it's likely that Cinestate/Bonfire Legend wasn't exactly looking for a brave partner to distribute a challenging movie that woke Hollywood wouldn't touch, but rather they were looking to partner with a distributor that would take on their toxic movie. And the Daily Wire, having no entertainment production team of their own, needed a company that was at least receptive to their politics, so it was a lovely match to make some bland movies. Run, Hide, Fight was released in January of 2021, and while it gets mocked, like all of the Daily Wire's movies, for making almost no money at the box office, that's not entirely fair. In the case of Run, Hide, Fight, the only numbers I could find said that it made a little under $35,000, but it's important to remember—
Jesus, really?
Or that this movie is primarily for online distribution, and while the Daily Wire doesn't share its streaming metrics, they claim to be very pleased with its performance. And I think this might be true. There was a lot of hype surrounding this entertainment initiative when it was announced, and this was their very first movie. Even if the female lead and interracial romance would have branded it as woke had it come from Hollywood, the Daily Wire's audience was ready to ignore that and support this new front on the culture war.
The conservatives were the bad guys in The Purge, no? Maybe, I don't remember, but what does The Purge have to do with anything we're talking about? What? The Purge was not a conservative movie?
Back when they first announced their entertainment initiative, speaking to Deadline, the Daily Wire claimed to have 1 movie and 2 TV shows in development, but it takes a long time to produce programming. From here, we got a very long dry spell of new releases. The next release for the Daily Wire was Shut In, a thriller about a woman trapped in a closet while her drug addict ex threatens their children. Whereas Run, Hide, Fight was a finished product that the Daily Wire distributed, Shut In was the first movie they took a hand in producing. The script had been found by Dallas Sonnier, and originally Jason Bateman was attached to direct. But the pandemic threw the project into disarray, and it ended up at the Daily Wire instead, with DJ Caruso now directing. This is probably the best of the Daily Wire's movies insofar that it's fairly average. The first 2/3 I would even describe as good, until it's let down by a very messy ending. There was some controversy surrounding the movie, as it included Vincent Gallo, who hadn't appeared in a movie since 2013, in part because of his behavior online, making various bigoted remarks, such as saying women shouldn't have the right to vote. On the business side of things, the Daily Wire did make one choice that seemed a bit odd. That was to first release Shut In on YouTube for free. It would air as a live stream, and anyone who missed that live stream or wanted to watch the movie again would have to sign up for the Daily Wire subscription service. They had actually done this for Run, Hide, Fight as well, although that movie had already premiered at the Venice Film Festival and had a very limited international release. That led to a write-up in Deadline where the strategy was briefly described like this. The film is also being sold to international distributors by Voltage Pictures. Those buyers may not be thrilled by the update. Jeremy Boring explained that the stream would be limited to the US only, though I'm not sure how successful that was since I was able to watch that just fine in Canada. It's possible viewers of the Daily Wire might have had a hint on where to get a VPN.
We use ExpressVPN.
The only numbers I could find for Shut In pegged its box office at roughly $715,000, which is actually the most a Daily Wire movie has made at the international box office. The broadcast on YouTube first strategy would be used again for their next movie, The Hyperions. Like Run, Hide, Fight, this is another movie that had been produced prior, but failed to find distribution. There isn't much to say about this one aside from it being pretty forgettable, and that since none of the actors involved had any idea it would be on the Daily Wire, we don't have to hold it against Cary Elwes or anybody else. What's probably most notable about this initiative so far is just how little impact it made. Unless you're a longtime viewer of this channel, or like digging through my older videos, you've probably never heard of or don't remember any of these movies. This isn't really a surprise. It's incredibly difficult to break through to mainstream attention in the movie space. But considering the money being spent, the Daily Wire was falling well short of its lofty goals. In spite of Shut In and The Hyperions landing with a thud in the first half of 2022,
something that happens with businesses that become successful, and I mean, warning, I guess I just run my own personal stuff, so maybe there's a thing I don't understand, but like whenever I start new ventures, I always try to make sure that these things have some kind of profitability in mind, that there's either some directly tied to it revenue generation or that it's funneling into something else. Sometimes I think that it's strange that people will start these new ventures and it feels like they have no idea at all how to make it profitable, or they're just like praying at some point that some kind of like profitability emerges. I feel like a lot of people that start one business and then try to hop ship to another one that end up failing, I feel like it's because of that. They just don't have that profitability ever in mind. For an example of this, the not the critical drinker guy, the Quartering, I feel like ran into this issue with his coffee stuff, but I don't know. Or I guess maybe he thought he was going to be profitable selling coffee. I don't know.
The Daily Wire was still riding high. It began releasing publicly numbers of its subscriber count and total revenue, declaring that it had 600,000 subscribers and revenue was projected at $100 million. By the end of the year, these numbers would be revised to over 1 million subscribers and up to $200 million in revenue. The movies I mentioned likely weren't fueling most of the growth. In fact, what was fueling that growth was almost certainly the June 2022 release of the Daily Wire's biggest success, Matt Walsh's What is a Woman? According to comments from Dallas Saunier, who produced the movie, its budget of $1 million was returned roughly 30-fold, and it became the most watched thing on the Daily Wire Plus platform. This movie didn't exactly come out of nowhere, as anyone who was on YouTube at the time remembers just how ubiquitous the ads for this movie were. The Daily Wire always aggressively marketed itself, with some public examples of spending being tens of thousands of dollars for high-profile articles on their website. This movie almost certainly had a lot more than that.
Selling coffee is 100% profitable. It sounded to me like the Quartering was leaving something out about how he was running the business. I mean, like, you say profitable, but I feel like food is one of the most difficult markets to break into. Your profit margins are like razor thin, and you're competing with so many other established entities. I don't know, man. I feel like food is really rough.
That spent on advertising. Whatever the cost that went into promoting the project, though, it certainly paid off. While the movie itself is a giant pile of anti-trans misinformation, it was undoubtedly a success for the Daily Wire, and you'll notice it's far closer to what made the Daily Wire famous in the first place, providing a polished sheen to conservative talking points, creating something that looks like a documentary but isn't much more than an op-ed written by someone with a childlike understanding of science. This is what their audience wants. On the other hand, there was another June 2022 release from the Daily Wire that was far less successful, the movie Terror on the Prairie, starring Gina Carano. This Western was meant to be Carano's big debut in a starring role following her dismissal from Disney after she compared being conservative in America to being Jewish in 1940s Germany. Carano had made those remarks in 2021 and was...
Was she also in trouble because she was one of the people, or am I thinking of somebody else who was like, I'm not getting vaccinated, I'm taking a stand against these crazy vaccine people or whatever?
Quickly signed by the Daily Wire to star in 2 movies for them. The first movie was supposed to be titled White Knuckle, but it was put on hiatus after COVID vaccine requirements for filming led to Carano pulling out. Instead, the Western Terror on the Prairie would be developed instead, as it was shooting in Montana, a state with less strict regulations on vaccinations for a film set. The deal the Daily Wire made with Carano seems to...
That was the Wakanda actress as well? Okay.
Have been a very bad one. Aside from her Western making almost no impact, the cost of starting a production on another movie, only for Carano to cancel because of vaccine requirements, was a complete waste of money, especially since the movie was never made at all. The juxtaposition of Terror on the Prairie and What is a Woman say a lot about this company, though. One was an attempt to make a mainstream feature, the other a pseudo-documentary for their conservative base. The first movie was a flop, the other was a success. It should have been a hint as to what path the Daily Wire should be focusing on. Instead, they would continue to try walking down both. At the end of June, the Daily Wire hosted a massive presentation where they announced Daily Wire Plus, a rebranding of their subscription service, I suspect to sound like Disney Plus. The initiative included a new deal with PragerU and signing Jordan Peterson as a talent. This event, hosted at this large theater, was the Daily Wire at its peak. Its subscriber count had nearly doubled that year, and its revenue was following in suit. Immediately using all that money to expand seemed like a great idea, but they vastly overestimated their ability to grow. After Terror on the Prairie, we wouldn't get another original movie from the Daily Wire for 1.5 years. No. And so far, it's the only one we've gotten since then. And that's the movie Lady Ballers. This anti-trans movie is the most cynical admission of what the Daily Wire's entertainment division would devolve into, playing to a conservative audience as the Daily Wire staff act out their Hollywood ambitions. The animated series Mr. Bertram is more of the same. While earlier efforts were mostly forgettable, these newer ones are outright embarrassing. It's a clear example of amateurs producing long, boring comedies about sad men giving off intense divorced guy energy. That being said, though, in the case of Lady Ballers, Jeremy Boring would describe it as the second most watched piece of content on Daily Wire Plus. As miserable as that movie may be, much like What is a Woman, it reflects what this particular audience wants. And it's very different from that attempt to reach the mainstream that were initially part of the Daily Wire's entertainment initiative.
I never would make a movie for political purposes. I feel like movies have been political for generations, but I feel like when things get overtly political or agenda pushing, I tend to believe that it hurts the artwork.
Had this been the Daily Wire...
The caption was, Saunier has gone on to produce every Daily Wire movie, including Lady Ballers, based.
Or agenda pushing, I tend to believe that it hurts the artwork.
Had this been the Daily Wire's game plan from the get-go, I think things would have gone very differently. But as it stands, they spent a lot of money to get where everyone imagined they were going to go in the first place. But while these movies and TV shows could be considered a modest failure, there was one major entertainment initiative that was a far bigger failure for the Daily Wire, and that's its kids' entertainment strategy. This was announced back in March of 2022 as the Daily Wire bravely declared it would invest $100 million over the course of 3 years to create kids programming. Much like their earlier entertainment initiative, this was also marketed as entertainment that didn't include leftist messages that were attempting to brainwash people.
To succeed in our effort to create a true news and entertainment alternative for the millions of Americans who are tired of the hegemony of the woke giants that want to preach radical race and gender theory to our kids. We're not here to teach the kids in the guise of entertainment. This is entertainment with a capital E. Rob Schneider is a true entertainer.
After this announcement, it would be a year and a half, October of 2023, before we saw this kids streaming service, Bent Key.
Wait, is Rob Schneider the guy with the weird shit with the kids on Nickelodeon or Disney? Or am I crazy?
To fruition. There was a minor bit of controversy when the streaming service's flagship series, Chip Chilla,
that's Dan Schneider, my bad,
was accused of being a Bluey ripoff.
New TV series Chip Chilla is being dubbed a bootleg Bluey.
There were also fears that these shows would contain conservative brainwashing that were largely overblown, as most of these programs were bland, generic kids entertainment. After the launch of Bent Key, no one really paid much attention to its lineup of original titles and licensed kid shows. I kept an eye on it myself to see if its metrics ever changed, and the few I could spot weren't particularly encouraging. When it first dropped, there were a flurry of downloads for the Bent Key app, and these were almost certainly largely members of the Daily Wire audience with kids or those who simply wanted to support the platform. While the Daily Wire wouldn't release how many people had subscribed to it, we could at least check the Google Play Store, which had the slightly vague metric of 50,000 plus downloads listed on the app's page. The Apple Store likely had similar numbers, as the app had similar reviews on both storefronts. It would be over a year before that number went from 50,000 plus downloads to 100,000 plus downloads. In all likelihood, there are probably less than 400,000 downloads for this service, and we have no idea how many of those free downloads led to someone actually purchasing a $100 annual subscription. Even if every single person who downloaded the Bent Key app purchased a $100 subscription, that still wouldn't even reach half of the $100 million that was pledged for the service. But the real kicker here is that these numbers and estimates I'm giving are way too generous, because while it's true it does cost $100 for new subscribers who are getting Bent Key for the first time, if someone is an existing Daily Wire Plus subscriber, they got Bent Key for free. With Bent Key's download numbers dwarfing the subscriber count of Daily Wire Plus, we can only really guess at how many Daily Wire Plus subscribers got Bent Key, but I imagine since they were the first ones to hear about it and most of the downloads for this service seem to come in its first month, most people who are using this service aren't paying for it. I doubt there's any way this massive investment made any sort of profit. In fact, it almost certainly cost the company millions, if not tens of millions of dollars. The irony here is that as a streaming service offering entertainment, Bent Key shows a lot of lessons learned. One of the biggest problems with the Daily Wire Plus, presenting itself as some kind of hub for entertainment, is that it only has a few movies. The overwhelming majority of the stuff on there are conservative documentaries or video versions of their podcasts. In short, it's for people who want conservative news commentary. Sticking a couple of movies on there isn't going to make someone think they should get that instead of Netflix unless they want that conservative news commentary. No one signs up to Netflix to watch one movie a year. That part only happens when you forget about your Netflix subscription and it auto-renews because you keep forgetting that you have it. Bent Key actually made an attempt to provide volume, with a decent number of titles at launch. Of course, it was hurt by the fact that no one really knew what most of these titles were. And with services like Disney Plus actually having shows and movies parents have heard of, there's no reason to take a chance on a streaming service with shows that have no cultural footprint in your primary market of the United States. The one high-profile show they did eventually add to the Bent Key service was the original G.I. Joe cartoon, which is something people have at least heard of, although it seems like it's more for dads looking to relive their childhood than something a kid would be into. One move that might have helped salvage Bent Key was when they announced their own version of Snow White. It was a bit baffling a move because it was done entirely despite Disney, which is part of how they got in the whole Bent Key debacle to begin with. But by attaching a conservative personality like Brett Cooper to it, they could maybe tap into that same resentment that made a movie like Lady Ballers a hit.
Wait, did they actually make this movie? Or was this just a trailer? Did we miss this? Was this movie any good?
But it seems like that too something a kid would be into. One move that might have helped salvage Bent Key was when they announced their own version of Snow White. It was a bit baffling a move
It was just a teaser? Oh, okay.
Because it was done entirely despite Disney, which is part of how they got in the whole...
Oh, because they were mad because that one girl that was Snow White was black or whatever, right?
Bent Key debacle to begin with. But by attaching a conservative personality like Brett Cooper to it, they could maybe tap into that same resentment that made a movie like Lady Ballers a hit. But it seems like that movie might never happen for several reasons. The first one being that, in late March, it was reported that the Daily Wire laid off a number of its staffers, specifically in its kids' entertainment department. Ethan Nicole, who left the Babylon Bee to help develop programming for the Daily Wire, confirmed that everyone who created original programming for Bentkey got laid off. The Snow White movie had another big problem as well, as its star, Brett Cooper, had left the company a few months earlier. And we have no idea how far into production that movie got before her departure. More on that later, because I should also mention the other big entertainment investment the Daily Wire made, the Pendragon cycle. The rights to produce a series based on the Pendragon cycle books was announced in 2022, alongside a new plan to adapt Atlas Shrugged. The Ayn Rand adaptation hasn't been mentioned since, but we have seen Jeremy Boring go hands-on to direct the Pendragon cycle series. The various production diaries that have been posted online reveal a very expensive production. There's a big crew, stunts, special effects, and all the requirements that make TV productions of fantasy shows so expensive. This series is a very big bet. It was originally scheduled to come out in late 2023, though that release date has been pushed back, and as of early 2025, there's still no sign of the series. Similar to Bentkey, the Pendragon cycle appears as though it's a passion project for Jeremy Boring, something he personally championed and invested enormous resources into. Boring's departure from the company, I suspect, has something to do with all these massive investments and their limited or non-existent returns. The Pendragon cycle in particular looks to be a massive money sink. This show would need to be a breakout hit for it to be in any way profitable for the Daily Wire, and I suspect that simply isn't going to happen. Also, it shows us the Daily Wire hasn't fully learned the lessons it needed to from Lady Ballers. Its audience doesn't want mainstream entertainment. They want conservative coded movies that speak to their biases.
Slop.
In essence, they want a right-wing version of what they imagine Hollywood to be. It's not that they hate political messaging and entertainment, they just want it to be their political messaging. One of the big assumptions made by Jeremy Boring in this whole entertainment initiative was that there was a massive audience waiting for productions he considered politically neutral.
Go ahead, Disney, make $25 billion worth of content inculcating radical gender and race theory in children who are 6 years old.
What?
I don't have that money to spend on marketing. I'm glad you do. I know that 50% of everyone who encounters that content is going to want to come over to dailywire.com and subscribe here instead.
Wow.
What Boring fails to understand is that, while a large percentage of Americans vote Republican, they aren't all clamoring for a platform like his to start presenting movies and TV shows. If someone really wants politically neutral entertainment, why would you go to a partisan political platform? The only thing that might have made them have a chance is if they had a large selection of quality entertainment that people have actually heard of. But less than a dozen movies and a weak animated series after 4 years isn't nearly enough to win over a mainstream audience. This is especially true for Bentkey, which failed spectacularly and was so obviously a bad move. There were signs of a better strategy, where they actually licensed programs and produced several originals to come out at the same time, but the $100 price point for a service with no recognizable shows in a landscape filled with competitors offering better deals with more programs...
Wait, sorry, hold on, Wait, it was actually a $100 subscription fee? Sorry, I just caught that price. $100 a year? Oh. Still, that's a whole... Isn't that like competitive with like how much does Netflix or Hulu or whatever cost per month?
I mean, wasn't realistic. And to have invested so much money, reaching roughly $30 million in its first year, it's just
$7 a month. Okay.
A spectacular waste. If that massive audience waiting for conservative branded TV and movies exists, it certainly didn't show up for the Daily Wire.
Oof.
Investing into money pits like entertainment weren't the only mistakes made by the Daily Wire. Their terrible management of high-profile personalities was also another mistake. There was a minor blow-up in early 2023 when Steven Crowder went public with a contract he considered unfair that the Daily Wire offered him.
Oh, no.
This more or less blew over when footage of Crowder being verbally abusive to his pregnant wife before they eventually divorced surfaced. There were a few elements of this feud between Steven Crowder and the Daily Wire I want to highlight, particularly a phone call he recorded with Jeremy Boring about a contract he was offered. It gave us some insight into the Daily Wire's hiring policies.
Bench talent, young talent, they don't get deals like this.
So they don't get deals that...
They can be wage slaves for a little bit, come over and make a salary and grow their brand.
This is an important bit of information that gives us a sense of how the Daily Wire treats its talent, particularly...
This is, by the way, this is standard practice at every single company or anything that hires talent, where the majority of them basically do nothing and you just get a few standout stars. This is how all of esports works, this is how all of everything works. Jeremy Boring got raked for really just being honest about how the industry works, but how all these industries work, and how they probably should work. There's no other way to really do it.
Particularly its new talent, paying them slave wages while their online identity is being built, and then possibly offering them a bigger contract down the line. Steven Crowder's initial offer had a staggering dollar figure of $50 million over 4 years, a fact Crowder didn't share at the time. Far more damaging for the Daily Wire than the Steven Crowder controversy was the departure of Candace Owens. She had joined the platform in 2021 and...
Although I will say, it feels like Crowder has fallen off significantly since then. Was it because, did Crowder leave the The Blaze, is he gone from that now, or?
Starred in the program called Candace. In March of 2024, Candace Owens' departure was announced by Jeremy Boring on Twitter. The reason for her departure was never made entirely clear, though many assumed it was her butting heads publicly with Ben Shapiro, particularly over the ongoing genocide in Gaza. This explanation, while logical, has a few confounding facts. Candace Owens' support for the Palestinian people doesn't seem entirely genuine. In fact, in 2019, she tweeted that Congressional Representative Ilhan Omar should be deported.
Didn't Crowd have one of the largest 2024 election showings? No, I don't believe that. I know that number is cited a lot, but those are, I believe, exclusively Rumble figures. I love you all.
Criticizing the ongoing violence in Gaza. While it might be tempting to say her turn on Israel was a result of the state's actions after October 7th in 2023, it appears her pivot started almost a year prior when she retweeted an anti-Zionist statement from Max Blumenthal, leading to a public confrontation with Ben Shapiro. I'm not sure why or how Candace Owens turned in her Zionist card in these intervening years, but she seems very aware that making comments like the ones she made in November of 2022 would annoy her boss. Owens would continue to make comments like these until eventually she left the company. There are rumors floating about saying that she wanted to get out of her contract or that some sort of gag order was placed on her, but it's been difficult to confirm any of that. And it's quite likely that Candace Owens is happy to play into controversy that raises her profile. What is undeniable is that Owens' departure
because didn't Candace say at the time, wasn't she talking about how she was going to make everything public and she was going to expose the Daily Wire and everything, but like I don't think anything ever came from that. Nothing actually happened, right?
Huge loss for the Daily Wire, as she has gone on to have massive success since leaving. She is getting millions of views on her YouTube channel, which mixes celebrity news and absurd conspiracy theories. Another talent the Daily Wire lost was Brett Cooper. While Owens was a known commodity before signing with the Daily Wire, Cooper was more or less plucked from obscurity. Some producers at the Daily Wire created the format for her show, and then she was hired to fill that role. Shortly after, she became very popular at the Daily Wire, with her show, The Comments Section, being one of the most viewed at the company. Cooper had become so ingrained into the Daily Wire that she was set to appear in the Snow White movie and the Pendragon cycle, only the latter of which actually wrapped filming, so we know she'll at least still be appearing in that, assuming it ever gets released. Brett Cooper announced she was leaving the Daily Wire in December of 2024. Much like Candace Owens' departure, Cooper has largely remained tight-lipped about why she left, although she did offer a diplomatic farewell.
Today, December 10th, will be my last day hosting the comment section and working for the Daily Wire. It is not true that I am being forced out. It was my own choice to leave. And believe me, this is bittersweet.
The comments section has gone on without Brett Cooper, with her producer Reagan Conrad taking on hosting duties. I can only assume the Daily Wire believed that since they created the format, they could swap hosts and move on like normal. Only this...
Well, I mean, no, it's probably more just I seriously doubt they thought it would carry on like normal. It was just they had to, right? There was nothing else. Like, you're not just going to trash the whole show that you already built up. So you swap someone else in and just see how it goes. It's going to be cheaper than starting something from the ground up or just killing the entire brand, right?
Isn't like replacing Johnny Carson with Jay Leno on The Tonight Show, because it's easier to click on a new video than find a different TV show to watch at 11:30 on a weekday evening. The response to Conrad has been very hostile, with lots of nasty comments and a huge drop-off in views. And undoubtedly, the comments section is a shell of what it once was. This cynical host swap is very much what you'd see on Fox News or some other traditional media outlet, completely misunderstanding the digital space and the importance of personalities.
Well,
What's funny about Brett Cooper's goodbye is she expresses this vague desire for new challenges and new endeavors.
I am ready to take on a new direction, both personally and professionally. This means new challenges and new endeavors, which I will share with you soon.
Apparently this means starting a YouTube channel where she is doing more or less the exact same show, but probably keeping more of the money. Much like Candace Owens, Brett Cooper started her own independent show and is racking up some very impressive numbers, mostly talking about celebrity culture with an embedded right-wing framing. The Daily Wire must look at these numbers and regret their mistake in letting Cooper go, whatever she might have been.
We don't know what happened there, but I'm so curious what those talks were like or what the decision was like in terms of releasing her. Because I feel like Brett Cooper, without knowing too much, I guess, about all, because I don't consume all the Daily Wire stuff, I feel like Brett Cooper is, it's like a star talent that you get, where you get a person who has basically no scandals at all. She doesn't have these huge confrontations with other online content creators or with your own staff about like anti-Zionism or anti-Semitism or anything like that. She's just like a solid, you just like stick her in that show, have her pump out content, and the viewership was, I think, pretty good. Did they delete all of the old videos of hers on this channel?
Well, Meghan Markle...
No, they didn't. So like this channel, or actually we can just look at... Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I wonder how much of these are shorts. Wait, that other website will say it. I broke free from the Crowder hellhole when the whole wife thing happened. That's when I started watching you and completely broke from the right. So I image other people did too. Thanks for that, by the way. Much love. Well, thanks, buddy. Fuck. I thought this used to tell you. Maybe I'm missing it. I don't care that much. Whatever. Regardless, even with shorts, these are still impressive numbers. And I'm pretty sure she did good viewership on the long form videos too. Why don't you do more YouTube shorts to take away from full video views? We're working on that. We're getting that rolling. Okay. I think we just recently did an announcement of the sub, and we've got people where it's like a project that's being actively worked on. Okay. Like these are crazy viewership numbers. 282 million views in a month, 192 million, 174 million, 55 million, even these low months, 55 million, 100 million. That's just, it's insane views. And then now after they dumped Brett Cooper, 5.3 million, 1 million, 5 million. Like, Jesus. Jesus. And now look at these views. 10,000 views, 12,000 views, 18,000 views, 20,000 views. What was the disagreement that let them lose her? I think these videos were posted daily, weren't they? Oh, wait, that's with the new girl. Okay, and then this was Brett. Oh, so the new girl might have had views for a few episodes, but then look at Brett Cooper here. 1,700,000, 753K, 476K, 281K, 335K, 176K, 465K, almost 500,000 views a video for what I think were almost daily uploads.
So I often see posts on.
This is November 21st.
All right, guys.
This was November 21st. Sometimes multiple times a day, I guess, even. Jesus. Yeah, damn, that's insane that they let her go. I don't understand. It has to be money related for her show. I mean, if you're the Daily Wire, you're offering her an incredibly generous contract. So unless she's like very confident that she can step away and just make a ton of money, and she was asking for a ludicrous amount of money, the Daily Wire should have been offering her a fuck ton of money to keep her. I don't know. Are you gonna watch the June the King video? I don't know. I watched a little bit of it. It seems cringe. I literally watched like 30 seconds of it though. I don't know what all is in that video or not, but I'm not gonna watch every single fucking hit piece that somebody makes of me.
Asking for, they probably should have paid it. I can't help but think about the contract the Daily Wire offered Steven Crowder, and I wonder if Candace Owens and Brett Cooper noticed it too. Were they not being offered the big $50 million deals? Or did they simply grow frustrated working to build up a company neither of them need? Or perhaps they believe they deserved ownership of the show that is built around their talent? All we can really do is speculate, but the important part for the Daily Wire is that two of their major talents leaving meant a big drop in viewing numbers, and quite likely a loss in ad revenue and memberships. Although not as high profile, another failure at the Daily Wire was its publishing line. Launched in 2021, it featured books by Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, and other figures on the right. Although most of its books you probably wouldn't recognize, you might at least be familiar with the Johnny the Walrus children's book that Matt Walsh published, one of the few successes for the line. It eventually closed up in August of 2024. Alyssa Cordova, who was leading the imprint, spoke to Semaphore and said, Daily Wire was actually quite successful with the books we did publish by industry standards, but traditional book publishing is high effort and low margin and doesn't make sense for the pace of our business right now. The article goes on to highlight comparative sales between traditional publishers and conservative upstart publishers, showing how most of the titles offered by conservative publishers in the last few years have struggled to find the same level of success as books by conservative authors coming from traditional publishers. Cordova was reportedly part of the layoffs that hit the Daily Wire in March, though she would later clarify that she voluntarily resigned. This small failure represents one thing that I think is actually kind of neat about the Daily Wire, and that's its tendency to try out weird and different things. What other media company lets its hosts sell board games they make, advertise novelty cigar brands, start a random sports channel, sell weirdo plushies or candles that smell like a monastery? But the reason most companies don't do this is because it's obviously a huge waste of money, because it's hard to find an audience that wants to buy and watch all of this. When researching the Daily Wire, one of the few sources of actual numbers for their inner workings usually comes from Axios, specifically from articles by Sarah Fisher. Unlike a lot of other sources that speculate based on announcements from press releases, Fisher seems to have an in with Jeremy Boring. In fact, Jeremy Boring stepping down from the Daily Wire was an exclusive for her. This isn't that unusual. Fisher is a journalist who specializes in media analysis, so naturally she'd be dealing with a lot of these stories. But something interesting in the last few articles where Jeremy Boring was quoted reveals some interesting hints about the inner workings at the Daily Wire. In May of 2024, there was an article highlighting the success the Daily Wire has had with its commerce vertical, making $22 million in 2023. The article goes out of its way to highlight how Jeremy's Razors, a line of shaving products with Boring as their face, has earned the company $19 million of that $22 million total. That number is revenue though, so it doesn't really tell us how profitable any of this is. And for those keeping track at home, that means roughly $3 million.
Why are you not covering the MAGA terrorist attack? What MAGA terrorist attack?
Was earned in revenue
recently?
from all those hoodies, t-shirts, and embarrassing fan merch that I mentioned a little earlier. Speaking of those razors, I want to go on a little tangent here. I managed to find out where these razors are coming from. Originally, they were being manufactured in China, but in a recent commercial for Jeremy's razors, there's this little line about how they've moved production.
We moved our manufacturing out of China.
According to TradeMo, a website that tracks international supply chains, Benkey Ventures, the LLC that owns the Daily Wire, imported $1.84 million in products from a company called Dorco Co. Limited, which is a Korean company that specializes in manufacturing and selling razors. I went on the Dorco website to try and figure out which of their models was being resold by the Daily Wire, and I'm pretty sure that this handle comes from the TRA 4000 or TRD 5000 models. But what's more important than that is the Dorco razor blades are readily available from other retailers. And
just weeks after President Trump expressed interest in helping couples have children via IVF, a clinic explodes. The fertility clinic and IVF lab near Desert Regional Hospital in Palm Springs, California, is significant damage. Was this an intentional? There's no information, no news about it? Don't give a fuck.
Usually for a lot less. An 8-pack refill of razor blades from Jeremy's Razors costs you $22, while if you were to order those same blades from Amazon, a 16 refill cartridge set will cost you $27. Or if you want a handle on each of those cartridges, you can get a pack of 9 for $21. Or if it's very important for you to support the Daily Wire, I guess you can spend way more money buying those 8-pack refills. The article itself is not that strange, but considering that Boring was the one interviewed for it, it does seem a bit odd that it's highlighting the success that happened to have his face on them, as it's very important for him to be seen as contributing to the financial success of the Daily Wire. This lined up with a lot of Boring's attempt to be the public face of the company, bashing himself as the God King, starring in expensive commercials for his razors, and he even dropped a single at one point. Jeremy Boring clearly wants people to know who he is and to think that he's doing a great job. On the other hand, if you look at Caleb Robinson, the other Daily Wire CEO, he's almost invisible. He isn't starring in commercials, appearing on public town halls, and he definitely isn't dropping any music on the Daily Wire channel. He seems more content to simply manage the operations of the company without becoming a personality himself. In December of 2024, there was another Axios article about the Daily Wire seeking investment in their company, with Boring commenting on Fox News possibly wanting to buy the Daily Wire to expand their podcast offerings. It was a bit strange as it came off a brief mention in a Semaphore article that mentioned that the Daily Wire was a possible option for Fox. But by commenting on that rumor, Boring was given the opportunity to mention that he believes the Daily Wire is worth more than $1 billion and that it had raised a round of capital in 2023 based on that estimate. That seems like a pretty big admission, as the Daily Wire had always prided itself as operating independent of financial backing. There might be a clue as to how much money the Daily Wire was raising in 2023, as in October of that year, a filing with the SEC revealed that they were seeking $120 million. Of that $120 million, they had already raised $50 million, and the filing mentions that there are 2 investors so far, although it doesn't give us any names on who those people might be. I'm not sure if the Daily Wire got that additional $70 million or who they might have gotten it from, but it does reveal that they were certainly looking for a lot of money. If it's raising capital, it suggests that either the company was on the cusp of expanding or perhaps just really needed the money. Even this whole play of coyly saying that they would be open to being purchased by Fox is another admission that they need an infusion of capital, that either they're looking to expand or that money might be tight. In January of 2025, Jeremy Boring hosted this really strange town hall where he declared victory over trans people after Donald Trump signed an executive order banning certain types of gender-affirming care for minors. Listening to Boring, this is apparently what the Daily Wire had been fighting for years now. This seems like a convenient premise so that Boring can air out a number of grievances. He throws out some wild numbers about how put upon the company has been for its anti-trans stance.
The total cost of the additional shadow banning and removing from recommendation engines and inability to retarget the audiences that we weren't able to engage with in the first place, and all the other consequences of our stand on the trans issue are well in excess of $100 million.
These numbers are impossible to confirm because these are projections heavily based in speculation. It reads as an explanation as to why the Daily Wire is not earning as much money in January of 2025 as it did in January of 2024 or January of 2023, trying to emphasize that the only reason this has happened is because Facebook limited their reach, or that
James Comey posted his 8647 post exactly 8,647 days after 9/11. I don't know why you guys keep typing this or what the point is you think you're making from this. It was obviously, it was like a comment on Trump as well. To say that he literally just did this because that happened to be the one number he chose because it happened to be that many days after 9/11 is you are legit like fucking retarded if you believe that. Obviously, it was pointed towards Trump as well. It just wasn't an explicit call for him to be fucking murdered or killed or something. I don't know why so many of you post this thinking it's like a good argument or something. Like,
YouTube has demonetized a channel or some videos, not mentioning the very obvious problem of letting go popular hosts or investing heavily into entertainment divisions that have had very limited appeal. Boring gets to the point right here.
We had the courage of our convictions to stand up when others were not standing up, that maybe that audience would have our back. And yes, that did redound to our benefit, not to the price of the hundreds of millions of dollars that we've been denied
This is what this whole town hall was all about. So he could complain that while it's true they make money off of anti-trans media, it's really unfair that they're not making even more money off of that. The ironic thing is, if this topic were less controversial and simply a statement of fact, no one would be paying money to watch a documentary to say something everybody always believes in. The controversy is what made the money to begin with. Pretending like they should be earning more is a misunderstanding of what it means to take a stance on any issue that is contentious. Of course, there's going to be blowback, and if you're not willing to accept that, it doesn't sound like you understand the risks inherent with running a business like that. This whole town hall sounds like a man trying to explain why his company doesn't have any money. And he's trying to emphasize that it isn't because of his bad business decisions, rather, it's because of all the enemies they've made for taking a moral stand. In this case, the moral stand of spreading anti-trans propaganda. It all just comes across as desperate. And the comments below this video are going after Jeremy Boring in a way that's pretty surprising. And it reveals how little faith even the Daily Wire audience has in this guy. About 2 months later, the Daily Wire laid off several staff members and Jeremy Boring resigned, really emphasizing how bad the company was doing financially. In spite of all of this bad news, Ben Shapiro is still insisting that the Daily Wire is in great shape.
Obviously. As somebody who looks at the balance sheet, I can tell you that is certainly not the case. We are healthy, we are growing, we are thriving, and we have extremely big moves that we are looking forward to making this year.
What else is he going to say? That his company is in dire straits as executives step down and employees are laid off? Whatever morale there may be at Daily Wire needs to be kept up somehow. I'm not sure it's working though. I looked at the Glassdoor reviews for the Daily Wire in a previous video, and over time, its average score has only gotten worse. For the sake of the employees, I want to read this recent review to emphasize just how poor morale seems to be there. Pros: trauma bonding with your coworkers. Cons: the VP of Member Experience made employees participate in a 9/11 game of Hangman during a mandatory meeting.
Jesus.
Leadership and HR is completely corrupt. Bad leaders stay in power through blackmail on executives' talent. Constantly outsourcing to the Philippines for cheaper labor. This company does not uphold any values that are spoken about on their shows. The only god here is money and power.
Behave.
Advice to management: turnover is high and continues to be high because of the leadership. At what point will you start looking at leadership for the turnover rate? This review came after Jeremy Boring's resignation, by the way. To anyone currently watching this video right now, I hope it doesn't come as a surprise to you that you're doing an unusual thing. My channel, for all its success, is about niche topics that appeal to a limited audience. Although I do fairly well, there are creators who do much better, and even among them, their audience reflects a small fraction compared to the mainstream. To expand beyond that audience would require someone to completely change the sort of videos they make. What the Daily Wire failed to realize is that they have the exact same problem. Their audience is definitely much bigger than mine. That is certainly the truth. Enough to give them money to mess around with and try to make those movies themselves, but ultimately they are still serving a niche. Conservatives who are so politically engaged that they regularly watch Ben Shapiro or Matt Walsh. There are enough people like that to keep a more modest conservative media company afloat, but certainly not enough to create a company that was hoping to one day rival Disney or some other major production company. They were grossly overestimating the power of their reach and how compelling their ideas are. And now it looks like they are in some trouble. That said, I don't really think the Daily Wire is destined for ruin. It's certainly at a low point, even if Ben Shapiro tries to say otherwise. But one major asset conservative media companies have is a nearly endless number of backers willing to open their wallets to keep things going. The only drawback might be that, since the Daily Wire is such a big operation, some investors might scoff at the high price tag to keep it running. That could be another reason why they got rid of so much staff. By ending its failed kids entertainment experiment, they might be hoping to find new investors to give them a new influx of cash. I have no doubt they'll probably have some announcements later in the year that are meant to make their company look like it's actually doing fantastic. But until they actually release numbers to tell people otherwise, we can only really guess that they're spending money that they don't have or making investments that will never come to fruition. Regardless, I'll try to keep a close eye on the company just in case they do have a reversal of fortunes and suddenly are doing much better than they appear to be at this moment. I'll probably have that update when the company finally drops the Pendragon cycle, because I still think that thing might actually come out at some point. I don't think a company spending millions upon millions of dollars on its production are going to let it just sit on a shelf. If anyone from the Daily Wire is watching this and wants some advice about how they can turn their fortunes around so the company won't go broke, I would suggest you guys consider going woke. One thing I didn't really mention in this video, because it's kind of hard to measure, is that a portion of the Daily Wire's audience seems very unhappy with the commentary coming from some of its hosts, specifically Ben Shapiro and his unwavering support of Israel. While it would be nice to say these people simply hate genocide and are pushing back against Ben Shapiro as he gleefully cheers it on, a lot of it seems to be coming from a general anti-Israel sentiment that's based in anti-Semitism rather than any concern for the Palestinian people. Oof. As much as that might hurt the Daily Wire, I think its massive investments not offering anywhere near the returns they need them to are probably much more damaging to their bottom line. This video also has a little more speculation than I'm typically comfortable with, but as someone who has been watching this company for years now, as it's simply lit money on fire to create things no one wants, I would point to my earlier videos, specifically the one on Bentkey, where I said that this whole endeavor looks like it's going to lose them a ton of money and is destined for failure. And I'm curious to how this is going to turn out, though, because while I think it's probably going to get worse before it gets better, it's always possible that things could turn around if something dramatic happens. If you'd like to see something dramatic happen on this channel, such as more great videos like this one, do consider becoming a member or a patron like the lovely people whose names you see scrolling up the screen here. You'll get early access to videos, your name in the credits, and exclusive little bonuses I throw in now and again. If you
Wow, thanks. Okay.
We got a little bit of a situation.
Uh-oh. We got asthma slot. Wait, did we watch parts of this yesterday? 19 hours ago. I thought we would watch him talk about this a little bit. Tell me if there's anything new. I'm gonna grab a silent 1 sec.
Are you buying? That the former FBI director didn't know what 86 Trump meant?
So the context is that he put in here and he posted a picture and it says 8647. 86 generally means to disappear somebody, kill them, or make them go away, right? This is generally, it depends on like who you're discussing, etc., right? No, it doesn't. Well, I mean, it kind of does though, right? Not exactly. Look it up. Okay, we will. But let me go ahead and do this.
Absolutely not, Jesse. That is a ridiculous and insane statement to make, certainly within this context, but especially coming from a guy who's the former director of the FBI.
Yeah.
A guy who spent most of his career prosecuting mobsters and gangsters, people who know and execute other humans and use this exact lingo of 86. Comey himself admitted in his follow-on message that he knew that this was a political statement. Well, the only reason he knew that, Jesse,
of course,
was because a little over a month ago, a bunch of anti-Trump...
86 means to terminate. It always has. Well, here's the interesting question. Do people that are in gangs use the term 86 to refer to killing people? Yes. Okay. All right. So then there you go.
Anti-Elon Musk protesters were proliferating the use of this 8647 slogan, which was a veiled call to action to murder the sitting president of the United States. So for Comey to think that we, the American people, are so stupid as to think that he, as a former FBI director, former prosecutor, and someone who clearly pays attention to what's going on, would believe his lie that he didn't know what this actually was called.
And that's also a really good point. If anybody would know what this means, it would be the FBI director.
Calling for the dangerousness of this, Jesse, cannot be underestimated. When we have 2 assassination attempts on the president's life.
Personally, I think it's a stretch. I don't. I think that people like this do these little things and they do them under a degree of plausible deniability. Oh, I didn't really mean that. It's just that every single time that there's a misunderstanding, it just happens to be on one direction. Ah, yeah, what are the odds? Come on, get the fuck out of here. It's so dishonest and it's so disrespectful to the intelligence of everybody else that's watching that that he thinks you're so stupid, or the person doing it thinks that you're so stupid to believe such an obvious form of gaslighting.
When we have people who look to guys like Comey, who've been celebrated by MSNBC and the Democrat elite and CNN as the beacon of integrity, the law and order guy, the guy who would tell the truth no matter what the consequences.
Yes.
This is the guy who's issuing a hit on President Trump, the president that the American people voted for. So it's guys like Comey and others who call the president the modern-day Nazi, people who are in great positions of influence, who are saying that President Trump poses an existential threat to our country. These are people who hate democracy and hate the American people because they cannot stand that the people overwhelmingly chose.
Watched yesterday. It's just a YouTube video of the Twitch fight. Yeah, this just sounds like what we saw already.
The political meta has shifted quite a bit since I've started doing this shtick, and I thought it would be wise to do a political meta update talking about all the new...
This is actually worth watching.
...emerging tribes happening on the internet.
Wait, what is that technicals vid? New cop slop. Don't care. Destiny, here it is, but it's not worth it. 2 hours?
So today, I'm going to be talking on a tragic thing that happened this morning. The legendary Super Smash Bros. Melee player, Hax Money, has tragically passed away.
Hax in the Melee community passed away today. Hax Money passed away.
Wait, the fake mom
At
story.
that
Hold
point,
on.
I recognized that I hated him, but I didn't think too much of it. Then at pound 2019, he tells me the fake mom story. Then at the end of 2019, he tells me the story wasn't real. And I'm like, LMFAO. What is the fake mom story?
What is?
And
That's a
why
good
is it
question.
important to this situation? Well, it's important because Cody is one of the people responsible for Hax getting banned in the first place. Their public fight over this story took place 3 days before the indefinite ban statement was released, and Cody was explicitly asked what he thought should be his punishment.
Of course I threw gas on the fire. He came after me. He was saying ridiculous shit. The first ban, yeah, I was a part of that. I said 1 year, 2021, whatever the fuck it was. Yeah, I haven't denied that once.
Even though it ended up lasting way longer than a year, but whatever, that's besides the point. In July of 2020, in the middle of all the allegations surfacing, Cody took this time to publish a
Okay, I don't actually care about all this.
Now, obviously, a lot of this is just internet nonsense and has very little bearing on reality as it is, but things that seem silly now are probably going to be real in 5 years. Let's start with the new tribe emerging on the right. I call it post-racial fascism. This has been called a lot of things, one of which is racial depolarization, which is just the idea that you can't reliably hope for the ethnic vote to go to the Democrats anymore. Trump won big with ethnic minorities, and this is weird because, you know, Trump was called a fascist a lot. And I would like to propose that Trump actually is a fascist, but that fascism doesn't have to be racist or be unappealing towards ethnic minorities. I mean, someone like Kash Patel, who is actively saying...
Wait, is he doing a serious video? Is this a serious video?
...that they're going to use the power of the state to persecute my political opponents seems kind of fascist to me. But also, look at this guy. He's not exactly a honky. So stay with me. I know that fascism is seen as being associated with the Nazis and hating Jews. And, you know, Donald Trump is certainly not a white supremacist.
This is, not only is this true, you got to be real careful with this. Because when progressives or lefties fixate on being anti-fascist, I don't know if they're actually anti-fascist or if they're just against... Again, it's like the anti-Semitism thing. They're not opposed to anti-Semitism. They just don't like white supremacy. And white supremacists are often anti-Semitic. But if the supremacists became anti-Semitic but dropped the white supremacy, so like a lot of the pro-Palestinian people, then they all of a sudden they don't care anymore about it. Same thing with fascism. Fascism doesn't have to have a racial element. Or rather, we should view the category of race as being more flexible than a lot of people think it is. You can have an ethnically diverse group of people that are highly nationalistic and xenophobic that can still be fascist. That's a good point. So careful, because when lefties fight against fascism, they might not actually be fighting against fascism. They're just fighting against their perception of some other embodiment of like white supremacy. So careful to keep in mind.
And he certainly doesn't hate Jews, so how could you call him a fascist? Well, fascism really got a bad name from the Nazis. I feel like as soon as I say that sentence, I shouldn't continue the thought. But if you just look at fascism as an ideology, there's nothing that says it has to be racist. Like, let me read you a quote, okay? I know I'm losing you. Let me read you a quote. Race, it is a feeling, not a reality. 95% at least is a feeling. Nothing will ever make me believe that biologically pure races can be shown to exist today. National pride has no need of the delirium of race. Benito Mussolini, fascism inventor, guy that invented fascism in a basement, in a garage with just a dream and a couple of guys. This is like the creator of fascism explicitly saying race is mostly gobbledygook. Now, this was shortly before he got little broed into being racist by Hitler, but, you know, Hitler ruined a lot of things: the pencil mustache, the Roman salute, fascism as a concept. Previous attempts to do any sort of white supremacy in the States have been completely untenable because America is not exactly racially pure. It never really has been. You can do white supremacy in Europe, probably. I don't know. I don't live there. But in the West, in the New World, it's not exactly the cream of the genetic crop, okay? Blood and soil means nothing to Amerimuts. If a white European is like, my ancestors have been here for 5,000 years, I almost kind of like want to give that guy a little bit more credence than like a white supremacist in America who's just like, my great grandfather was Protestant. You know, for better or worse, they're just not capable of doing an actual white ethno state. They're too mixed, okay? They're too mixed. That's why any successful fascist movement stemming from America has to be post-racial. Throwing the morality of this aside, it's just like logically.
This is like it's an ironic talking point for a lot of these movements too. This is true. I pointed this out kind of tongue-in-cheek with how diverse the Nazis are today in the United States. You kind of are past your ordinary racial categories if you look at a lot of kind of the neo-Nazi fascist movements that exist in the United States today. Yeah.
It has to be post-racial. It's not going to work if it's not post-racial. You need a broad, multi-ethnic coalition under a far-right leader, which is what's happening with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a fascist. I know. You don't like that. Wait, but relax, okay? And that's a good thing. Look, I was always very hesitant to call Donald Trump a fascist in his first term. I was very careful to always refer to him as fash-ish. I think the second term he's more fascist though. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Even the tariff stuff is like just center economically in the exact same way that fascist economics is neither free market capitalist nor communist. Like authoritarian center economic policy. I mean, come on, it's fascism. You're using the power of the state to persecute your political opponents and to excise undesirables from your nation, which in this case is immigrants. That's the out group instead of Jews, because we love Jews now. That's fine. You can play these linguistic games where you're like, actually, I love Jews, so how am I a fascist? That was just Nazis, okay? Yeah. You can still be fascist. That's fine. Be fascist.
It's almost like maybe we just even toss the word fascism and we just think of something else, I guess. Yeah.
But we're doing post-racial fascism now. That's what's happening. Sorry, I'm being very schizophrenic right now, but let me give you some more examples, okay? Nick Fuentes, I'm generously going to call him off-white, and I'm generously going to call him asexual, okay? That's a charitable interpretation. Candace Owens, again, fair to call her fascist, I think. Note the complexion. Kanye West, do I have to make the argument why this guy is a fascist? Please. Sneeko, mutt. Andrew Tate, mutt. Most of the followers of Andrew Tate are like brown or mutts or whatever. Look, I can say it, okay? I can say these people are mutts. I'm a mutt, all right? No one's more racist than mixed race people, I know. So all these characters, Kash Patel included, they rally around Trump, who despite being the honkiest of them all, doesn't really say very much about race. He's actually a very good post-racial conduit. You know, he says lots about Chinese and Mexicans. You could probably make the argument that he is personally racist in some ways.
Trump really does focus more on the nationalistic and like xenophobic aspects rather than the purely racial ones that you would kind of expect from somebody that, if you wanted to call them like a crazy fascist or whatever, right?
But sometimes when he says nobody loves black people more than him, I believe him. At no point did he ever say, we're going to build a wall for the whites and the darkies are going to...
It's also why you get a lot more fixation on like anti-South Americans or anti-Indian racism than you do anti-black racism. Because ironically enough, a lot of these fasci people or fasci-adjacent people actually view blacks or view African-American culture as being a little bit more endemic. A lot of these guys are younger. A lot of them grew up listening to people like Kanye West and shit. It's hard for them. Like they're not of the same, they're not cut from the same cloth that the older conservatives were that hated rap and hated rap culture and all of that. These are like Zoomers or younger millennials that kind of grew up in that culture and they like that culture. So they have to kind of protect it or save it a little bit, yeah.
Pay for it. He just genuinely seemed to be going for a post-racial American fascism. But how could a white guy be actually, representing a lot of the interests of ethnic minorities such that the black vote goes from 7% to 21% over the course of 8 years? The answer is simple. It's because Donald Trump isn't white. He's orange. In conclusion, diversity...
Wow, Rob T, thanks for the 11th month summer streak. Tier 5.
...is fascism's strength. Which is true. It's true. Fascism is way more tenable when you have a multi...
I was hoping Destiny would cover the hack stuff. What is there to cover? That was like such a long video, bro. That video was so long. Did he like kill somebody or rape somebody? Is there like some crazy shit in there or...
ethnic coalition of people being fascist. You can just appeal to way more people and get way more public support behind you. Fascists when diversity is their strength. And again, ideologically, this isn't coming out of nowhere. Mussolini's The Doctrine of Fascism explicitly is not about race. It's about nation. Ideologically, those are separate sliders. Nation slider, racism sliders, separate sliders. You could be fascist and even anti-racist, like hypothetically. So post-racial fascism might actually just be a stepping stone into actual white supremacist movements.
Can you explain the bit here? I don't think there is a bit here. I think it's just giving a serious political analysis, which I agree with everything so far.
And it really makes you wonder, like, are people like Andrew Tate and Vivek Ramaswamy going to be clapping as they get pushed up against a tree and strung up? The fundamental question with post-racial fascism is how solid is a multi-ethnic fascist coalition? We have no idea. We don't know. It hasn't really ever been tried. Maybe Brazil integralism, maybe, but I don't think it's really ever been tried on this scale, especially not in such a big way. Oh, sure. And it's entirely possible that it's not a viable coalition at all, and that post-racial fascism as a concept is inherently flawed. A leftist would make this argument that, like, the system itself is white supremacist, and so fascism as a result of being a far-right ideology reinforcing some parts of the system is just reinforcing those white separatist, white nationalist tendencies, and that a lot of the dark people who are advocating for fascist stuff have to pay a lot of lip service and honky dick sucking. The White Lives Matter stuff with Kanye West and Candace Owens. It's kind of a lot of like, I'm bending the knee to whitey kind of thing. And, Vivek Ramaswamy did have this interview with Ann Coulter. You remember this?
I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian. We'll get back to that. And it's directly related to what you were just talking about. The thing about nationalism, you're totally right. It is like to use the word nationalism. Oh, Hitler.
And, after seeing that, you kind of have to be like, okay, well, if you get pushed up against a tree and strung up, you sort of deserve it.
Yeah.
You sort of deserve it because a honky-ass Karen was racially demeaning you, and you're like...
And you're just kind of
okay,
like, sit there, took it. Yeah,
that's fine. You're allowed to think that.
I could go through these and have, my little legal pad where I'm typing up my debate notes. How about this, though? You're Indian.
Pathetic. It's a pathetic way to be. Anyways, all in all, I'm pretty bullish on post-racial fascism. I think it's going to do better and better, especially as the climate crisis worsens and more refugees are forced onto the shores of Western nations who respond with a quick bracka, 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 bracka. This is me killing immigrants. I just want to make that really clear. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying it's kind of an inevitability of the paths that we've decided to go down. Okay, moving to a different section of the political compass here, we have a new emerging tribe on the libertarian right that I'm going to exemplify as the efficient accelerationist crowd. Efficient accelerationism is an outgrowth of the effective altruist movement, which in turn comes from this forum called Less Wrong. I will one day make a chart of all of the different, ideological substrates that came from the Less Wrong forums and all the different, splinter groups and movements that came out of that intellectually. But there's too many of them right now, and I can't make that chart right now. I don't have enough information. Efficient accelerationism is one of these outgrowths of the movement. Effective altruists are a little skittish on AI. They think we need to regulate it. Efficient accelerationists go the opposite direction and say, let's go faster and faster. Using this group just kind of as a microcosm of the broader techno-optimist movement, which typically aligns with right libertarianism. Capitalism, capital makes the AI go quicker. Efficient accelerationists are one of the very few truly optimistic tribes emerging right now. They're super optimistic, they're hope core, they're happy pilled. And I've always viewed the efficient accelerationist optimism as a little weird when you start looking at it deeply, because accelerationism didn't emerge over the last 5 years. It's been around for like 20 years, and it's made by this guy Nick Land, whose vision of the future, and this is where accelerationism comes from, is not optimistic. I mean, it's optimistic if you're like, if you think that like reality progressing quicker and quicker until we get to a post-human singularity where every human aspect of yourself gets removed because it's not efficient enough. Unless you think that's a good thing, what are the techno-optimists optimistic about? Like, what is the future that they're happy to be accelerating towards? Is it going to be me benefiting from the technology, or is it going to be some abstract form of my intelligence benefiting from the technology? Because that's an important distinction for me. So I think some effective accelerationists are genuinely thinking like, oh yeah, AI is going to reverse climate change and it's going to make all of our lives better. We're not going to have to work, but humans will still be humans. I also think a lot of them are like kind of somewhat aware of the fact that the process of technology is a process of efficiency that does not respect your flesh and actually hates your flesh because it's inefficient, and you should become a more efficient node in order to better be a conduit of capital. You know, I think that's probably more likely where we're headed, and that was Nick Land's analysis, which I tend to agree with more than these newer incarnations of accelerationism. Then again, I'm a hopeless pessimist, so maybe I just hate optimists who have positive visions of the future. Oh wait, no, it's because I hate tech bros. I forgot. In conclusion, the efficient accelerationists and the tech optimists are optimistic, but maybe they're optimistic for a future in which there is no room for anything recognizably human left. That being said, lib-right taking massive W's. I'll give them that. It's probably like if you had to pick a tribe in terms of how many W's you're getting, lib-right's probably a pretty good bet. They actually are achieving some praxis in terms of building these network states and like building up the network states in such a way where things are actually like there's some cool things happening because they have money. And when you have money, you can do a lot of cool stuff, like buy up an island and start to slowly terraform it into a libertarian paradise. Whereas if you're like a communist, you want a stateless, classless, worldwide, moneyless society. Okay, I don't see how that's happening. Moving on to the middle of the political compass, we have reactionary centrism. This is a new political tribe which is very aware of the extremism as a threat to the status quo. So seeing how polarized and extreme things have become, the reactionary centrist kind of pulls inward, draws like a line around the Overton window and says, this is my base now. So normally, you know, the center left and the center right, they're each other's worst enemies, and they fight each other. That's the two-party system that at work, a center-left party and a center-right party. Normally that's how it works, but now that extremism is more relevant, especially online.
Did I see my chat or see his chat yesterday with Pisco? No, link it, but we can watch that next round.
You get a phenomenon of people who are reacting to extremism with centrism. Someone center-left like Destiny and center-right like J.J. McCullough find themselves agreeing on like every point now because they agree generally broadly America is good and extremism is bad, and like those are just to them some of the more important points to talk about. So you have they have their conversation where they are sucking each other's dicks. This is big tent pro status quo stuff. Typically it's a bunch of policy wonks. A lot of like YIMBY versus NIMBY discourse in this world. This is the big neoliberal tent. This has like the never Trump guys in it who are voting, you know, Democrat, and the center left liberals, the abundance policy kind of people. And what they all have in common, despite, you know, moderate differences from being status quo people, is that they're all part of the status quo. They all broadly like America. They all broadly support a lot of the trends that things were headed in before Trump. And you get this weird kind of like patriotism on like the center left where people are saying, yeah, like US foreign interventionism is good and I like America as an empire and I like all these things about America in different ways, and we're the real patriots, and the far right actually hates America. You get this kind of rhetoric going. You see people in this camp often talking about the dangers of the far right and the far left. Although right now, because, you know, Trump's in power, obviously they talk a lot more about the far right. But if the far left ever got in power, you can bet your ass these motherfuckers would be trying to fuck the far left over. Okay, that definitely happened. Right now they're viewing the far right as more of a genuine threat, and the far left is more of a nuisance. But that could change. We're keeping an eye on things. We'll see how far the pendulum swings back, let's just Unlike basically every other emerging political tribe here, these people actually like America. Obviously, like the tech bro libertarian people want no state to govern them, which isn't completely funded by money, and the post-racial fascist people are like, America sucks, it's failing, we need strong borders, we need to make it better. And the left obviously hates America because they're the left and they hate America. These crackers are without a hint of irony. Ride in for a Biden. Centrists are by definition unimaginative and out of touch. And the mainstream Hollywood elite that's despised by basically everybody is a pretty good example of this. Reactionary centrists are unique and unique in this political time because extremism used to be like in response to centrism and like more on the fringe. And now that it's more mainstream, centrism is more on the fringe. Because the Overton window, you see, is shattered in two and drifts simultaneously left and right at the same time while leaving the centrists out of the Overton window. So basically, it's a reaction. It's them trying to grab both sides of the Overton window as it's, you know, falling in either direction, pulling them apart, and they're just trying to hold it together. But this is kind of the first time where centrism becomes in reaction to the excesses of both sides. And that can only happen when both sides are gaining in power. So good job, extremists. Massive W's. And the reactionary centrists typically fight for the individual's right to be more or less politically unconscious and just sort of enjoy their society passively without having to be a communist or a fascist or some shit. Okay, moving on to the left side of the political compass, we have the balkanized left. Vosh, Hassan, Hawes, H3H3. What all these people have in common with each other, that's right, they all hate each other. You know, this is partially because they're all streamers, and streaming is an inherently degenerate medium, which forces you to become isolationist and anti-human and hate everybody. You know, that's just objectively true. But also, it's kind of a microcosm of left-wing infighting. We continue to see a balkanization pattern on the left, all these different disparate groups spiraling off into infinitely small subgroups. Left-wing infighting is nothing new, of course. There's been infighting on the left as long as there has been a left. And I will also say, there's infighting on the right too. A lot of leftists think that the left is the only place with infighting, but that's because they're on the left and they don't critically examine or inhabit right-wing spaces. When you're in right-wing spaces, you see there's plenty of right-wing infighting too. I will say there's probably more infighting on the left because ideological purity is just more important to leftists. But like, I mean, and also most right-wing infighting is calling each other Jews. But there's all kinds of different disparate factions here. You know, there's the woke left, there's the woke left that's not really leftist because they're actually...
I remember like 5 or 6 years ago when like the alt-right was the popular thing. The entirety of the alt-right's infighting was just everybody accusing everybody else of being a fucking fed. That was like 90% of all infighting from these people.
Just woke liberals. There's the post-woke left. There's the anti-woke left. There's the anti-woke left that's so anti-woke that they somehow became capitalist and now in no way resemble a leftist in any shape or form. Of course, that's not including the 1,000 tanky islands of the Maoists and the Stalinists and the DPRK supporters and the ultra-leftists. There's too many to get into, okay? We'd be here all day. Personal example, I canvassed for Jamal Bowman, who's reasonably as pro-Palestine as you could possibly get within the Democratic Party, you know, allied with people like AOC and stuff. And even he was protested by further left Palestine supporters who...
Jamal Bowman was protested by far-left people? Is that true? I thought he had a pretty crazy stance on the Palestine stuff. Jesus, if that's true.
Protested him instead of the Zionist candidate he was running against, who was getting like $20 million of Israeli money. They protested the guy that they could, you know, affect more because he cared about them more. So, you know, average day living in left land, okay? This is just like standard stuff. These people are like ravenous cannibals. But moving on, we now have the Horseshoe. This is the last coalition I'm going to talk about. Remember this guy that shot Trump? Did we ever figure out what his political leaning was? Why did we never figure that out? You know, he was never clearly a left-winger or a right-winger. Could it be that he was neither, that he was a Gen Z sort of nihilist, mentally ill person who just wanted to do political violence? I am going to claim Matthew Thomas Crooks, Trump assassin, as our own. He is a horseshoe coalitionist, accelerationist, nihilist, who literally looked up the closest guy to him to see if he could kill him. He would have killed Biden. He would have killed a UK royal if he could. So I'm officially claiming Thomas Matthew Crooks as our guy. I'm also claiming Luigi Mangione as our guy. These are horseshoe people. They do not neatly fit into the left or the right. They are fueled by a nihilistic accelerationist violence. And that is, I think, probably going to define the horseshoe. But there's other ways of defining the horseshoe too, something like MAGA communism, the Nazbols of our time. So whether it's just little moments like the 3%ers joining Black Lives Matter protesters against the police, or just a general hatred of America and agreeing on certain aspects of American foreign interventionism and foreign policy that the far left and the far right can both agree on, we are seeing plenty of opportunities for tenable alliances between extremes, especially with like individual policies rather than broad worldview. We're in the age of AI and internet tribes sort of amplifying every possible worldview one could have. And it's interesting to see like the interconnectedness of people who are ostensibly very opposed to each other sort of agreeing on different points. Opinions about AI or copyright or how social media algorithms work, these often fall outside of kind of binary left-right things that sometimes like a lot of different people can agree on from different tribes. And so the best example of this, I think, is actually the TikTok ban, because the TikTok ban was trying to be passed by center-left and center-right people who were afraid of the status quo and of China. And the far right and the far left thrive on TikTok. It's great for extremism. And so the farther left wing of the Democratic Party and the farther right wing of the Republican Party were both voting to keep TikTok. This is what we call a horseshoe coalition. It's real and true. I want to close this meta update by telling you about I was in New York, and my vice mentor, Joshua Citarella, was telling me about this group that hosts debates in New York. And the neoliberal status quo assumption behind why you would host a debate is to find middle ground between two different ideologues and say, well, you know, we can all agree that this is the truth or this is a middle ground between the truth. But the point of these debates in New York were being hosted specifically for anti-centrist libertarian purposes, which is to show that the left-wingers and the right-wingers have completely fundamentally different worldviews and are not compatible with each other and should have a national divorce, should separate into micro-states, should buy up islands and territory and, just go into separate worlds. And that's very beneficial to the libertarian tech bro type who thrives off our division. So the leftists get their nation and the rightists get their nation. And this is, at its core, debate used for anti-centrist purposes to give more credence to both sides simultaneously instead of trying to water them down and reach some sort of resolution in the middle. And I think you'll see a lot more of this kind of stuff as time goes on. In conclusion, things are getting more extreme. The center is reacting to them. The right has dropped racism and is now multi-ethnic. The left continues to eat itself and is whiter than ever, and we'll probably see a lot more of this kind of shit to come. So let me know if you want a deeper dive into any of these factions. We can make a longer video about any of them, because I'm sort of just grazing the surface of a lot of different political tribes. I could talk all day about any of these 5, so let me know.
This is actually a really good breakdown on a lot of different things. I don't think a lot of people would be willing to admit that the fascism that exists on the right now is kind of post-racial, that they have kind of moved on from just being racist into kind of more advanced forms of xenophobia or whatever. I think that's a big point a lot of people miss, but 3640.
He's in the J-Reg sphere of the universe.
Is he some kind of
J-Reg?
Is he some kind of satirist? Do I
Yes.
think of him as a satirist?
He is. He's like a hyper-ironic... Hold on, I gotta fix my thing here.
Yeah, no
He's like a hyper-ironic... Whoops. There we go. Yeah, political satirist. A great deal of my my inspiration certainly comes from the J-Regian school of comedy, which I think is a derivative of Bo Burnham.
Interesting. So, speaking of Bo Burnham, I had that song stuck in my head of "How the World Works." You know that song from Bo Burnham?
Yeah, and that's how the world
You got
works.
it. You
Yes,
got it.
and the FBI killed Martin Luther King. Don't
Yes.
forget it. Yeah.
No, that's super interesting. So would you consider yourself a comedian first, or a satirist first, or like kind of like a commentator, or do you have any kind of ordinal ranking of those?
I think this is going to sound extremely pretentious, Peace
Yeah.
Cap, but I don't think any label can single-handedly characterize me. I don't know. The reason I don't think I'm a comedian first is because that is like a Anthony Jeselnik type character, which even he, like, who's an ultimate comedian first person? The ultimate comedian first person is someone who will say anything for the sake of laughter, right? That's the primary goal. Laughter and humor is the primary goal. I like to think I'm using humor in service of greater ends.
Like, I hear Jon Stewart often, well, he used to say, I'm a comedian, but it really feels like he's doing what you're saying, which is he has a comedic element to him, but he's a polemicist in some ways.
Yes, 100%. Yes, Jon Stewart is... Did you see the Dave Smith, Douglas Murray debate?
Oh, yeah. Some of it. Not the whole thing, but a lot of it.
You saw the first 40 minutes where Douglas Murray was talking about, are you a comedian? Or
Yeah,
are you,
I know. I hate that. I thought that was very pretentious of Douglas Murray to kind of gatekeep who's allowed to talk about issues. To me, that I don't view that as relevant, but also...
I super disagree. I think gatekeeping is important. Pisco's a lawyer. He knows this, right? Should anybody be allowed to represent a client and practice law? No, you gatekeep it. You take a bar exam. You go to law school. I think that, and I've talked about this, there's a second order thing that should happen, okay? If somebody gatekeeps a thing around credentials, if you are well studied in that area, you should know that there is a gatekeeping around the credentials there, and you should understand that people will expect you to be credentialed, because if you're not credentialed, you should be able to respond to the criticisms of not being credentialed. I think that's very important. So if somebody were to say, hey, are you a historian or whatever the fuck else, and you're like, no, I'm not, but I understand why you think I would need to be, but here are my qualifications for why I think it doesn't matter. You should be able to respond to that. If you have no response to that, I think that says something. I think that says something about you. Yeah.
I just think it's kind of sucked. But yeah, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think his point about it is. Jon Stewart, I think, popularized what I call the Jon Stewart.
Oh, speaking of, the reason why nobody takes quizzes on fucking stream or whatever, Jesus. The people that posted this, everybody's like, I got a 10 out of 10 on that geopolitics quiz. I actually got a 10 out. I'm surprised you didn't know what the quadrilateral whatever agreement is, or the Horn of Africa. Bro, I've never heard these terms in my life, okay? Maybe there's some class you took or whatever, but like, if it's not used in common speech or whatever, if we haven't gone over our stream, no, I haven't heard of a lot of these fucking things. I'm surprised anyone know 9 out of 10, easy. I would expect anyone in 10. It's like, oh my God. Chill, okay? Calm down.
Defense, which is, well, why are you listening to me? I'm just a comedian, right? He has a famous debate on Crossfire with Tucker Carlson. And Tucker Carlson says something like, you're accusing us of being partisan when you just interviewed John Kerry and were like sniffing his throne and sucking his dick and all that. And Jon Stewart's like, the show that precedes mine is Prank Calls from the Muppets and yours CNN.
Yeah, no.
And on some, and it's funny, but it is dishonest to some degree, because it's like Jon Stewart knows full well the level of influence he has.
Yeah.
And comedians have.
I totally agree
incredible
with
amount of
that.
influence.
And Dave Smith is another example of that. I think it's a good example of that. To give some context for people, the first and only time I think we've actually spoken is a debate that we had about whether or not this was hosted by Lauren De Laguna or was it hosted by Cherry? I think it was hosted,
by Cherry.
Hosted by Cherry, where Lauren De Laguna was a participant alongside you. I forget who else. But we were arguing about whether or not it might have been Josiah. I don't remember, but
I think it was Josiah.
Yeah, whether or not it was.
Josiah is so forgettable, so
yeah,
we can be forgiven for not remembering if he was
very
on there.
forgettable. Yeah, whether or not he was disqualified under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. That was the last time we spoke. In that conversation, which seems like a lifetime ago, I remember you taking the mantle of more centristy, and then I saw that you actually advertise yourself a little bit as an enlightened centrist. I guess my only question is like, what do you think about that chronology? Do you think that's right? And is it tongue in cheek, this enlightened centrist moniker?
It's meta ironic.
Yeah.
So there's 3 types of there's a J-Regian video, or a video from J-Reg, but this is J-Regian philosophy. There's irony, or no, there's sincerity, right? Which is just saying like, hey, I'm a Republican, I'm a Democrat, I'm just telling you what I am, right? That's sincerity. Then there's irony, like, oh, I'm a Republican, yeah, I'm a Republican, like, sure, yeah, I hate poor people, I'm a Republican. That's irony. Then there's post-irony, which is like, no, I'm a Republican. I hate poor people. No, I'm a Republican. Like, and I genuinely try to, even though I'm saying something that is insincere, but I'm giving the illusion of sincerity. And then there's this horrible realm called meta irony, which is when, and this is what a lot of like Sam Hyde and Andrew Tate and Hassan Piker type people do, including myself. It's not just terrible people that are in that category. It's a category of communication, which is meta irony is. There's truth to it, but it's also tongue-in-cheek.
You said Hassan and
Andrew Tate.
Andrew Tate. These are the greatest people. So
and
that's me being ironic. Right. Sorry.
There you go.
Go ahead.
And Jon Stewart also would fall. Bo Burnham too. It's like the Bo Burnham song about welcome to the internet, and the FBI killed Martin Luther King. It's like, well, I don't know if he believes that the FBI did kill Martin Luther King. It's like, seems like he does. I kind of do. But
the irony gives these fucks the ability to always claim irony when they get in trouble. I think he's just exploring it. I don't think he uses it as like a shield per se. Like if he's wrong, I think he admits it, and he has admitted in the past when he feels like, oh, I think I shouldn't have done this, or whatever. I don't think that P.F. Young uses it as like a shield. Some people do, but I don't think he does.
But meta irony is when you put forward things that have truth to it.
Do you ever get the feeling that Pisco has been slowly doing the Brianna Wu thing, throwing charity to the temples? I don't think so. I heard that apparently he was very charitable to the Hassan immigration thing, though, which would be kind of cringe. But I didn't listen to that so much.
That even the person who is putting out the meta irony isn't certain what the actual meaning is. So, like, enlightened centrism is actually not. I suppose, ironically, unironically, call myself an enlightened centrist. I believe the answer always lies in the middle of two extremes. Where in the middle is obviously different, but the correct perspective on any issue is a synthesis of right-wing and left-wing considerations. The ironic part then comes in of like, well, it's hard to explain.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain humor in an effective way.
I know. I should be upfront though. I have a terminal condition, and that terminal condition is absolute sincerity.
Being a
almost
lawyer?
at all times. Yeah. No. I have real trouble, and even just in that instance, not being incredibly sincere all the time. And I think it limits me in some way sometimes, but it also, I think, grounds me out and makes sure that people think that, like, they know when I'm saying something. Usually, I'm being incredibly authentic. So if there's some level of like, I'm going to treat things that you say seriously
With sincerity.
With sincerity, yeah. So, and I'm sorry
Good.
if that ruins your bit.
No, it makes it much easier. It makes it much easier to exploit. No, I'm over implying a level of, look, I make some, like, for example, I made a video, one of the video I made is called Jeanette McCurdy is literally a fascist.
Jeanette
and
McCurdy
it's because
from
she said
iCarly?
something.
Peace Code changed my mind on the something after listening to him. Oh, if you want, you can link that, and I can listen to his arguments for it.
Jeanette McCurdy from iCarly, because she said that Jordan Peterson's self-help authoring program or whatever, like, was really good for her. And so I made a whole video of like, holy shit, I was a fan of Jeanette McCurdy like for so long, and then I didn't realize that she supports a fascist. And the whole video is me like, if you came across it for the first time, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Are you Peterson guy
if you watch my videos, OG pre-Daily Wire Jordan Peterson.
Got it.
Yeah.
So I take these opportunities with people who are centrist or who think, for example, that there's some, in the middle of the dialectic, there's some truth there, or there's, in the case that we have in the United States, my goal is always, and I'm just gonna be upfront with that, is to push you around a little bit and to get you to admit that we're undergoing and living in an authoritarian regime by a horrible, evil person who wants to become the authoritarian. And so my goal in these conversations I had kind of with a more centristy type lawyer, was that yesterday, as early as yesterday, maybe yesterday or the day before, is to push people around a little bit and be like, hey, do you acknowledge that we're living in what I consider to be reality? And so that's typically like, so when someone describes themselves as a centrist in this environment, typically, I can hear that one of two ways. I can hear that either A, politically, traditionally, you're a centrist in that you are not on the far left or far right of the economic interference with markets kind of deal, or socially, right? Or I hear that as centrist in kind of waffling on Trump. And so I'm just being honest about I'm trying to figure you out. Like, where are you in the sense? Are you in both senses of the word, or some third sense that I'm not picking up on?
So first off, I would never in a million years call myself a centrist as such. The only person that the enlightened centrist and the radical centrist hates more than the far left and the far right is the neoliberal moderate status quo. Okay, the Chuck Schumers, the Mitch McConnells, they're the worst. Now, do they keep the lights on? Yes. And is there value there? Of course. And that is in some sense a conservative sensibility to be like, well, our societies are working pretty well, all things considered, so we should not change them too much. It's like, yep, that's a valid point conservatives often make. The progressives correctly point out, though, that, hey, shit's changing all the time. New technology, new social changes and norms. We should probably adapt our systems to reflect the changes in the environment. And so, I mean, it's a philosophical thing where, I mean, it's virtue ethics, right? Between any virtue lies in between two vices, right? You've heard of this?
I've not.
It's like an Aristotelian
quote.
I think it's
Here's Peace Code's comments on Hassan's thing.
Have some stories to tell you. Holy moly. They're watching. Oh, the feds are watching. They're always watching. Feds are always like this. Okay. Now we know for real. I have a lot of interesting stories to tell you. Man, where do I begin? God damn. Yesterday, I did not actually broadcast for some interesting news. Once again, pre-watch Piker struck again. Remember, I was joking about like what I foresaw would potentially happen as I entered the United States of America. And that thing that I foresaw happening actually ended up happening. And I'm obviously going to talk talk about it. For those of you who don't know, I was detained by Customs and Border Patrol. I was tactically ascertained and engaged in a kinetic situation where I was kinetically moved into a detention center inside of the O'Hare Airport, which I will tell you all about in a second.
Even jokingly, I don't like the words. Like he just the detention center moved. Like he really makes it sound like he was arrested and wasn't just asked like, "Hey, sir, we're gonna ask some questions. Can you come over here and step into this room where other people are in this room?" But whatever.
Oh man, didn't pass the ocular pat down. I believe it was before the ocular pat down. It's the flight manifest that they get ahead of time. They knew who I was and they were ready to receive me. Let's just say, and it wasn't a very
like Hassan provided absolutely zero evidence in his story. Like even just from his own testimony, he doesn't provide any evidence that they knew who he was before he landed. There was absolutely no evidence given of literally any of that. But okay.
From welcome. So what's happening? What?
Wait, why am I gonna watch 10 minutes of nothing? I'm a frog. As soon as this is over, I'm gonna listen to oral arguments. So you can watch your shit.
What's happening in Chicago? What the was that? You know, this is only my second time coming back here. And the first time I was here for the DNC, got kicked out. Second time I couldn't even enter, and everything will be fine. I was already worried that I was going to have issues coming into the country. I had joked about it already. So I was like, at least on the one side, like leaving the country of France will not be that big of a problem. And boy, was I wrong. Okay, boy, was I wrong. So I hit the triple Monty. I had like a generational run. There was massive traffic going in. When you actually drive into the airport, the person that's dropping you off has to get a ticket at the gate. The ticket actually didn't work. Like, so we were stuck in traffic with like other cars behind us. Like my driver had to get out and be like, I get stopped at security after this old lady as well. The old lady with the bags of fluids, classic. She obviously was stopped. Okay. She had to get GSR swabbed, all the. And then, of course, I also got stopped, had to get GSR swabbed, all of this because I have electronics on me. And, you know, I stopped there. Generational 3-hour run at Charles de Gaulle. And then afterwards, I get into the flight and I'm like, all right, finally. The flight was actually fantastic. I slept the entire time. I slept like a goddamn baby, slept the entire time. Didn't even eat on the flight, which is crazy. There's never been a moment where I've, it was like, what, an 8-hour to 9-hour flight and I didn't even eat. I slept the entire time on the flight. Finally get into the United States of America. And at which point I'm like, all right, let's do it. I got global entry. This is going to be my first ever global entry entrance. Hopefully this will go smoothly. Okay. First time ever getting into global entry. I got it after my brother yelled at me over and over again, telling me you got to get global entry, whatever, right? I get to the global entry line and they're processing everybody expeditiously. You walk up, boom, immediately they take your photo of your face and you walk in and there's a customs person there, cop there, just basically waves you, okay? And they do that over and over again. It gets to me. Take a photo, boom, walk in instantly. The Customs and Border Patrol agent goes, step aside, sir. I was like, here we go. All right. She goes, step aside, sir. An agent will come and take you to another location. I was like, is that proper protocol? I was like, sometimes it happens. And I was like, okay. And I knew at that point, I was like, okay, I'm texting like family. I'm like, this is happening. I'm texting my manager. You know, I was basically I got Lolo on. I was like, listen, you know, I'm going in. All right. I'm freaking going in. Who knows how long this will take? Who knows what will happen? I had already heard like horror stories from people. There was like that one girl on TikTok that had talked about this. And I thought to myself, all right, it's done. It's happening to me as well. It is what it is. You know, M is real high. I'm about to say M is real high multiple times to get these guys off my back. So I'm waiting in the corner. This Latina ICE agent comes up.
Wait, what is that? M is real high? Is that like an Israeli thing? M is real high or whatever, or a Yiddish or Hebrew thing? Is it? Okay. He's dog posting. Great. Okay, based.
Picks me up, takes me to this detention center. I sit down, fluorescent light bulbs, the whole nine, okay? They have benches in the back of O'Hare Airport where there's like a detention area, okay? There's a detention area. I'm sitting there. There's like a bunch of terrified families, okay? There's an old lady in a wheelchair. There's like a mom and daughter behind me. There's some like random dude in front of me. And the way it works is there's a back door, right? And they take your passport. They go to the back door. You don't know what the hell's going on in there, but they sometimes come out and they just say someone's name with their passport in their hands and they go, you're clear to leave. Basically, when they bring you to the detention area, they, I guess, do some kind of surveillance on your background to figure out if you are going to get harassed even further or if this level of harassment is fine. Okay. And I asked and I looked.
Going to get harassed even further if this level of harassment. So what he's talking about is just a security screening. Yes. This is a security screening in an airport when you're coming from being back from being overseas. Yes, that is true. Okay.
Looked around at all the passports that people had to see if there were other American citizens. And lo and behold, at least in the area that I was at, I was the only American citizen. There was another guy that actually had an American passport as well because I asked the terrified family behind me.
So you weren't the only American.
I was like, hey guys, if you don't mind me asking, like, do you guys have an American passport? They were like, no. So it turns out it's just they're terrifying the shit out of mostly non-American citizens, okay? But apparently they're also interested in trying to terrify American citizens as well. So they're just like coming in and out. They get this lady in a wheelchair out of there, which I thought was so insane. Old lady in a wheelchair is in the ICE detention area, and they come out with their passport and they're like, here, you can leave. Okay, so that's one thing, right? Like, I've had secondary searches and stuff done to me before. I've had the I think it's called the quadruple S. Like, they put the SSSS on your boarding pass and you always get checked randomly when you get hit with that. Like, that's happened to me a lot in the past. I get GSR swabbed all the time. That stuff is normal. I've experienced that quite a bit. Okay, but this time I didn't even have the quadruple S on my boarding pass. So I was like, all right, it's probably fine. So I wait. Finally, this agent comes out, says, Hassan Piker. I'm like, that's me, coming with me. I'm like, oh brother, here we go. They take me to this back room. Okay, and the back room is not great. The back room is designed in the most hostile way I've ever been inside of a room. The vibes are really
If they're looking into the background after they asked to come to the side, it sounds like it's not based on his views, in my opinion.
Correct.
The initial stop, you mean?
That's
back
right.
there. Everything is fluorescent light bulb, obviously. They had these 2 seats that were firmly planted into the ground, okay? They were complete metal. They were like tiny stools, very uncomfortable, with like braces on the side so you can handcuff someone to them, okay? And there was also a seat for like a lawyer. So I sat down on the lawyer seat on the corner to establish dominance because I've watched too many JCS interrogation videos and I knew I had to have command over the room. So I didn't sit in the cuck
That's so cringe.
chair. Instead, I sat in the lawyer chair and we got to talking. And let me tell you folks, the TikTokers that talked about being detained, they were right. It was an insane situation. So it's very obvious that they knew exactly who the fuck I was. It's very obvious that they knew how to like navigate the conversation. And it
Keep in mind, he says this over and over again, but he never, ever actually provides any proof or evidence of that. How did they know who you were? How do you know they knew who you were? He never actually provides any evidence of that, but okay.
It was a really, really interesting conversation that took place. It was very cordial, okay? It was very cordial, which I thought it was strange how cordial it was, because I've had run-ins with like cops in the past. I've had run-ins with feds in the past. Well, I guess the FBI was very cordial as well when I had some talks with them in the past. But overall, I was not expecting CBP agents to be cordial. I will say that, okay? Now, having said...
Again, this is insulting because these are just ordinary fucking Americans. These aren't like crazy like Hitler youth types or, the fucking SS shock troopers that are here to fight. Like, it's just ordinary Americans doing their fucking job or whatever.
That the entire process is supposed to be intimidating. So it's like suck my cordial or whatever, okay? I think they were being cordial because they wanted me to say something that was incriminating and say something that was enough to justify further detention from...
Yeah, that's all like speculation.
That point on.
But I want to know what they actually asked. That's the most important.
Let me tell you, they certainly did do that. So he knew exactly who the f I was, but he was basically like broaching the conversation in a way where it was like free flowing, where in the process of discovery, he was adding on additional talking points. He always made it seem as though he was asking certain things that after discovering in the process of that conversation, he would ask additional questions. So, he's like, oh, what are you doing in Chicago? And I was very revealing. I was like, well, I was in France because I want to take my family out for Mother's Day to France, but I had to come back early from France, even though today is technically Mother's Day, because I have a speaking engagement at University of Chicago. And he was like, oh, what kind of speaking engagement? He's like, I don't know, some like journalism school stuff. And he's like, oh, well, since you mentioned that, he kept saying, oh, well, since you mentioned that, what do you do as a job? And I was like, I'm a Twitch streamer. And he's like, well, since you mentioned that you were a Twitch streamer, what kind of things do you stream about? And at first I was like, do I just tell him I play video games? Because I don't think someone's going to believe me if I say I just play video games to him, right? So I was just like, yeah, I play video games, but I also do current events sometimes, drama, internet. And he's like, oh, do you talk about, since you mentioned that, you talk about the things that you talk about, do you talk about the news? And I was like, yeah, I talk about the news. And he kept saying, okay, so when you talk about the news, do you talk about the war? And I was like, what do you mean by that? He's like, do you talk about Trump? And that was the first time.
Okay, so if that chronology is accurate, I'm gonna say Hassan vindicated.
Okay.
I am not gonna give this administration the benefit of the doubt that they're not stopping people who are opposed to Trump at all, because they're already doing it. And I have no reason to think that this is all just a good faith stop. They didn't, when they're asking these questions to get to Trump and the war, that they're not instituting a policy that they're instituting across the country, which is to deport people and to fuck with people on the basis of their First Amendment views and stated beliefs on Israel-Palestine, and to go after people who don't like Trump.
Like, this is all easily defeated by the fact that we know what Hassan's views are on all of this. We know that Hassan is pro-Hamas and supports Hezbollah. We know that Hassan fucking hates Israel and all that shit. We know that Hassan hates the current administration. But despite all of that, nothing happened. He was just released. There wasn't like any crazy additional detainment or an arrest or a seizure of his electronic. He just walked out. So what's going on? What?
They're already using AI to search people's history online to see if they're pro or anti-Israel. And so in no world am I going to give this government the benefit of the doubt. So all of you doubters who just trust the government and say, no big deal. I'm not telling you to trust Hassan, but don't trust Trump and his policies in the CBP when they're pushing him and asking him about stuff related to Trump. In no fucking world am I going to give the benefit of the doubt. And don't get mind fucked.
You don't have to give the benefit of the doubt. Just look and see what happens. Like if they fucking arrested him or some shit, or some crazy shit like that was going on, or they like seized his devices and everything because of the answers that he gave. Well, now we're in a very weird place. Hold on. You're seizing devices from an American citizen? For what purpose? Because he says that he supports even if he does support Hamas. Hold on. This is a U.S. citizen we're talking about. That would be really fucking weird. And I think that would be grounds for a whole bunch of criticism. But that's not what happened. Literally nothing happened. Nothing at all happened.
By your hatred over this man to now give Trump and his policies for the CBP the benefit of the doubt when they're
like there's no evidence that there's even a different policy enacted here at the CBP. This is everything so far that's been given is just super standard.
Doing this to dozens and dozens and dozens of people when there are documented cases of trying to use the immigration authorities to infringe on Americans, green card holders, other kinds of non-citizens' rights.
Do you think that Trump admin hasn't used fear tactics to try and get people to be quiet? I'm pretty sure this is what Pisco is saying is possible that is happening here, but there's no evidence of it. I don't know how else to say that. Is it possible? I guess. Is it possible that Hassan is a fabrication of our imagination and we've never seen him in that many events because there's actually just, you know, Big Boss, a clone that is representing him on, like, is possible, but there's no evidence of any of that being the case. There's zero evidence at all. And for a thing like this, more importantly, we'd expect there to be a lot of evidence. We would have expected a memo to go out changing how they do screenings at airports. We'd expect to hear a lot more people complaining about screenings at airports. We'd expect to hear people that got fired or left or whatever would talk about these. We'd expect there's so much evidence that we would expect. We would have expected a different result from Hassan's additional questionnaire. There's so many things that we would have expected to happen, and none of them happened. So
bullshit.
Time where I was like, what the is this question? Like, I literally straight up told him, I was like, why are you asking me this? Like, I was like, what does this have to do with anything? And it was interesting because the dude asked so many insane questions, none of which is illegal, by the way. I just need you to understand. Nothing I've done online is illegal as of now, if that makes
Also, by the way, I'm not saying that it's illegal to ask questions about people's political views. I'm
Oh,
not saying
that's
that
good.
either.
He understands that. That's good.
I'm just saying it is indicative of a policy.
No, not yet. We haven't heard literally anything so far that would be indicative of anything improper happening whatsoever. Any, like, this same questioning would have happened under Biden or anybody else. People ask you about your job. They'll ask you what you do. Like, this happens all the fucking time.
Makes sense. Now, laws may change in the future, and they might actually start prosecuting speech, which I do fear is the goal of this administration. But so far, everything I've done is fully protected under the First Amendment, okay? And none of these questions are actually valid questions to ask. But I was entertaining it because, one, I didn't want to present it as being difficult because I didn't want to extend the tension. And two, I actually wanted to see how far I could take it.
Wait, so those two things are in direct contradiction to each other, but okay.
Maybe it was up of me to do that. Maybe it was not appropriate for me to do that, to play fast and loose with a person that has complete control over my life in that very moment. But I wanted to see, like, what they were trying to take from this conversation. So,
all right, that's different as how it's presented. How that quote was presented to me was, I'm trying to bait them into asking me questions about politics.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what he's saying, no? Wait, is he getting a different read of that now?
And that initially they had no interest in that. That's not what this quote says. This quote is saying, I'm being open and answering their questions and not closing off the conversation to see what they're going to ask me. Not that he's prompting the kinds of questions that they're trying to get at. So that's whoever said that to me is distorting what he's saying. He's saying I'm not answering, not that he's trying to provoke them into asking political questions. You understand that difference?
I mean, like, Hassan literally said he could have just said he was a Twitch streamer who played video games. He probably could have just said that and they would have left it alone. But he volunteered way more information. Oh, no, I speak about politics. Like, this is all the stuff I do. But
whoever quoted that to me,
so, you know,
he did say something like that. Just keep, okay, we'll see. Just that is not that.
Instead of just pleading the fifth, as I'm supposed to do in situations like this, I just kept giving him answers. And there were definitely areas where I was very revealing about my position, knowing full well that they know exactly what they're looking for. I saw no reason to hold back on certain things. So I said, I don't like Trump. And I was like, what are you going to do? It's protected by the First Amendment.
Like, why would you say that? You don't need to say that. I mean, if you want to say that, you can. But like, why? It's not like he had to give that away. Like, he's volunteering. He's literally volunteering information. Why? I don't know. Okay.
I don't like Trump. Yes, right? Like, I was like, I'm not fond of him. I don't like him. He said he was going to end the wars. He hasn't ended the wars. What the f is up with that, you know? And the guy actually was very sympathetic. The agent was very sympathetic. And I don't know if it was like a JCS style interrogation technique to come across as sympathetic to like invoke some kind of positive feelings out of me in an effort to like get me to reveal something maybe that'll trip me up, or because he just genuinely was sympathetic and he had the vibes of someone who was like, I don't know why I'm doing this, right? But he was like, listen, I'm Iraqi, so I know. And let me tell you, I do think that him being Iraqi played a big role in this.
Like, think about how ridiculously stupid this story is so far. So they knew who he was. They grabbed him out of the line just to get him in particular because they knew his political views. But then they threw a sympathetic Iraqi interrogator guy that is like sympathetic to his cause. To like, this is like so fucking retarded, dude. Oh my God.
Because if he wasn't, there was a lot of Redditor-ass white boys that are at Customs and Border Patrol at O'Hare Airport. I saw them walk by. There was a dude who looked like he was like 25 max, but he was balding. And I knew.
Is this racial discrimination? Is that racist? Think about it.
Knew immediately if that is my agent, I'm screwed. I'm going to CCOT. This dude is going to literally cook me. So I got a little lucky. All right. I will admit. So basically, I think the reason why they sent the Iraqi CBP agent is because they bracket you into different categories. For me, they wanted to conduct an investigation about my involvement with Hamas and my involvement with the Houthis, or they suspected my involvement with Hezbollah. Straight up. That's literally what this conversation was about. And it's not even a joke. Like, they literally tried to get something out of me that I think they could use to basically detain me permanently, which is insane because there is no.
Just to be clear, that's not insane. That's totally fair. If my Border Patrol people were going to do anything, that's what I would want them to be doing. Make sure that people aren't like making contacts with terrorists and then coming back into my country with some like pro-terrorist shit, not like pro-terrorist like viewpoint, but like actual material support to terrorists. Yes, this is like exactly what I would want my Border Patrol people to be doing and checking for. No shit.
Direct connection or direct involvement. So we're talking, you know, I'm telling him like, oh, I'm Chicago. I'm going to be speaking there for the journalism school. I told him like, you know, I don't like Donald Trump. And I was like, so why are you guys doing this? And he's like, oh, it's just like routine. It's a routine process. I was like, it doesn't feel.
It's a routine process. It's a routine process to ask if you like Trump. If you
No, it's a routine process to ask somebody questions about the answers they give you as part of a fucking detention. This is, yes, they're always going to ask you questions about the information that you're giving them.
Bruh. Talk about Trump. It's a routine process to see if you talk about the war. That's routine. Yeah, it sounds routine in the sense that it's the policy of the United States to favor some views over other views and to give.
There's no, but no. It's directly contradicted by the evidence. If it was the fact that they favored some views over others, then you would have expected that Hassan giving the wrong answer would have led to something happening, but it didn't. Nothing happened. So it seems like that's not that we have direct evidence to the contrary of that.
Harder time to people who harbor some views over other views. Hassan tweet verbatim, I have immense privilege and was willing to put myself at risk to investigate what their line of inquiry would look like. Again, that is saying that he was willing to answer the questions to see what they were getting at, not that he was specifically provoking their line of.
You have to answer the questions. No, his tweet is implying, when he says he was willing to put himself at risk, that's implying that he was willing. Willing means that you're willing to do something that you're not otherwise required to do. Like, what does that even mean? I was willing to take orders from customers for 6 hours. What do you mean willing to take orders? You have to. That's your job, motherfucker. You weren't willing to do it. You were required to do it. A requirement and a willingness to do things are two separate things. I don't even know why we're talking about this. This is a crazy abuse of language. What?
Inquiry. It's actually the opposite of what you're suggesting, right? What Hassan is, the thing is, you guys all have haterade. How many of you are drinking haterade right now? Is it the same people who are gonna mauled about what I said about the judge?
What judge?
You need to think about this objectively, all right? This tweet is saying the opposite of what you're suggesting. It's saying, I'm answering to see what their line of questioning is.
You're not answering to see what their line of questioning is if you're required to do it. You have to. It doesn't matter if you're willing or not. What Hassan said, and it is in the story that he's given, Hassan implied that he answered more forthcomingly, I guess, than he had to, right? The idea that like, oh yeah, like I told them that I hated Trump, but you don't have to say shit like that. Why would you have to say, just say, oh, I cover a lot of politics stuff or whatever. And then if they want to pry more, they can. Oh, I don't know, I talk about elections and stuff, let them pry. Don't be like, do you cover politics? Yeah, I fucking hate Trump. Okay. Well, it's kind of weird that you would aggressively offer that, but.
Not to distort that line of questioning and make it more political. It's literally the opposite.
Okay, we just have a totally different read, I guess, of...
Right? There's one version of that, which is, because of my privilege, I'm going to provoke them to ask me stupid questions.
That's what it sounded like. That's what the implication of that tweet is.
Which would be wrong and distortive. The other is, I'm going to answer so that I open the conversation to see what they want to ask me.
You have to answer anyway, though. You don't have the option. What? Hassan is crashing on a cooking bad and out of hard right now after another video. Bro is so mad. Uh-oh, is he?
Take like that. But the issue is, he's the one only addressing Jewish exceptionalism in Palestinian emancipation discourse. That's not true.
Oh, no.
That's not true
Are
at
they
all.
breaking up
because
already?
I talk about that shit too. I say Zionism is a Jewish supremacist, like ethno-religious supremacist fascist ideology, but there is a issue when you are trying to make an argument in the Western world. There's an issue when you're trying to conduct an argument for Westerners. It's like saying, fuck the Israelism documentary. Every single person that participated with the Israelism documentary should suck my dick because they're Jewish exceptionalists. No, of course it's important to fucking try to fight back against multiple billions of dollars of goddamn propaganda. You have to force it.
They're opposite things. And he's clearly saying he wants to know the authentic line of questioning, not that he's trying to change the line of questioning to be inauthentic.
You absolutely do not have to answer about political beliefs. As a matter of fact, the agent should not ask about that. It's policy. Show me, link me where it's policy that they won't ask you questions at the border about like political stuff.
Authentic. And for those of you who can't read that meaning, whether he's being honest or not, but you think that that says the other, I just think that you're drinking too much haterade. Every day I drink the haterade. But thank you so much for the super chat. Don't your answers steer the line of question? I guess, but
yes,
like...
Yes, they do. Yep,
they do.
Answering
them. He's saying he's answering them honestly, right?
He literally implied he's giving... Well, whatever, I don't know. We just see this differently. The implication for Hassan saying like, oh, I could have answered it this way, but I decided to just come out and say I hate Trump. Unless they specifically ask you, who did you support in the election? Why? You don't have to volunteer that. Just give them, oh, this is what I do for a job. Like, why would you volunteer that you hate Donald Trump? I don't know. Did I mishear? Did they ask him first, like, who did you vote for? I don't know. I just cringe.
So I guess maybe your honest answers would point to different questions. I'm not saying that there's like a prescript that it doesn't change according to your answers. But he's not saying that he's trying to put them in a more political lens. He says he's being honest and open about everything and seeing what they're trying to get at, given his honest answers. But thank you for the super chat.
Still too routine. And basically, my big fear from the entire situation was like, if they were to ask for my phone, not that there's anything incriminating on my phone, but I don't want the federal government inside of my phone beyond the, beyond all of the,
turn off your biometrics, bro.
Times where they probably have been engaging in like warrantless surveillance on my phone or whatever like, it's not your business. You know what I mean? It's none of your business. It's a goddamn free country. Like, there's privacy laws for this kind. So for those of you who don't know, by the way, they can't actually unlock your phone, but if you have biometrics on your phone, they could technically use that and put the phone to your face and unlock it that way. So just so you know, they could technically do that. Okay. They could technically do that, but there's a trick. Either you get a burner phone when you're traveling internationally, or if you have your regular phone, you can just do a passcode by either canceling biometrics, or if you forgot to cancel biometrics, like your Face ID, what you can do is click it 5 times. If you click hold 5 times in a row, it will actually...
If they preemptively decided to question this man, why would they send in someone that Hassan admits to be someone that's cordial and nice to deal with?
True.
Maybe so they can try to get more damning admissions.
And they did get more damning admissions. He said he hated Donald Trump, but they didn't do anything with it.
By having like, is that absurd?
Oh my God.
Maybe they send in the nice Arab man to try to get admissions.
And and again, like we could theorize that, right? That actually wouldn't even surprise me if that was the case, if they get people that look like or seem more like the type of person they're questioning. But then the question would be, well, what happened when they did that? And the answer is nothing happened. Even when Hassan did admit the more radical stuff, it seems like nobody gave a fuck.
Oh, the good cop, bad cop routine? Not exactly. Never start with the head. The victims gets all fuzzy. Yeah, so like I don't really read into that. I think that their policy of the Trump immigration officers down to the man, or at least the policy has been enacted by individual agents, is to discriminate on the basis of First Amendment activities. Given that prior, right? Given that prior, what do you think is more likely? That Hassan Piker was randomly stopped and asked these questions, or that someone during the global entry process flagged him because they Googled his name and they used the same techniques that they're using against all these people, the AIs to search the Google, their history and stuff, and that they're acting pursuant to the pro-Israel policy? Which of those to you sounds more plausible?
That's crazy if you think that the more plausible thing is the latter versus the former. Why would they grant him global entry then? Why would they even grant him that program that he admitted he just recently applied for? Wouldn't they just reject that full stop? Or wouldn't they pull him aside and actually like seize his devices or do something far more intrusive than what sounds like 10 minutes of questioning in the pull aside room?
Now, this was a completely random stop where they asked those questions, or perhaps that when he did the global entry thing, they had already flagged him as, using their tools that they're using to stop people who are like writing op-eds and to deny like hundreds and hundreds of student visas on the basis of Israel views. Which do you think is more likely? This is cucked? What's cucked about this? What do you think? What's more likely? I'm just being honest. And they very politely only took 30 minutes. Okay, then maybe they only took 30 minutes. Maybe he's a fucking liar about that. But I don't think that we should be downplaying what the administration is doing. I think we should be upplaying it.
I actually really super disagree with that. I think that when it comes to people like Abrego Garcia, or when it comes to some of the actions that this administration has taken, I think that they are like, I would say, over the line, such that you are in territory where you can basically justify like a full-on fucking rebellion. I think that we've hit that point with parts of what this Trump administration is doing. But I worry that you start to lose some of the moral justification for that if we go back to the being unhinged about every single little thing. I think it is important to choose your fights, but...
Neither. He wasn't stopped at all. He was stopped. This is a stop. The government admits he was stopped.
Yeah, but we have no evidence that it was like targeted or something.
He was stopped. They would mess with him more if he was targeted?
Yeah.
This is not the online political person, not the only. Yeah. I mean, like, you guys are... think about how much what your hate is doing to you, right?
Oh my God.
What your hate is doing to you is... now you're actually downplaying the regime, right? The regime that has showed that it's willing to infringe on all Americans' First Amendment rights. It is canceling student visas by the 100.
Like, this is a regime that enacted the Alien Enemies Act to deport every Venezuelan, lied about us being at war with Venezuela in order to do these deportations, has thrown people into an actual fucking labor camp, right? This regime is doing unhinged shit. And they also granted global entry to a guy and then pulled him over and asked him 20 minutes worth of questions and then sent him along his way. That's part of the harassment campaign? No, what? If they were targeting him, we would expect to see at least in the same level or classification or something of the unhinged actions that this admin has taken towards people here with anti-deportation orders, towards people here on student visas, towards a million other things. It's just like, but whatever. I don't know.
Because of pro-Israel views. It is saying that we don't want people who are pro-terrorists to come into the country. This officer asks him about those views, asks him about Trump, and you guys all say, must be a massive fucking coincidence. I don't think so.
It's not a coincidence. His job is a political commentator, and they're asking questions about his fucking job. No shit. What kind of and not only that, he literally traveled out of the country for stuff related to his job. What would you expect them to ask? What kinds of questions would you expect?
That's not going to be my baseline assumption given my priors.
He's basically claiming they targeted Hassan. He's just running with the assumption that Hassan was like literally targeted for questioning, but.
And the question is, which do you think is more likely? Not that I can establish it beyond 100%, but which do you think is more likely given the pattern and practice of this government?
I haven't seen this government do anything subtle. I don't even know if Trump knows what the word subtle means. I think if they wanted to harass people at these ports of entry, or if they wanted to harass streamers, YouTubers, I think we wouldn't even have to. We wouldn't be questioning whether or not they're trying to. Trump would literally be bragging about it. He would be on the news saying, yeah, I am harassing these people. Hell yeah, I'm keeping America safe by harassing. He would literally be bragging about it.
But what's BS about this story other than perhaps the amount of time? Even if he was flagged, they didn't treat him any differently than regular. That's preposterous, Bleak. If he was flagged, number one, if he was flagged by itself, it's a problem. On the basis of his first.
We don't even know if he was like flagged for a viewpoint thing. Why are we assuming that that's the case?
If he was flagged, number one, if he was flagged by itself, it's a problem. On the basis of his First Amendment views, in my opinion.
We have no idea if that's the case, though. We don't know that. There's zero evidence presented for that. And we know that this was also his first time traveling back to the country with global entry, which gives us reason to believe it could have been for another thing as well. And if he was flagged for his viewpoint, why would he have even been granted? Why did he pass the global entry interview? Why did they even let him have that then?
Whether or not it's a First Amendment deprivation or not, I can't tell you that. I think it probably is in terms of the wide-scaling policy. But asking questions about political views, people have been stopped before in the chat. Have you been asked about your views on Trump or international war?
I don't think they do jobs that are involving politics.
It was just random screening.
It's not random. Okay. It's about his job or I don't know, bros. Who knows?
Listen, I'm fair and balanced. The thing is, you guys know that I'm fair, and you have to start getting it into your heads that I'm balanced as well. And I am just going to tell you straight up, some of y'all have haterade. Do we have evidence he had global entry before this? If not, it's possible it's enrollment on arrival. I mean, even if it's enrollment on arrival, right? First of all, he said he was granted global entry. And so maybe he's like mistaken about that, and he was just granted an interview. But having recently gone through
Why are you doing this? I don't like how you're rephrasing questions. Asking about Trump and political views and asking about his job as a political commentator are not equivalent. Of course, if you give any information about what you do, they're going to probe and ask you questions about what you do. In this case, it was politics. So they're probably asking questions related to, especially because you know that Hassan, and he basically said that he volunteered the information up, right? You know that he's yapping hardcore. He basically admits it. And he says, oh yeah, I wanted to push the boundaries. Of course. I think the only thing that he admitted or that he said straight up is that they asked him what kind of politics he covered, which is fair. That's a totally fair question. I do plumbing. What kind of plumbing do you do? Where do you plumb at? What do you think about whatever plumbing stuff? But he said political commentary. So of course I'm going to ask questions about this.
Global entry process myself. I think it would be pretty difficult unless you're very, very dumb to confuse whether or not you've already had a global entry interview or not. And I think you'd have to be pretty dumb to realize you have not had a global entry interview yet.
We don't even know if Hassan did, though. Hassan literally, you talk about being dumb. He went to his first global entry interview without his passport, and they didn't even let him do it. So, I mean, like, but whatever.
And that this was your global entry interview. And you can just ask him, right? Did you have your global entry card? Was it sent to you? But even if it was that this was his global entry interview, why are they asking about Trump in a global entry interview? He is dumb. All right. Hate for Hassan overrode the hate for Trump MAGA. Do we always forget that amendment is like this? Yeah, WP school. Yeah, I know. I'm being consistent. I'm being consistent. He was conditionally approved. No, I understand the process. You get pre-cleared, and then you have to have an interview. So he was conditionally. So if that's what he's saying, then he was conditionally approved, and this is his global entry interview. But that's not what is being said by the government either, right? The government said this is a routine stop, right? So
I doubt the government actually pulled the fucking file on this. I think they saw the story and they just like spurred out and was like, oh, this was routine. I seriously doubt they pulled out or pulled up like the individual fucking account order. Because I think if they did, they probably would have published something on it. It seemed like just a stock response from some fucking loser on Twitter. The head of, was it DHS or whatever? Like,
government isn't claiming this is a global entry interview, right? Wait, let's debunk this right now.
He's going to pull up her tweet to prove
We're
this
going to
point,
debunk this
but
right the fuck now.
I don't really think it does, but...
Because the government tweeted about this. Oh my God. According to BBC,
BBC, get it.
They said it was a routine inspection. So guess what? A routine inspection is not a global entry interview.
Well, I mean, there's really the truthful answer is there's just not enough information. We don't really know, right? I mean, it could be a routine global entry or routine. It could be. I mean, theoretically, depending on how you read it, but we don't really know.
Agreed? Who disagrees with that?
I'd be shocked if they legitimately like pulled the file on this to see what happened. I would be shocked if they actually did that, but it's not impossible. But I would just be very surprised.
Okay, listen. Everyone I know after getting global entry on their first re-entry, they have been interviewed. That doesn't mean that it is, first of all, we need to know whether that's true as a policy matter, in which case, show it, that it's not just your friends, the people you know. I don't know, that's not a representative sample. But secondly, that's not your global entry interview then. Your global entry interview is the interview that gets you global entry.
True.
And so people are equivocating on what the global entry interview is. Jesus Christ. I have never had so much haterade in the chat. God. People like unable to, in my opinion, see straight. That's just my opinion right now. Maybe I could be completely cooked on this. It's possible. But you guys have criminal levels of blinders on right now.
People keep talking about FOIA requests. I don't know. FOIA requested then. I don't know why you keep asking. I don't have a FOIA request. I haven't done a FOIA request on this. I don't know if these be available on FOIA requests. I don't know the quote on this. I don't know why you keep asking about this. Then do one. Go do one. Jesus.
FOIA the transcript. You should. I don't know if there's a transcript. Probably not. But I'm a lawbreaker. Little laws. Isn't the interview required by global entry routine? You have to have an interview. Typically, people have that in the United States before their flight. But the government said it was a routine inspection.
I can't believe he's putting so much stock into this. He's making the same error when people are saying that, like, oh, we know that Brego Garcia was an MS-13 gang member. That's what the court ruled. That was a statement at a bond hearing. This is a random fucking tweet in response to a story on social media. There was no evidence or any, but well, okay, I guess.
Now, if everyone who was first granted global entry is given that interview on returning back, but then you should quite simply be able to show the policy, or quite simply be able to point to the overriding pattern and practice, other than, oh, my friends all did it. He's known to blab about stuff not relevant to the prompt when he feels on the back foot. Would you grant the chance he blabbed rather than was pressed? I think it's more likely that he was flagged because of his views on Gaza, on Israel, on Trump, because that's what the government is doing with other people of influence, with green card holders, with student visa holders. And so I do think that the more likely outcome is that something about this arrangement, something about this stop, or the questions relate to a flag. I think that is more likely than Hassan bringing it about himself.
Hassan literally says, it's just crazy. Hassan is literally saying, like, yeah, I wanted to see how far I could take it. That's just wild to me.
I actually do think it's more likely that this is in accord with the policy we're seeing all over the country. I think that's more likely. That's just me, though. That's just me. How the interview went is iffy. Oh my God. What can I say? What can I say except you're welcome? All right, let's just watch one more minute of this and we'll go to the oral arguments because I'm rustling some jimmies.
Actually disable Face ID and it will force you to put your passcode in. And because there are laws against like the agents not being able to force you to put your passcode in, they can't actually access your phone like that. Now there's different methods.
Could have told them to pound sand, answer nothing. How badly could they have screwed him over? Love the show. Yeah, you could have just said nothing. I probably would say nothing. But that's why he's saying like I was letting them.
Piso says he's done law for like immigration stuff. I mean, I had to look it up. Maybe I am super mistaken, but my understanding is you don't have the option to just say nothing when you're at the border. You have to answer these questions. I don't think you have the privilege of being like, oh, I'm not going to incriminate. Like you're at the border. I think you have to answer questions related to what you were doing and everything. It's not like I'm not going to self-incriminate. That's what I've always been told. That's my understanding. But
I was being honest and answering questions, not to distort what the questions were, but to see what they were genuinely asking. That's what he says. I'm not backing down on Hassan clout farming off the anxiety of the Trump administration. But I don't blame people who are jumping on this. Lying about the timeline is very cynical. I think if he's lying about the timeline, it is cynical. I just don't think we should downplay that this happened. I think we should upplay that this is happening, right? Shouldn't we upplay the criminal?
Okay, I don't think you guys understand the difference. That's okay. That's okay. That's good. We can learn about our rights here. So somebody linked something from the ACLU website saying, religious and political beliefs and associations are protected by the First Amendment. Customs officers have sometimes... Oh, you didn't even quote the right part, you fucking retard, or you just hoped I wouldn't click it and read it. Have sometimes asked travelers about their religious affiliation, religious practices, association with religious institutions, and political opinions. The travelers targeted for such questioning have often been Muslim. Questioning individuals about their religious and political beliefs, associations, and practices can infringe upon rights guaranteed by the Constitution and federal law. These rights are not surrendered at the border. If you are a U.S. citizen or lawful permanent resident, you do not have to answer questions about your religious beliefs and practices or political opinions, and you cannot be denied entry to the United States for declining to answer such questions. If you are being asked a question by a cop, okay, and this would apply to an ordinary cop or at the border, you don't necessarily have to answer the question. But if you decide to volunteer an answer and then you get fucked because you're starting to volunteer too much information and then they can get you on something else, then that's on you. But they can ask you questions that you don't have to answer. That's the same for police officers. That's the same for feds. That's the same for people at the border. Like, they can ask you basically, my understanding is they can basically ask you whatever you want. You can say, oh, I don't really feel comfortable answering that. And now if they push you, or now if they rush you, well, now you have a big problem. But if you volunteer the information yourself like a retard, then that's on you. There's no violation there. If you are if customs officers persist in asking you such questions, you can request to see a supervisor. If you are a non-citizen, visa holder, or visitor, you may decline to answer general questions about religious beliefs and political opinions, but doing so may lead to delay or additional questioning or possibly denial of your entry into the country. That's if you're a green card holder or a visa holder. If you're a non-citizen, visa holder, or visitor, visa holder or visitor.
Regime and their authoritarian actions, shouldn't we do that?
LOL, Destiny actually changing the goalpost. You just said he had to answer. I said you can't just say nothing when you go to the border. You can't just not answer any questions ever. You can't, when they go like, what's your job? You can't go, I'm not going to answer actually. I'm going to sit here and wait for my lawyer. I guess you could, I don't know if you could ask for one. You have to participate in the process. You can't just sit there and say no and then wait for them to release you. They can hold you there indefinitely or deny you entry into the country. You have to participate. That doesn't mean you have to answer every single question. Or if you feel like some questions are infringing on your rights or whatever, then you have the right to, I guess, according to the ACLU, ask for supervisor or whatever. But you have to participate in the process. You can't just say I'm a sovereign citizen. I'm not going to answer any questions. Let me in.
God damn, guys. If this was any other person, yes. You guys just despise us on. I understand, like, you know, I get it. I get it. But I'm fair and balanced in the sense that I'm going to look at a situation. I'm going to try to be objective. I'm going to say, given the choice between those two outcomes, do I think that it's more likely that this was a flagged stop or flagged questioning? Yes. I don't think it was Hassan prompted improper questioning on First Amendment stuff. I don't think this was his initial global entry interview. And I think what the Trump administration is doing, because I think it's more likely that they did that, is wrong. And I'm going to upplay what the criminal regime is doing over this doofus.
Of how they can access your phone, from what I understand, they can also put it on a computer and just like plug it into a machine, and the machine just basically takes all of the information on your phone. So it is what it is. I don't know if you can actually do that if your phone is on, but
all right, now it's just yapping. All right.
Is there a single shred of evidence he was targeted? No, nothing. It's all conjecture or guesses, but
I should know this. I think it's Aristotle. Basically, like any virtue, like confidence. Confidence is in between insecurity, in which you have no confidence, and arrogance, which is you're overly confident to the point where it's not justified. Then you have restraint or something. It's like, well, you can be indulgent and just eat every piece of chocolate that you come in contact with, or you can starve yourself and be a monk. And I suppose, monks would take that angle, but basically everything, all virtues come down to balance. Okay. And there's left-wing and right-wing considerations. And every person who's not insane believes this, whether they admit it or not. Like you agree that there are people who are way too far left, right?
Yes.
And you agree that there are people who are way too far right?
Yes.
And do you agree that both the far left and far right within the next 10 years could conceivably influence the broader discourse enough such that their political will begins to be realized?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not just far left bad, far right bad. Hypothetically, the far left exists, and hypothetically, the far right exists. It's no. Especially nowadays, the political landscape is fracturing at a rapid pace. When Trump is dead, the right, I don't even know what the right is going to look like. It's going to be a mishmash of Christian nationalism and I don't know, barstool, like conservative libertarian type shit, and then the left, is going to be split between the class populists and the more race woke side of things. So the landscape is rapidly changing. So now more than ever, we need philosophical enlightened centrism. That's how I see it.
I find that incredibly interesting what you just said, because it reminds me of a conversation that people often have about Star Wars, and I'll tell you what I'm talking about. So
hit me.
People, what you just described to me, it is approaching, maybe you didn't say it directly, but a kind of yin yang, like balance type view. And there is this kind of view of the balance of the Force in these Star Wars circles, right? Where people view, Anakin is bringing balance to the Force because he, ended some of the Jedi.
He became dark,
and he became dark, and then he's bringing balance by also defeating at the end the dark guy. I view it differently, and I think also George Lucas views it differently. I view that the darkness is the aberration. That is to say,
the cancer
is the cancer, right? So bringing balance means eliminating the cancer from your body. And I don't view it in the right-left sense of the word. I view one drop of it as, eliminate the process of getting America into balance is an elimination process, and it's an elimination of the cancer. And that cancer, I view, is not something that we need to be in balance with, but something that must be excised from our. And I view that as Trumpism and authoritarianism. And so I view it not as. And that's why I also think, by the way, the comparison of Mitch McConnell and put him in the same bucket as Chuck Schumer is an aberration for me, because I view Chuck Schumer as someone who has much less, if any, of the, maybe has some, right? Because he's weak and is capitulating sometimes. But I don't view him as having a drop of that cancer, where I see Mitch McConnell as being turned. Now he might have some regrets, but being a tool of darkness. And so I don't view it as a balancing that needs to be struck with MAGA. Perhaps there needs to be a balance struck in the more like traditional political sense or economic sense. But I really do view the my orientation and my job and role is excising a cancer, not coming into balance with it.
I agree. It's called. There's four factions at any given time. There's the freak right, the normal left, and the freak left. And the freak right and freak left are the cancer. Now, the freak right contains all the MAGA cultists who worship Trump, literally worship like a deity, like at the megachurch rallies where they paint him as like Christ-like figure. That's insane. That's freakish behavior. And so, yeah, so, I mean, I was thinking about what we could talk about, and generally I'm much more interested in talking to people about all the things we could disagree on. So I wrote down some things that you being are you
a lawyer?
Is your goal? What's that?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me if I'm a lawyer. But yes, go ahead. Sorry.
You're a lawyer, yes, yes. But are you like trying to get involved with Democratic political apparatus stuff? Like, are you trying to get involved in the DNC and all that?
You know, so I did before the great Destiny
reckoning
situation happened. I was helping him interface with DNC candidates, and we had a bunch of interviews lined up with governors, with a bunch of members of Congress that obviously had to end. Me personally, I have some people I know. I've interfaced with some Democratic candidates, but right now I'll say undecided.
Okay, that's fair. Well, I don't know. I mean, we can talk about Trump. You and I are gonna. So I'll say you and I likely will agree on many, many, many things, but that's not interesting. So, do we agree that Trump is a serious problem? Yes. Do we agree that MAGA-ism is certainly in its extreme forms, like a fundamentalist religion that is a cancer beyond all belief? Yes, it's disgusting. Do we agree that, for example, the degree to which Trump lies about Kilmar Abrego Garcia having MS-13 on his knuckles is disgusting? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of terrible shit. I guess I'm more inclined to then. Yeah, of course. I think Donald Trump is. If hell is real, I suspect Donald Trump is going to hell.
Interesting. So can I ask you the question?
Who did you vote for?
Yeah, who did I vote for?
Yeah.
I live in Texas.
Oh God! So he's either going to
so
say
my vote doesn't matter. I voted for, and because it doesn't matter, I went and voted for Jill Stein.
It's such a cop-out answer.
Because I wanted to send a message.
What if your vote did matter? You should just ask, what if your vote did matter?
Yeah, I thought there was... yeah, we're killing too many children there, and it's disgusting. And I think it's a large part, if not the only... It's not the only reason, but it's a large part why Kamala lost. And I thought Trump was evil. With the most I've felt like Trump is pure evil, which is, even that is an exaggeration. Pure evil is a philosophically fraught term.
Sure.
Is when he made that AI video about Gaza.
Jesus, that was fucked.
You know, the...
Oh, I know it, yeah.
Like Trump... Yeah, where you talk about casinos and shit. I was like, to see dead children on my timeline and then to see then that video felt truly satanic in a sick way. So that sucks. Kind of hilarious, though, how he's turned about it. He's what is he going to recognize Palestine as a state, according to certain rumors?
We don't know if that's true. And also, remember, him recognizing Palestine as a state is not necessarily a good thing. That can be done in ways that are incredibly toxic to the Palestinian cause. But
thank God.
I'm interested, but him and Joanna end up getting into a bit of a back and forth about Joe Biden and Trump being the same on Israel Palestine. Wait, does Joanna think that Biden and Kamala would have been the same, or that Kamala and Trump would have been the same?
I view I think there is a breakage between Netanyahu and Trump. I don't view it as, at this point, at all changing anything in terms of the potential benefit for Palestinians. If anything, sorry, I'll be more affirmative to that. Donald Trump is bad for the Palestinians, notwithstanding the fact that there's a potential breakage with respect to recognizing Syria. Allegedly, they might, with building deals with the Gulf states, which I think are aligned and have an interest in stopping the war in Gaza potentially and normalizing with Iran. I think that those are obviously things that Israel does not want, or at least Bibi does not want. So I view that as a true potential collision within members of the administration.
No, that Chad is misrepresenting the
closer ties to the Gulf states and wanting to pivot to Asia, and Bibi Netanyahu, who wants to push for a war with Iran. I view that as a true kind of collision, but I also view that collision as existing with Biden, and so I don't view that as something significant of Trump. I don't think the Biden administration wanted a wider war with Iran. So just to be clear about that. That said, it's worse for it's worse for Palestinians because he's given Bibi an open hand with the Palestinians, and right now I don't know if you saw the recent news. They're planning to, there's reports, if you want to go by the reports, to what? Move 1 million people from Gaza to Libya, where there are open slave markets and it's been in a state of civil war for
I don't doubt it.
for years and years. That if anything is good for the Palestinian people, that can't be optimal. And the amount of death we're seeing now, where I do think that there's genocidal intent on behalf of the Israeli regime, I just can't fathom how anybody who has this as their main issue could fathom a vote for Jill Stein, which you must have known. If it was a futile gesture in Texas, which is getting more swingy, getting more purpley, if it was a futile gesture in Texas to vote for Kamala, surely it was a futile gesture in Texas to vote for Jill Stein.
Of course. Voting is irrelevant if you live in a non-swing state. That's the reality. For an individual. Now you can
remember how much they love that popular vote, dude. Trump will celebrate that popular vote so much. Okay, it does matter to people.
Do the rain dance thing of like, well, if everyone had that attitude, it's like, okay, well, I don't know. It's like recycling. It's like, is that going to solve the environmental crisis? It's like, no, it's helpful and everyone should recycle, I suppose. But like, whether or not you recycle is not affecting climate change. It needs to be large-scale systemic change. So whether or not that's a separate issue, though. It's not really super relevant. If I were in a swing state, I probably would have voted for Trump at the time.
Jesus. At the time, though. Well, at the time, so maybe he wouldn't anymore, right? Maybe, possibly.
Well, I do want to talk about.
Yeah, sure.
I suppose the more interesting conversation we can have is.
You saw Trump as a lesser evil than Kamala Harris, is what you're telling me right now. At the time, do you still think that?
My
I'll
bet.
ask.
I don't know. It's counterfactuals are impossible to say.
Oh my
I don't think
really?
I don't think Kamala would be doing what Trump is doing in Riyadh.
So I won't give you the counterfactual. I'll ask, if you had the power right now to substitute Kamala Harris into the presidency, would you do it?
No, because I would be subverting democracy, and I
love democracy. God, boring.
But assume that there was some method to do so, and
he's
I don't know, maybe
epically trolling, epic trolls.
Unclear.
Maybe.
Epic.
Yeah. Here's what I'll say. I think this is the interesting conversation we can get into, which is, do you acknowledge all of the multitude of valid reasons why people would vote for Donald Trump over Kamala?
I take valid to be good reasons, and the
reasons that are entirely understandable.
Understandable doesn't necessarily mean that they're
understandable. I view as different than good.
Yes,
I think that there are quote unquote understandable.
Okay, and good,
reasons.
fine, good.
Yeah, if by good you mean, do I recognize that? No, I don't see there as a good reason to. I don't think there is a good reason to vote for Trump. Is the answer no?
Okay, I was sympathetic to it because of the border crisis that Biden allowed. He allowed essentially what it was amounted to an invasion.
Jesus
of just allowing people to come over the border endlessly.
Really?
I think that's a valid conservative talking point. That is correct, because Trump put a stop to it effective immediately. Border crossings are down, and
all immigration is down too, though. Nobody wants to come to the fucking
of what they were
USA
a couple
right
months
now.
Ago.
Yeah, so
everything
is
is
entirely
down,
done through executive order. It didn't need to be done through legislation, and the bipartisan bill that Trump killed was, according to Republicans, and I have yet to hear why they're wrong, was a bad bill because it codified catch and release, and catch and release is the biggest joke of a policy that has ever been put on our border.
I mean, I want to address let's dwell here. I think this is really super interesting stuff. So there are a bunch of premises here. The first is Joe Biden allowed this to happen. And when you say allow, you mean he encouraged it, or do you mean he did not do everything in his power to stop it?
Willful negligence type stuff. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess let's touch on the Trump numbers now. I think that Trump has been successful in getting those numbers down, but I think that success has been due to illegal conduct, illegal action. For example, stopping all asylum claims from people, which Joe Biden started, but he's expanding that by sending signals using illegal renditions and deportations to a gulag in El Salvador, by denying people due process.
I think that's disgusting.
So yeah, if you start treating these people like they have no rights at all, if you start being like a dictator and breaking the law, yeah, you get the numbers down because you build a reputation that you might get set to see caught. But I don't give him credit for achieving aims illegally, right? It would be like saying, okay,
that's fine. That's fine.
Right, like imagine that someone were to tell you,
I'm less concerned. Yeah, I'm rule
of
law
less concerned with the legality.
It's more important,
but it is
right?
not
Because if the problem is an
not
illegal.
necessarily.
No, so let's be clear about this, right? what is your problem with immigration, illegal immigration?
It's breaking the law.
What's the problem with having people just flood over the border endlessly?
Yeah, what's the problem with it?
It's illegal.
I believe in a nation.
Of
and
laws?
A nation has to have
Laws?
borders, and
They're
I think
laws,
that
yes.
people are not interchangeable economic units.
Well,
and
careful.
having people just flood over the border, you eventually dissolve your country. Like, I think it's a bad thing if you live in the United States and you cannot speak any English whatsoever.
Okay, so let me just have a
Okay.
couple questions there. So
Went to a lot of different ways.
Were we a nation before 1870 when the first restrictive immigration law was passed? So all through the founding era and up to
Not sure.
1870s, we had open borders policy in the United States. There was no
Let me ask you-
immigration service. There was no the only.
Well, let me flip this around to you. Are you for open borders? Do you think we should dissolve our borders?
Nobody is for open
Why
borders.
not?
It's such
If
a
by
dumb
open borders
position.
you mean having just no immigration or customs and border, the answer is no.
Yeah.
We can play 20 questions if you want. I'm happy to answer your questions. If you want to ask me a bunch of questions
Okay.
first.
Yes, I do. I want to answer.
Okay.
Why?
Well,
Why are you against open borders?
If I answer your questions, will you
Yeah.
answer my questions?
Sure.
Okay.
Maybe.
Why am I against open borders? I think that we need a orderly process of immigration that checks people who, for the reasons stated, like who are prone to committing crimes. That checks individuals for potentially if they're bringing in viruses into the country. There are people who bring in viruses. We need
Iranian proxies.
Yeah,
Foreign
a robust border patrol to. There's a lot of crime attended to the borders, including human trafficking, including importation of illegal substances, things like that, which having a robust immigration process allows for. So if by open borders you mean a policy that lets anybody walk across and we're not even monitoring the border, I think every sane person should be against that. You could have.
That's what effectively was happening under Biden.
No. It was, so what you're talking about? So any period in time in which, so would you think, for example, when there was a huge immigration wave under like Bush and in the 90s as well, 80s, was that an open borders policy? Even though Bill Clinton was passing restrictive immigration laws to make it more difficult, I mean, it was a huge problem. Illegal immigration, and millions of people crossed before Biden took over. So it's not because of America.
Those were the dreamers, right?
No, not all of them are dreamers.
Children are dreamers.
No,
right?
not all of them were dreamers. It's a big border, right? And so the fact that you have a lot of people crossing the border illegally, isn't an indication that that's the policy that America wants. In fact, America has been clear that they don't want him. In the 90s. IRA was passed, which was one of Bill Clinton's reforms to immigration that said, if you cross the border without inspection and admission, you are ineligible for most kinds of relief. And it's still the case that there are limited forms of relief. If you cross the border illegally, you're not eligible to adjust
I'm the
your
most famous internet contractor. Follow me. Thank you. Your favorite contractor.
status. You're really only eligible under like asylum, special immigrant juvenile visas, things like that. So it is, America has consistently under Democratic presidents passed restrictive immigration laws to elaborate that the process that America has a policy against illegal border crossings. They made it a crime to cross the border illegally. And so you cannot construe that, right? Obama deported more illegal immigrants than any president.
Tom Homan worked for the Obama administration.
So in what sense can you say Democrats are pro open borders? If all of these things that I'm saying, you're not contesting them, in what sense is that open borders?
Why were the border crossings as significant as they were? Why was catch and release not immediately ended? Do you agree that catch and release is an awful policy?
What does catch and release
It's an
mean?
inevitable policy.
Yeah, we should qualify what that means.
It's inevitable.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
You catch somebody, you don't have a place to put them immediately, and you have a waiting period basically until their case can be heard. What do you do with them? Well, you catch and release until you have the ability to hear the case.
Let me describe to you my understanding, and let me be clear.
Yeah.
I know very little, and yet I say things with great confidence. So this is your opportunity to
Sure.
set me right. Catch and release, my understanding, is person crosses the border illegally. They just go through a hole, coyote smuggles them over, and then they walk immediately towards Border Patrol. And they walk up to Border Patrol and they say, I am claiming asylum. Border Patrol says, okay, we'll process you. That processing is, okay, what's your name? You have any identification if you have it? If you don't, okay. Your name, we have all your data. We're going to give you a cell phone. And I think it's between like $250 and $1,000.
I don't know if that was the case every
I think
single
it's a Visa
time,
gift
but-
card. It varies. And then they go, okay, while we need to process you for asylum, you have to have an asylum hearing. We'll call you about it, and that asylum hearing can be anywhere from 6 months to 5 years. And in the meantime, you're free to go.
When people
is that a more or less accurate conception of?
I think that's about.
I think it's both too broad and too narrow. So
I think it's about. I think it's too, about it. But
yeah.
It's
very enlightened centrist. Tell me.
Yeah. When people refer to catch and release, what they're talking about are certain individuals are subject to what's known as mandatory detention under the law. That is, it is purported under the U.S. government or statutes, right? The U.S. statutes that certain people shall be detained. And it doesn't appear to give much discretion. Maybe there are one-offs that the Attorney General can grant of letting people who are subject to mandatory detention to let them free. But in general, when people refer to catch and release, they're saying individuals who should be subject to mandatory detention under the law are being released into the country. And generally the policy of letting people who otherwise should be in immigration detention into the country. And the reason that happens, so when I say it's too broad, you're referring to like benefits that might be given from immigration.
Yeah, I don't know about that part.
Or like money oftentimes it's by states. Oftentimes states will give benefits.
No, I don't care about the cell phone and the dollar and the dollar.
That
card.
stuff isn't really what I would. So I would say it's too broad in that sense. And what I mean to say is like the catch and release problem has to do with the issue of detention and purported mandatory detention and the capacity of the government to actually hold these people. And the fact is, we have like what, 60,000 beds, and we at no point in the United States
can hold all the people claiming asylum
to hold everybody who is subject to mandatory detention under the immigration laws. So when I say it's inevitable, a catch and release is just a function of the fact that Congress does not sufficiently fund immigration beds, detention centers, and the amount of officers that exist so that we wouldn't have catch and release. That's what I mean by it's inevitable.
That's why that's why we had the Remain in Mexico policy. Why did Biden
Remain in Mexico? I think stopped like, was it like 40,000 like tops, or it might have even been less than that. Remain in Mexico was just not really stopping that many people from coming over. It's not anywhere near as effective as people pretended it was.
The policy
That's
expired.
20, 30,000 immigrants. That's not going to change the dial much at all. And in general, the reason why it was, in addition to all the problems of processing people, right? It's hard to process a claim effectively oftentimes if you're in another country, to get their lawyers there to effectively do. There are a lot of costs that aren't internalized in the Remain in Mexico policy. And it's using up a lot of goodwill with Mexico. Right now, we should try to be more, I think, amicable with Mexico. Mexico can put an absolute bar on who is subject to that asylum. It doesn't apply to Mexicans, right? It only applies to non-Mexicans. And it only, at its maximum, 20, 30,000 people. So that it's a very marginal policy. And so none of that, under that theory, we have catch and release right now, right? We have catch and release right now because, so you would agree, right? Under the definition of catch and release that I provided to you, and under really any standard definition of catch and release, we have catch and release right now because the Trump administration is apprehending people and letting them go that otherwise would be subject to mandatory detention. They're not doing it out of the goodness of their hearts.
And what are the numbers? Yeah. What is the scale?
No. So it's probably millions of people are subject to mandatory detention in this country, but we only have like 60,000 beds. ICE has said that we need billions and billions of dollars more of capacity to even enforce, for example, the Lake and Riley Act, which was passed by this Congress bipartisanly, I should add, shamefully, I should add. So it just is the case that we have had catch and release under every single presidency, including Trump's second term right now.
Okay, so then what did Trump do that has brought the border crossings down by 99
illegal things?
I believe 8%.
Illegal things.
Okay, like what?
Yeah, so I'll give you a bunch of examples. So number one, he has stopped any asylum claim from people who cross the border illegally against U.S. law. That is so under U.S. law, if you cross the border illegally, that is a crime for sure. But if you present yourself at the border for asylum, or if you cross the border illegally, you are considered an arriving alien, and arriving aliens are able to claim asylum. And Trump has tried to stop all of that. And so the border crossings are down in one sense because he is illegally stopping enforcement of our asylum and Convention Against Torture laws, and that has disincentivized people to cross the border.
I don't know. So I genuinely don't know this. You're saying the asylum laws are laws that have been passed by Congress.
Correct.
Or it's just like the confluence of laws. It's just an unfortunate side effect of that there are too many people. You can't process all of them. This is just kind of what you have to do.
And some are international treaties that America has acceded to. So the Convention Against Torture is a treaty.
International treaties.
Well, no, the asylum law is a U.S. law passed by U.S. Government. So I just want to be clear. But I'm just saying there are international treaty obligations as well.
Okay, the treaty obligations I don't care about.
You should care
about legal. We're talking about in the context. Hold on, we're narrowing the context. We're narrowing the context to legality in
No, I understand.
In the U.S. sense.
A U.S. treaty that has been ratified by the Congress has the force of law and is enforceable as law in the United States government. And if you look at the supremacy clause, it says, the U.S. Constitution and all laws made in furtherance of it or pursuance of it, and all treaties made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land. So an international treaty that's been ratified by Congress has the force of law in the United States. That said, don't worry. We don't need to go into the Convention Against Torture and that kind of stuff because if you don't see the validity, even though it's absolutely true, of ratified treaties having the force of law, the asylum and refugee laws are U.S. laws under Title VIII.
Okay, and there's nothing in those laws that talk about if they're being abused or if they're being yeah. No, okay, well then this is an example of this. So this is now a philosophical question of: do you agree that there are some instances where it's okay to do things that are illegal for the greater good? Are there any cases where that's ever allowed?
Yes.
Habeas corpus, right, Lincoln?
Be very careful with this.
So
suspending habeas corpus.
So the suspension of habeas corpus can be done legally or illegally. Now
Lincoln did it illegally, I thought.
There's an argument about that, about whether or not the Supreme Court got. The Supreme Court didn't rule on it. It was one Supreme Court Justice, Taney, who while riding circuit, ruled on it. And I think there's an open question about whether that suspension was done legally or not. Ultimately, it was ratified by Congress, different time, and it's possible I could condemn what Lincoln did. I don't think it was necessary to suspend habeas corpus. As
Fine,
they did.
But it's subjective as to whether or not it was necessary. You agree that it is a value judgment as to whether or not it is okay to break the law in service of some greater good.
Because I'm not a moral, I'm a moral subjectivist, I guess. I would say yes. I agree with that. It's a value judgment. It's
okay. How do we adjudicate? Yeah. How do we adjudicate whose preference is correct?
Well, what do you mean by preference being correct?
So for example, if I were to tell you, I believe that if Donald Trump was able to address the border crisis, stopping the flow of illegal immigrants, which included people who we don't know who they are, foreign adversaries. Iran loves to have proxies, and we're Israel's biggest supporter, so it makes perfect sense that Iran would have people in the United States now that are ready to attack. China certainly does. If we're going to go to war with Taiwan, it would behoove the Chinese to have people in the United States across to our border very easily. So that's all just national security threat. Forget the whole idea of like cohesive culture and all that, which is a more amorphous argument. But just from a national security reason, we can say that illegal immigration is bad. Okay, so in order to protect national security, Donald Trump illegally suspended asylum laws, which were being abused by any reasonable, in my opinion.
When you say being abused, there were a lot.
Yeah, so people were coming in. Yeah, people were coming in who wanted to work and were claiming asylum.
Yeah, something like 25 to 30% of claims were valid. The rest were not, and there were definitely people who were abusing the process who did not have genuine asylum claims.
Wait,
yes,
20,
that's true.
25% of claims were valid?
Something like 20 to 30 have been granted, yeah.
What do you mean, like during the hearing?
Have had asylum hearings where their asylum petition has been granted. It's not on the order of 1-2%. It's like 20+%. Hang on, I'll just look it up right now. Hang on.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm trying to understand because so what that means is everyone who came over the border and claimed asylum gets caught, catch and release, like we discussed, or virtually everyone. Then they're in the country just hanging around, and then they get called for their asylum hearing, right? And you're saying of those, when people come from their asylum hearings, 20% of those, only 20% of those are valid.
The validity of these changed significantly once people realized this loophole as well. Like people did start to abuse this a lot more, but it wasn't always the case that so few would qualify or whatever, just as a whatever.
So
am I understanding that correctly?
So no. What I'm saying is,
I don't know if the numbers that he just presented
the
are
denominator
if it
you're
was
using
that
is too
low.
small. Not everyone who claims asylum is under catch and release, because not everyone who claims asylum is subject to mandatory detention. And so some people, like when they were using the CBP One app, were presenting themselves at a port of entry, not crossing the border illegal, and presenting themselves for an asylum claim, and then maybe they weren't subject to, mandatory detention. There could be people who came here on an, immigration visa who validly apply for asylum. So the denominator of catch and release, that's just it's a little bit distracting you, because I'm not trying to claim anything about subgroups of people who claim asylum. What I'm saying is, for people who have claimed asylum, here it's looking like in fiscal year 2023, something approaching 35% of asylum claims were granted by immigration judges as being meritorious. So that to me shows that, yeah, there's a problem of bad faith asylum claims for sure, but we're not talking about, a third or more are granted asylum.
Okay. I don't have the time for the rest of this. Listen, I'm going to see a movie and do stuff. Be careful. Blah, blah, blah. Let's connect. Macaroni, animal, king, male, ruler, scooter, plant, emperor, beaker, bacteria, commerce, syringe, fungus, signature, chin strap, and protractor. Measurement devices. Are these like kingdom, phylum, class? I don't know, something bullshit. Member of a kingdom in taxonomy. Okay. Emperor and king seem related. Scooter, signature, macaroni, commerce, emperor, king, chin strap, and male. Male and commerce go together, kind of. Signature, scooter. Male. Mailman, scooter man, signature man, macaroni man. Mail and commerce seem like they kind of go together. A scooter. Things with wheels. King, emperor. Commerce, mail. Macaroni. I have no clue. Let's go. E-things. What? E-commerce, okay. Email. What is e-scooter? E-signature, I guess. What is e-scooter? Emperor, macaroni, chin strap, and king. I don't know what the fuck this is. Oh, an electric scooter. Oh my god. Kinds of penguins? A macaroni penguin? Chin strap penguin? I've never heard of these. Okay. Based. Okay, be careful. Don't die.